most affected by it, like Daniel Carver.
All right, this is Daniel Carver from the KKK. And on 911, I was on top of a doctor's house putting on some roofing when the doctor came out and told me that a plane had just hit the Twin Towers. And he asked me if I wanted to come in and watch it on the television. And I went in his house, and we stood there and watched a few minutes, and then another plane hit. And I didn't know at that time that they were going to crash, buildings were going to tumble down, killing thousands of people. So I watched it a few minutes and went on back to work. And then later that evening when I got home, I found out that both buildings had crumbled to the ground. Thousands of people were dead, and all Americans went in an uproar wanting to be patriotic. But the patriotic thing that we need to do is just get rid of all these people over here. Get rid of the niggers, the Mexicans, the Jews, the Afghanistans, anybody that ain't an American, send them back to the...
See, he went horribly wrong.
I was feeling good about him.
Yeah,
then all of a sudden...
Yeah, I thought for a second the guy could kind of keep it together.
But I love that he doesn't even know. Afghanistan is what he keeps calling it.
I think that's his joke.
Yeah, I don't think it's a joke. Afghanistan.
Their own country. It wasn't the people over in Afghanistan that blowed up the buildings or run an airplane into it. It was the people that we got living over here. That's our enemy. We're being destroyed from within. Just like all these Mexicans coming in here. Their heart is in Mexico. And if we have trouble with Mexico, these Mexicans we got right here are going to be our enemies. They're going to be the one that's going to destroy us, just like the blacks.
Holy mackerel.
He's like got racist Tourette's.
He can't.
You know,
he ties in with everything.
We got to be patriotic. Niggers!
Yeah, I thought he was going to...
I love how he says people.
I thought he was going to, I don't know, somehow pull it together.
You thought after my birthday that he'd really changed, but he hasn't.
He hasn't.
Well, it's not your birthday, in all fairness to him,
That's
Robin.
Right.
On our phone now is, I think the lead singer of, I'd say one of the greatest rock and roll bands of all time.
Well, who could that be?
You know, there's a couple of bands that move my ass. And
this
as a matter of fact, this is funny. Last night I was talking earlier this morning that I made love last night.
It moved your ass twice last night.
That's right. I put on a couple of songs and made love.
In your favorites list.
I had sex last night to two of his songs. The great Steven Tyler of Aerosmith.
He is moved
Good
by
morning,
that.
New York. Good morning, Howard. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Steven.
Hey, what a day, huh?
By the way, I read, I know you were close to your first wife, even though you guys weren't together. I read that she died, and I want to offer my condolences.
Yeah, she passed away a few days ago, and I've been in New York the whole time, and it's life on life's terms, right, Howard?
That's right. Where were you a year ago today?
We were in Virginia Beach getting ready to play that night, and obviously, you know, the world stood still that day, and we were put on hold for a week as well, and then tried to climb out of, you know, out of the tragedy. But I just, you know, I want to acknowledge Rudolph Giuliani, you know, and the people who died and those who struggled to clean up after the attack, you know, the firemen, the policemen, the K-9 units.
Right.
You know, and the relentless volunteer people who set a new precedent for if you ever need a helping hand, you'll find one at the end of your own arm.
Yeah, it's true. I mean,
everybody, you know.
Everyone was so good, man. Everybody really just held it together and helped one another. It's a pretty remarkable piece of history. You get angry still?
I do.
Are you one of these guys that...
What? One of these guys that what?
Well, that wants to, like, you know, I don't know.
Kick some butt?
Kick some ass? I mean, Iraq, all that. Or are you feeling like maybe that's an overreaction?
I think that's an overreaction. I think in the last 20 years we've gotten a lot more with dialogue and opening up and trying to see what's really going on. You know, anger, of course, was the first thing. You know, I mean, the shock. You know, it left me speechless for once in my life.
Yeah, I know.
And, you know, it put everybody on hold. And I think we need to reflect and see what's going on and then maybe kick some butt, huh?
Yeah.
But something has to be done. But we have to see it with eyes wide open.
You bet.
You know, instead of being closed with anger.
Yeah, I tell you, we're about 20 minutes away from not even 20, 10 minutes away from playing a rebroadcast of that day. I was shocked. I mean, I was like, sitting on the air, and I'm watching this whole thing go on, and we were doing a dumb bit about, I was at Scores with Pamela Anderson, and everyone was goofing on me because I'm some sort of homo because I didn't score with her that night.
Yeah, that would never have happened to you, Stephen.
Yeah, you would have scored. So everyone
You would never have a story like that.
Everyone was goofing on me, and all of a sudden, this plane, I'm watching it on TV. Someone said, put on the TV, and I'm on the air, and I'm like, whoa. And right away, I just said, this is devastating. I mean, people were jumping out of a building. It was unbelievable.
And there was nothing you could do. It was the most powerless you have ever felt.
It was beyond stress. Stress is when you wake up screaming and realize you haven't fallen asleep yet.
Yeah.
This was just real of the moment. Nobody knew what was next.
Yeah, we were sitting here waiting. Well, what building is next?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm glad you just called in and you're part of the show, and I think the world of you, Stephen. You're the best.
Thank you very much.
All right, man. Thanks.
All right.
Stephen
Bye.
Tyler.
Okay, y'all. Bye-bye.
The great Stephen Tyler of Aerosmith. And we've pretty much gotten to just about everyone.
We did get to everyone.
Yeah, we did. We did pretty good.
We should talk a little bit about the broadcast that's going to start in a couple minutes, how it starts off with, a few minutes of you talking about Pam Anderson and how the whole thing unfolds. But everyone said it to you, and I do have to say that you were amazing because you really spoke from the heart last year, and you didn't fall apart, and it was a hard thing to pull together. I thought you guys did an amazing job.
You're right. I was amazing.
No, but
As usual.
As usual,
It's an ordinary thing for him.
I mean, to be amazing to me is just every day or amazing. I'm an amazing guy.
I told you that day. I said, I've never been prouder of anything you've ever done.
I mean, Gary's very nice, says we were remarkable. We really weren't. The remarkable people were the cops, the firemen,
let's put things in perspective.
EMS workers, all those guys, who...
Those are amazing people.
94 WYSP.
Where the heck, that one guy put together that Metallica song.
That was great.
That was really good. I mean, some of this stuff sounded a little strong in retrospect.
It brings back the moment, like the emotion you felt.
Let me see if I can drag that out. What'd I do with that?
I don't know.
I don't know what the hell I did with it. This is a guy, I was listening to his website, and he put this together. It's some of the broadcast with Metallica. The World Trade Center is on fire. I don't have any more details. I'm following this story. Was it a terrorist attack? It's got to be. We're under attack. We're under attack. You know who it is. I can't say, but I know who it is. It's war. Come on. Oh, my God. It's got to be. We're at war. A second plane might have crashed, and a second building is on fire. There are people flying planes into New York City and crashing into buildings. The attacks occurred 18 minutes apart. What's going to be next? You know what? This is our worst nightmare. You knew this was going to happen one day. What is it, Joey Boots?
Howard, hey, I'm down on West 4th Street. We heard the first explosion. We went outside. We're watching the smoke come out. There's a hole in the side of the building. All of a sudden, maybe, 10 minutes later, there was another plane flying around, and that disappeared into the building also, and you had like a third explosion after that.
A suicide mission.
They're going to bomb a whole bunch of sites. Make sure everybody takes watch. Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
Howard, anybody else that's out there listening now that's working at New York City Landmark, take my word, be on the lookout right now, because these guys, they like to do these in multiple numbers.
The Pentagon has just been attacked, hit by a plane. The World Trade Center has been hit by 2 planes.
Let me see your doubt. What we so proudly hail. What you provoke her. Proudly ourselves. Never begins it. Never once again. Never surrenders. Showing the pain of rage.
Who are we at war with?
This is them towelhead bastards. We need to send the cruise missiles over there right now and just start bombing the hell out of them.
So be it. Fret no more. Let the killer pieces to prepare for war. So be it. Settle the score. Touch me again for the words that you will live evermore.
We let them come to this country. They're here illegally, a lot of them. We don't even take them out.
We let all of these terrorists live in this country. We do. The buildings are now buckling, they're saying.
I got a lot of friends that work in that building. I'm sitting here watching it burning.
Love it or leave it. See with the deadly bite. Get the blue tongue.
Zolar, you're on the air.
Let me tell you something, Howard. One word to do it.
Oh, no. Wait a second. What happened? The whole thing just collapsed. What? The whole World Trade Center just collapsed. Oh, my God. The whole thing just completely dropped.
I live in Brooklyn, and I'm standing on the roof of my building, and it's disgustingly sick what is going on there. Who did this, first of all? And second of all, it's time to stop toying and letting these people come into our country and blow things up and do it all over the world. You know, we keep guys like Osama bin Laden around because we need enemies. We need a reason to build bombs. And I swear to God, if this isn't a reason to wipe out every freaking terrorist on the planet Earth, today, we have the technology. We know where they are.
We can do it.
It's just do it.
We can't get bin Laden, then there's something wrong in this world.
Howard, we were standing here and we were just discussing the things that were going on, and the second building just crumbled right in front of us. Are you watching the footage?
Yeah.
Oh, it's horrific.
The whole thing just collapsed.
What? Oh, everything around you is in danger.
I tell all Americans to get your arms together, baby.
Just a play.
Everybody's at work at 9 o'clock. They timed it just perfectly.
I can't even believe this. It makes me cry. It's sad.
They're going to bomb a whole bunch of sites. Make sure everybody takes watch.
This will be going on every day now unless we act swiftly.
It's about time we take these terrorist bastards and throw them out of the damn country.
You can't even see downtown. It's completely covered with smoke from the collapse of one of the greatest buildings ever built.
Now's the time to stop their rhetoric. The Arab world has to be taught a lesson. It's time to end the misery for the world. All these countries are jealous of us, our way of life. Countries have to be held responsible. Let their people burn and suffer. We have to protect our way of life. We're too liberal. When parents are too liberal, the kids get spoiled and they act out. Teach them a lesson. Some of the anger and sentiments from that first broadcast that we did as the events unfolded. Some of the people were calling up with like a whole bunch of like, you know, kill every Arab kind of thing, which is a lot of BS. I mean, that's not where we're at. But I sure wouldn't mind them playing that song while we invade Iraq. I really wouldn't. Well, this is what happened a year ago. Talking about Pamela Anderson, and then the next thing you know, all hell broke loose.
That time we were out with Pamela Anderson.
Yeah.
At that strip club around that time.
Yeah.
I've been kicking myself in the head over that. Do you think I could have
You should.
You think I could have gotten her?
I'm not just saying this to make you feel better, to kiss your ass, but she was into you. I mean, she just kept like, you know, I can
really
sum up a situation. She kept like staring at you, and she's telling you these stories that are just like, you know, she's just rapping to you.
But then, so then we started kissing.
Yeah.
Oh man. I was kissing Pam Anderson.
Yeah, you were.
How was that?
It was great.
With tongue?
What? I don't really remember. I was pretty drunk.
Wait a second. You kissed Pam Anderson, and it didn't occur to you that you could close that deal?
Yeah. I'll tell you why. Don't think I'm lame. I'm telling you what happened.
You gotta be lame. You gotta be lame.
It
You
wasn't
just might
like
as
that.
well
Ralph, you were there.
Get used to the idea.
No,
She
Ralph,
gave
you
you
were
an
there.
opening.
Here, Ralph.
Yeah.
Tell the truth.
What?
She was not into me.
Dude, I think she was.
Yeah, I don't. I know when a chick's into
You
it.
are lame.
Listen. No.
It was like
she was into having fun, and
she more or less told me she wasn't into it.
What are you
why? What did she
talking
say?
about?
How did she tell you?
Listen,
making it
I'm
up
good.
because
I'm
now
good with this stuff.
Please.
Did you taste Kid Rock?
No, this is before Kid Rock, dude.
This is Tommy.
This was Tommy. This was Tommy. I was tasting.
This was Surfer.
Tommy was in jail.
You know what I think, man? She is really an intimidating girl.
She is.
You know.
I think you backed off.
Maybe I did.
You backed up because
I'm telling you my feelings. I felt that she wouldn't have gone for it, and I didn't want to embarrass myself.
Well, that's it. You backed off. You
I
didn't
did.
even try to make the play.
You should at least grabbed her.
I did.
You were in grabbing distance.
Oh, yeah, there was a lot of grabbing going on.
There was plenty of grabbing going on.
See, and he says he couldn't do anything.
But you know what, Howard?
She was
kissing her
unconscious at the
enough.
time.
She had passed
She
out.
passed out. What's the matter, Ganji?
Dude, you are so gay.
Oh, okay.
He's
Ganji, you don't even go there, dude.
I have never.
Dude, I've gotten laid a lot more since my divorce than you in your entire single life.
You are making out with Pam Anderson.
It wasn't like that.
And
dude,
you couldn't close
dude, you were
like
in bed with
what?
your ex-girlfriend,
making out
and you
with
couldn't
her.
bang her.
What was it like? What were you kissing her like your grandmother? What was it like?
It was like everyone was goofing around and everyone was
That's how it
kissing
starts.
everyone, but it
Oh,
wasn't
my
going.
goodness.
It wasn't going any further than
Oh,
that.
wait a second. Hold
It
it.
wasn't going any
Hold it.
further than that.
Everyone was kissing
Crazy.
everyone? Was Ralph kissing Pam?
Ralph was doing some stuff to Pam.
You didn't get to kiss her.
No, he got. While I was kissing her, he was rubbing her legs.
Yeah, but she didn't ask for that.
It was way weird. I just had to get out of there. You were there that night.
Right.
You saw what was going on.
You could have done something.
I might have kissed Ralph that night.
It was nice.
She was there. She was ripe for the plucking.
Well, you know what? Want me to be honest?
What?
Yes.
I've had Tommy on this show, and you might think that I break the
shut up.
men.
Stop, you liar.
He was married to Tommy and confused.
Nobody's going for
Yeah,
that.
she didn't want me. She didn't want me. Trust me, Rob and I know what a woman wants.
Don't make us list the codes you've already broken.
Howard, you know what it was?
What?
You know what it was? It was you had to get up the next day, didn't you, for work?
Yeah, I did.
And you
It was
bailed.
late. I bailed.
Don't you skip work?
No.
You should skip work
No,
for
it
that.
wasn't late.
Can I tell you
Wait a
something?
second.
Yeah, I'll tell you what it was.
We were starting the broadcast at noon.
No.
And you know what, too, Howard?
I'll tell you exactly what it
You know
was.
how you can tell she's into you, too? They're like, oh, we're all going to get, like, you were leaving. Then, like, oh,
She's
we're all
not
going
into
to
me.
go.
I'll tell you why.
We're all going to go now. And then they left and went somewhere else. They were
Right.
still looking to party, but when you left, they were like,
You
oh.
were the party. They
Ralph
only
missed it,
wanted
Now,
to be with you.
let me tell you. I'll tell you the truth. Here's the truth. Bottom line.
True.
Pam and I were
the other truth?
Pam and I were hanging, and also her friend
Natalie.
Natalie was there.
Yeah.
Natalie's fun, too.
Natalie was a lot of fun too.
Oh, I could tell you stories.
Oh, wait a second. What did you do with Natalie?
I
Anything?
didn't do anything.
I definitely know he's not Natalie's type.
I'm not Natalie's type. She's into black guys.
She made it clear that Howard wasn't her type.
No, she's just, I know her type.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's big black guys. And believe me,
7 foot
I ain't
tall
Pam's type either because
Oh, get
here's how I
out.
played it with Pam. We were screwing around, just kissing us, nothing heavy. And it was getting late for me. I had to go do the show. She wanted to go to another club or something like that, and I was like, I ain't going to another club. So I
But
said to
you
her, bottom line,
What?
bottom line, she knew where to find me. She knows my number.
Oh, see, that ego,
Oh,
man.
you're
Hold it a
ego.
second.
it.
If she
He
wanted
wants
it, she would
an
have.
engraved invitation.
Yep.
You
That's
got to
all
pursue a girl like that a little bit.
Right.
Nah, I don't.
gotta do
Ralph, you know me. Do I pursue anyone?
No.
Right.
But for her, you got to pursue.
What? You don't want Pamela Anderson.
I ain't pursuing her.
Swallow your pride and go
I
back at her
am
door.
not going to pursue
He's
her.
going to wait till Pamela Anderson asks him.
That's right.
And you know when that's going to be.
That's it.
That girl doesn't do that.
Well, she can do what she wants.
When she can't have guys asking her.
You know what the problem
I'm
is?
the man she can't have.
The problem is you say you don't pursue anyone, neither does she.
That's right.
Yes,
Not
until you
yet,
sit
anyway.
there.
So Kid Rock wins. What can I tell you?
He did the ask.
He's the better man.
Do you think he worked hard?
No,
to
I
get
think
there?
he asked when
Or
she
you-
showed some interest.
No, I don't think he worked hard at all.
Either.
I met Pamela at
Pamela.
Natby once, Howard. I swear I could have dated her.
Well, there you go.
Why didn't you?
Because I wimped out because I thought she was too big for me.
She's
you know, she's too
hey,
famous
what,
for me.
maybe I thought that too.
John and I, let me just say, John and I hung out with her one night for a couple of hours, and I didn't see any sparks of any kind.
No, I don't mean there. It was like.
You know what I'm saying? A couple.
Were you rubbing her leg, John?
No, but she like stood there, and I said hello, and she said hello, and we were both in Vegas.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
I'm telling you.
Oh, she wanted it.
Wait, if I
She
would have
was
said,
about to say,
You know what, dude?
she would have said yes.
Pam is a friendly girl, and that's where you can't get confused.
Yeah,
You
I
can
heard-
tell when a woman wants you, and you can tell when a woman's just being friendly.
Yeah, but she
I heard
likes
she
the
was
rock and
into
roll
Beetlejuice too. I heard she came on to Beetlejuice.
Yeah, right.
You know how I know she wasn't interested in John? We sat with her for 2 hours, and they were talking about their kids a lot. That's a way you know.
No, that's how you get in.
Hey, I should make a. I don't mean to interrupt the fun, but this is a breaking news story, a serious news story.
What?
A plane has crashed. Hold it into the World Trade Center.
You're kidding.
The World Trade Center is on fire, which is
What is going on?
Really? Let me look out my window.
It's the tallest.
Just heard you say that John made out with Pamela Lake.
Look out the window. You can see it, or you can.
I don't see any fire.
There's a fire at the World Trade
It's on
Center.
the
Hold
other
on, let me go.
side, Ralph, from you.
Take a look, seriously.
Holy crap! You know,
That's
Howard,
terrible.
I was just there. I was at a wedding right there.
It was it like one of those private planes?
Thank God you're
Oh,
alive.
dude.
You see it?
Dude, it's just hot. Oh, my God. I got to go out on my roof. This is incredible.
See ya.
The whole thing is on fire.
Yeah.
You're right.
I mean, not a little fire.
No, it's huge.
Oh, it's huge.
Yeah.
If a plane hits a building.
I gotta run.
How did that take so long to happen?
I'll call you back.
Right,
Did-
but
did
I
you-
know.
did
I'm
you-
always amazed.
Because a plane once crashed in the 40s. A plane crashed right into the Empire State Building, like right in.
Right.
What kind of
But what
plane?
kind of plane? Was it a private? Stupid plane?
I don't have any more details. I'm following this story.
I hope this wasn't one of those like terrorist kamikaze attacks.
You know what? He's preparing to
Let's get back to you and Pamela.
sit in on for Dan Rather. That's why he's being very serious.
Yes.
Taking over
This is
that
my
slot.
audition. We go now to Sandra Rodriguez, who is on the site at the World Trade Center.
Hello.
Sandra? Hello, Howard. The fire is going very rapidly. Yeah, I'm going to be taking over Dan Rather when he retires.
Hey, Howard.
It's a very serious story. I mean, I'm sure there's... but fortunately, it's early in the morning. Maybe not too many people are in the building.
Yeah, hope not.
You know what? That's a financial building. Those people get in really early.
Yeah.
I mean, they really do. It's like
For the international market.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, what do they do there, though?
I'm not sure if the plane is... Like, a portion of the plane isn't actually stuck into the building.
It looks like something's
Where?
hanging out there.
You
doesn't
see on the left-hand side of your screen?
Yeah. I got you.
I don't know if you can see it.
it? Good Lord.
Oh, they just pulled back for you.
Yeah,
See that?
Is that a helicopter?
I think it's a helicopter that's hovering around to see what's going on.
No, I see what he's saying. The
Yeah,
one,
right up
okay.
It's a
there.
piece of the plane hanging off the building. Oh, I don't know if that's smoke or a piece of the
Can't
plane.
really tell.
Dude, it's really smoking, man.
Yeah. Huge fire.
It's like Towering Inferno, because once it gets
Yeah.
started, what happens?
Imagine
I
being
hope they
trapped
built
in
it
there.
better than that hotel.
Well, how are they going to get? They're not going to get hoses up there. They're going to have to rely on the sprinkler
Sprinklers
system.
and all that?
Yeah,
And you know how well they work in the
Yeah, but
city.
these stairwells are...
I don't even know how you begin to fight that fire.
Sand.
What do you want to know about Pam?
Okay, so then
So we were hanging out.
Hold on, wait.
We were at Scores.
You're kissing her. At that...
It wasn't like a big makeout. It wasn't like that.
But she wasn't pushing you away either.
Nah, she was just being a little bit playful. But
So
Did you feel her breasts?
what?
Did you feel her breasts? Be honest. Come on. Did you feel?
You know, the God's honest truth. I don't remember.
That's a yes.
I don't remember.
No, you would remember if he
I don't think I did. No, I don't think I did.
Like, did you pull her butt close?
I felt her butt.
How then do you not close?
You were just inches
You
away.
closed.
You were inches away from the big
You
Y.
banged
What?
it.
You were inches away.
I
think
did
he
not.
did it?
No, I didn't.
think he banged
I never banged Pam Anderson. Never.
Did you? Okay.
Swear on your kids'
Do I have to go
life.
through the whole list?
I swear on my kid's life.
Did you get hand relief from Pam Anderson?
Does
No.
he have his fingers crossed?
No,
when
I
he's
told you what I
swearing?
did. I'm being honest. Pam, I think, would admit to this. I'm not telling anything out at school.
Was it clear who initiated the kissing?
I'm sorry?
Was it clear who initiated the kissing?
Like, did you initiate it or did she?
She did.
How'd she kiss?
Oh, you idiot.
You weren't there. You don't even, well, actually, you were there. You don't even know that.
You're such an idiot.
Why are you shaking your...
I've never called you an idiot. And believe me, there's some cause for it. You weren't there. I know how to assess a woman's situation.
there.
I was not there. I
You
was
had the
far
winning, you
from
know what
there.
you did? You had the winning lottery ticket. You threw it away.
I invited her back to my place, and she
No, you
wanted
did.
to go to a club.
You didn't invite her back to your place.
I did.
You
I was there.
You just said you told her where you would be.
I'm telling you, I said, hey, maybe we should all go somewhere. And when a girl could take that and say, okay, let's go. But she was like, nah, I want to stay with my friends.
She wanted a little foreplay.
No.
She wanted to go out to the club with you, drink if you
Whatever. Whatever. I didn't have time to
You
work
didn't
it.
have time to work it that
I'm not going to sit. Hey, want to know the truth? I wasn't going to sit there and work it all night. I wasn't going to put in the time.
How'd she kiss, by the way?
Oh. It was fine. It was a peck. It was nothing. It
No
wasn't
tongues.
certain. No, it wasn't anything serious.
I
It was
take back
nothing
my
serious.
idiot.
Yeah, it's nothing. It was nothing serious. Believe me, if I saw the glimmer of hope, if I saw the second of any kind of opportunity, I would seize it. I never turn down
That
that.
sounds like a Angie story, though, doesn't it?
It does, but it's not.
You know what a good litmus test is? When you
Yeah.
when you kiss a girl,
Yeah.
and if she touches you when you kiss her,
There was
then that
no
means you can
touching.
get
It was
You can get
very
She
playful.
wasn't touching you.
But if she doesn't touch you, you get
No.
nothing. That's how
listen,
it works.
I know the difference when someone.
Was she sitting on your lap
No.
at this time?
No.
Where was she?
She couldn't sit on my lap. Natalie was on my lap. And she got a little jealous, that's
and
all.
so she leaned over and started kissing.
She gave me a kiss.
Howard.
It was not leaving a tongue. It was nothing.
Oh, dude.
Go ahead, Tom.
You got to watch your monitor. They're going to play back. There was just an explosion.
Oh, that's what. Let me see.
Oh, no.
This is. But what happened, Tom? What do you know?
I mean, all I know is that apparently a plane. I've heard Channel 2 describe it as a. Looked like someone was driving. A drunk driver driving a car flew into the building.
Was it a terrorist attack?
Look
It
at
is
that.
unbelievable. I mean, it is an
That's a
unbelievable
huge
sight
hole.
to see what's going on at the World Trade Center. And about there's
Wow,
the
look
explosion
at
that just
that.
happened 20
It's
seconds.
even lower now, the explosion.
Looks like a movie.
It is. Yeah, it does. It looks like a movie special effect.
I'm telling you, it's Pam Anderson's jet.
Oh, stop.
Vinny, what are you talking about?
No time to be making a...
This is not even a joke.
Wait, hold on. Is the other one catching fire now?
Gene Simmons is in there.
What was the Gene Simmons thing?
Gene Simmons blew up.
Wait a second. Let me see that again.
Pull that up again.
Is it in both buildings?
Does it look like? Yeah, it looks like the other buildings on
Why did this explode?
caught now.
Well, yeah, this is going to... I mean, this is going to be massive.
Yeah.
Are there people in the building? There's got to be people in the building.
But I mean, I don't know who said it was Gary or John, but you're right. I mean, how does the fire department deal with this?
I don't know.
Well, they said emergency crews are rushing to the scene.
That's a hole like the Oklahoma City hole in a building. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think
There it is. There it is.
That's a heart.
That's flames, man.
See,
That
that's
really
the second
does look-
building. So
Oh, my God.
no, because the one on the
Second building's on fire.
That's right. The one on the right has a hole in
has
it.
a hole in it. The other one's the one that
No, I think it was the
exploded.
back.
That's a
I think it was the back
reflection.
side of
Sure.
the first building.
That's a reflection.
At least I hope it was.
I do too.
So anyway, Pam Anderson.
Yeah.
There was just a rumor. Somebody just called and said that on CNN. A second plane just crashed into one of
Stop it.
A second plane.
That's two different buildings.
They are
Look at that,
two
Howard
buildings, and that is lower.
That's what I
So it's a terrorist attack, isn't it?
Just that's
You
what
know
they're
it.
saying.
It's got to
It's got to be.
Somebody just called in
Oh,
with that.
my goodness.
Oh no.
A second plane might have crashed, and a second building is on fire.
Why does everyone go to the World Trade Center?
What do they do
Look,
there?
it's a big target.
Landmark in New York.
Well, it's the biggest landmark in New York, really, isn't it?
Next to
It's
Gary
the
Steve.
tallest.
Oh my God.
And it's a place where people can be killed. Like, you can't take down the Statue of Liberty. Nobody's going to be killed there. Hey, maybe I should put the sound on.
Yeah. I mean, we got Channel 2.
Yeah, give me some sound.
What's all that stuff?
Hold on.
Is it, that's flying in the air. You see
That looks
that?
like papers or something.
Well, yeah, there's going to be a lot of debris and stuff.
And this will be a good opportunity for me to act like Dan Rather.
Yes, you can practice.
Because I'm
for
gonna be
when
the-
they call.
Does this scare you?
Yes, yes, it does scare me. We're totally too lax in this country. Trying to tell you. Tell me if you're ready.
Would you see that movie Swordfish, Howard?
Live now at the scene, we should tell you that approximately 40,000 people work in the World Trade Centers between the two towers. Each building 110 stories tall. And joining us on the phone again is John McLennan. He works at 200.
I hope it's not Captain Jenks.
And has witnessed some of this unfold.
As have we, just before 9 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. Hello? Just before, John, you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Just before 9 o'clock this morning, and an unbelievable event happened, catastrophic event. A plane crashed into the World Trade Center Tower number 1. Not more than 3 minutes ago, a second explosion happened at Tower number 2. We're being told that it could have been another plane, although what we saw was just an explosion. And again, Michael, you said 40,000 people work at World Trade Center. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We're efforting. Reporters on the scene are trying to get down there. Marcella Palmer, namely, as many others that we have called in and heading down there. We're trying to get people who have been eyewitnesses to this to call us so that we can hear what they know and what they've seen. We're hearing that it could have been a Boeing 737 or an Airbus from one of our witnesses.
So it was two planes?
We're not still sure.
So you think it was two planes?
Exactly caused
They're not
that
sure.
explosion on the second World Trade Center tower.
They don't know.
But if it was one of those size planes, those are huge jets.
We have no confirmation on the injuries, as Lisa mentioned. We have no knowledge as to how many people involved. However, our producers are telling us now that we do have some videotape of the second plane, and you can see it there.
Where? I didn't see it. Oh, whoa.
Oh, my
This is crazy. We
We're
got
under
planes
attack.
going into
And
buildings.
from our vantage point, yeah, clearly difficult to tell.
We're under attack.
What type of plane that is, but it's a horrific scene.
That's
and
All right, we've just been told also, Michael, sorry, the New York Stock Exchange is being evacuated, as is, I'm sure, much of Wall Street, if not all of it, as much as possible. But the New York Stock Exchange has suspended trading for the moment.
It's war.
as
Come on.
Everyone tries to
All
get
right,
out
we
of
gotta
the
go.
area. We
It's
did
Japanese. This is Pearl Harbor.
Right, we got to go bomb everything over there now.
We got to bomb the hell out of them. You know who it is. I can't say, but I know who it is.
As soon as we get
That's
it,
crazy.
What is that, Tom?
There it is. There it is. Yep, I see it.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
Going into
What are you saying, Tom?
I've never seen anything like, obviously.
Me neither.
Nobody's ever seen anything like that.
Oh my God.
So that's a suicide mission.
Yeah, suicide mission.
They're doing it over here now.
We can't put words in the FAA's mouth or with any flight.
I know who's doing it.
Tower information.
There's no way
But
a
you're seeing what we're
737 would do
seeing,
that.
And on what seemingly is a relatively clear New York day,
Yeah.
2 plane impacts, one you just witnessed there, saw on tape.
It's a suicide mission.
Yeah.
We're at war.
Look at that.
Who are we at war with?
Before 9, the second one.
Is this our Chopper 2 picture?
Not long after 9. Yeah, this is I believe, picture from Chopper 2.
That's
Jim Smith, are you up there?
Yes, we are, Michael and Lisa. We have been forced to stay about 5 miles away from the World Trade Center. A flight restriction has been put in place, but right now we are looking at live pictures. The tower on the left, that is tower number 1. And we can tell you that we can still see the flames and the smoke coming out of that, as well as the tower to the right. That is tower number 2. You can see the damage to that about the middle of the building. Just incredible what we are witnessing here from about 5 miles away from the World Trade Center.
Jim, I don't know if you were able to see the videotape that we showed moments ago, and if you have any information at all as to what type of plane and what carrier may be involved.
Well, we did not have that as of yet, Michael. Unfortunately, we were unable to see.
The attacks occurred 18 minutes apart.
Baker is right now talking with air traffic control. We're trying to determine what exactly happened here, what type of plane, to be exact, was involved here, as well as the carrier involved.
We're showing people again that videotape that was shot just moments ago of that second plane making impact into the second of the trade centers. Again, both 110 stories tall, 40,000 people working between them.
Dominic is on the phone. He seems to want to say something. Yes, Dominic. Oh, he's gone. What is it, Joey Boots?
Howard, hey, I'm down on West 4th Street. We heard the first explosion. We went outside. We're watching the smoke come out. There's a hole in the side of the building. All of a sudden, maybe, 10 minutes later, there was another plane flying around, and that disappeared into the building also, and you had like a third explosion after that.
How big did that plane look?
The second plane was a decent-sized plane. It looked like it would hold maybe 50, 60 people.
Really?
Yeah, let me tell you something. Like, we're looking on TV, and the World Trade Center is so big that it looks like a tiny
I'm looking
plane.
at it from here. You couldn't even believe the sight. I mean, I've never seen anything like this before. We heard the first explosion. It rocked my friend's apartment, and he lives West 4th Street, and that's downtown, and we could see the Twin Towers right from here. There's smoke billowing out of the side of the building. There's a hole in the side. Then we saw the other plane flying around after we were out there watching it for a few minutes, and that plane disappeared into the building, and it blew up.
They're flying right into the plane, into the building.
This is them towelhead bastards.
Well, we don't know who it is.
We don't know yet, but I got a feeling.
It could be.
You can't say that, but I can say that. It's about time we take these towelhead bastards and throw them out of the damn country.
Well, don't overreact
We're too
yet.
nice to people,
Let's
man.
find out who it is. We're going to find out. Once I find out,
then we'll get crazy.
Then we'll get crazy.
I got a lot of friends that work in that building. I'm sitting here watching it burning right now.
I know, Joey.
The attack happened, and I just
You know
want to
people
hurt
down there?
somebody now.
You do? I do too.
My father used to work in that building.
Who does?
My father used to work.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we know tons of people down
Mr.
there.
X used to work in that building.
Yeah, I know that.
My wife used to work in that building.
Let's go to Mike, who works in the building next door. Joey Boots, stay on the line. Yeah, Mike.
Hi.
Howard, how you doing?
Yeah.
It's crazy over here. It's like chaos. It's like the Armageddon.
Of course.
The first plane we didn't see. But
You ought to get out of your building, dude.
all we saw was fire. Then the second time, we actually saw the plane circle around and then
And
smash
it's a
into the
big
building.
plane.
We're under attack.
Could you see what
There are people flying planes into New York City and crashing into buildings.
It's chaos. There's people all over the place.
What did this? You saw the plane?
I saw the second plane.
What did it look like? Did it look like a commercial plane?
No, it looked like maybe one of those Airbus type things, like an MD-80.
Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
Howard, anybody else that's out there listening now that's working at New York City landmarks, take my word, be on the lookout right now, because these guys, they like to do these in multiple numbers.
There could be
Remember
more
they were
coming
planning
in.
that other bombing. They're going to bomb a whole bunch of sites. Make sure everybody takes watch and you see any towelhead.
Howard.
The Air Force is stunned. What?
On a more serious note, you're a big pussy. You didn't touch Pamela Anderson.
No, we're back on that. Dude, I'm telling
We
you.
can talk about that anytime.
Yeah, you can brag on me tomorrow. I'm in the middle of organizing a military action. Thank you.
As a tribute to all New Yorkers in the spirit of America, we present a real-time rebroadcast of The Howard Stern Show from September 11th, 2001.
Like, how do you combat this, though, terrorism?
Oh, you know how. Reagan stopped them.
No, but I'm saying, I mean,
You go in there and you teach them a lesson.
We know where these people are.
Yeah.
Know exactly where they are. We need to send some cruise missiles over there right now and just start bombing the hell out of them.
Today.
We're always
Right
worried
now.
about the innocent civilians who live around.
You know what? Innocent civilians, so what? They shouldn't be living by these guys.
supporting them,
I
all
agree
that
with
crap,
you.
okay?
How about this? We won't do anything.
What about
no, we
We
better
won't.
do
We
something.
won't do anything.
Better do
You
something.
wait and see.
Trust me, he will.
Better do something.
GW, better get on the
Hey,
stick.
GW, you're listening to this right now. You better bomb the hell out of those towel heads.
Howard, what was the end result of after the whole World Trade Center bombing and all the trials and everything else?
Yeah.
How many guys?
Nothing happened.
Nothing, right?
Nothing.
Oh no, that's not true.
Well, some guys went to jail. Big
But like
deal.
4 guys.
Where is this
we
OB?
do some strategic
Where's OB
strikes
Bin Laden or
on
whatever his name
people
is?
we never declared war on.
Hey, Howard.
It's 9 o'clock. Everybody's at work at 9 o'clock. They timed it just perfectly. The opening of the stock
how do they
market,
get-
everybody going to work.
How do they get a plane? I don't know.
2 planes.
How fast it's spreading, Aaron?
Oh, the whole building's
Those
going up.
buildings are just going to be, they're like matchboxes now.
Yeah, but everybody
Let
else
me
in
go.
the
Let,
area is
let me
getting
go back to the news
Yeah, I'd
report
like
for a
to hear what
second.
they're saying.
Let's hear what's on the news.
That was planned by a terrorist group, or it can be just that the air traffic control system completely crashed. This is going to take a lot of
No,
investigating.
the air traffic control
All I can
system.
think of is like a
Right now, I
crazy
think
air
the major
traffic
concern-
control.
they're not
The
allowed-
only
people here in
other...
Hold it. Visually, no, it's a clear day in New York. There's
Right.
no way 2 planes crash into the World Trade Center.
They're
That's
a
absolutely
right.
correct.
They're a legitimate news organization. They're not allowed to say what we're thinking, which is obvious.
You know, evaluate some of the injuries. They will.
Howard, I see that second plane flying around there. It disappeared, and then there was an explosion.
You know what? Today is
That's not-
I mean, it's
primary
pretty
day.
sensible to me what happened.
Medical service ambulances are also on alert. Remember, when there was the prior crash, there were 1,000
I can't believe I'm
injuries.
looking
So
at
it's
I can't believe I'm seeing this either.
Today is primary day, Howard, and it also means that we're losing our mayor, Giuliani, and I really think he should declare like something and just stay in office.
He should declare a state of emergency. And
We can't afford to change.
you see all the
courses
stuff falling? Now debris falling to the street below.
yeah, anyone in that area ought to get the hell. You guys, are you really a
Those
Joey?
buildings could come
West,
down.
No, that's far enough.
He's far enough away.
You're far away.
No, I'm down on West 4th Street. I'm fine. But I'm hearing on the radio they're talking about the plane is inside the building. There's multiple casualties. Howard, these towel heads, I'm telling you, we let them come to this country. They're here illegally, a lot of them. We don't even kick them out.
Well, we're letting everybody in here illegally.
Could the plane have been like loaded with explosives or something? You know.
Sure.
I mean, come on. What would you do if you wanted to bomb something? You'd lead it with
Just sticking a
you'd lead it
plane,
with explosives.
just flying a
And
plane
they're
into
gonna
there
hit
would
the
blow
target.
up the
You
whole
know they
thing.
will.
You know, I don't know how true it is, but I think while we were on vacation, I read in one of the newspapers that they are actually, like honoring the families of these suicide mission guys they have over in the
PLO does that after they blow up an Israeli,
The
town.
family gets compensated.
Yeah, the family is treated like heroes.
Is it Hamas or Hezbollah? Is the
Yeah, Hamas.
Hamas.
Joey, thanks.
All right, Howard.
Bye-bye.
See, now, shouldn't there be like planes now flying over, dropping water and stuff? Isn't that the only way they're gonna like put it out?
Maybe that's how they put out forest fires. Maybe that's how they do it. I don't know anything about it.
It's inside the building, though.
At that point, that's like jet
Right.
fuel,
I mean,
and electrical.
Yeah.
Hey, wasn't that building like taller than what is that building there? The big building.
Empire State Building.
Oh my God!
Wasn't it taller than it was before? Look how much it's disintegrated.
Oh, you are a
It's in the
nutcase.
foreground.
You know what? You got to go talk to horses in the winter circle.
Oh my God!
You are such a nutcase.
No, I'm serious. You didn't see that?
Howard, how could you live in New York and go, what building is the Empire State Building?
You see that building over there? What is that?
That's the Empire State Building, Casey.
Casey's gonna be like, as long as they don't hit the girl holding the torch.
Right, the girl holding
Yeah.
the torch.
Hey, Howard, why's my hand bigger than the World Trade Center?
Yeah, because
They don't look so big.
it's on TV, dude. Nick, you're on the
Is that
air.
really why?
Yeah, I just called to tell you that the other guy who called and said it was the towelheads may be wrong. The State Department yesterday issued a terrorist watch for all Americans in Peru due to the extradition of the drug lord Daniel Ochoa to America.
Well, let's bomb them too.
Let's bomb everyone.
But that's a
Probably not a
problem.
bad idea. Either that or it was Jackie the Joke Man.
Let's drop A-bombs. Oh.
But you see how it's spreading the building to the right, Howard? It's like it's already going down like the middle of
Well, don't forget. I mean, this thing's going to burn. You can't stop that kind of burning. It's going to burn the whole building down.
I mean, it looks like it's the one way. One is 2/3 of the way up. The other's about halfway up.
Yeah.
God knows what it looks like inside. I mean,
110 stories each.
Can you imagine being above or above that?
Oh God.
That's a nightmare.
Oh God!
And you know what it's all. You know what happens? The worst thing that happens in these fires.
The heat.
Start
No, it's
jumping.
the smoke inhalation.
Yeah.
It's the smoke inhalation. That's how you die. You just choke to death, which is horrible.
How freaky would that be? That probably won't be part of the skyline of Manhattan anymore.
Oh, stop it.
What do you mean?
We must have that.
Well, you're not going to have it. It's gone.
But how freaky?
Put it back.
What's that stuff that's coming out of it?
Smoke.
Black
no,
smoke.
not smoke.
That's called
the
smoke.
white thing coming all the way down. Is that like a ladder?
More smoke.
Oh, you are so crazy.
It's smoke.
It's a
No, no.
fire.
Look at
It's
that
a
flying
fire.
shark.
Casey.
No,
It's fire.
No, the thing that just came out. Do you see what I'm talking about?
No.
That's fire.
No, the white thing that just look, see, it's coming down right now.
In between the two buildings?
Yeah. What a journalist.
There is something. I can't see. My eyes are so
I
bad.
think it's smoke from the back of the building.
No, it's
White smoke.
It's Spider-Man.
White smoke.
It looks like somebody's moving.
It does.
Might be some sort
What
of
is
track
that?
thing
bigger
going
than
on
a
the side of the
person,
building.
Yeah, I think
Looks like somebody
smoke.
climbing down.
Hanging bed sheets, man. I'd do anything to get out of there.
Yeah, what is that?
There's something going on there.
Okay, you need about 2,000 bed sheets.
So let me go. Let me put the sound up. Maybe we'll figure it out.
The radar from Boston to see if there are any unusual flight plans or any unusual planes that show up on the radar screen, and they can trace it back. They can do that pretty quickly, but again, the FBI, possibly even the Secret Service, would be called in on this to try to find out what's going on. Remember, it's a manpower issue. Need to get as many people
I think
as
it's smoke.
possible.
Yeah, it is
Black smoke.
Smoke from the back of the
Billowing.
He's supposed to speak very shortly. He's going to be...
Hey, Matt, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
I'm watching the Fox network here, and I just saw a thing on a thing that said that FBI is almost verified that there had been a hijacking early this morning before the crash.
Really?
Oh, so they hijacked the plane.
Oh, my goodness.
There was actually 2 planes.
Yeah, right. 2 planes.
And it's actually ridiculous. Watch it on a film. Actually, watch it on TV now. It's just...
Oh, this is so aggravating.
I don't understand how all of a sudden one day it's beautiful, next minute, no, everything's just ruined. What's that? Oh, here comes the plane right now.
Oh,
In a
God.
second.
Wait,
I am.
showing it again?
Yeah, I am speechless.
Yeah, I mean, what do you say?
What do you say about this?
Can't say anything.
I just feel like nothing will be done. It's just
No,
like
no. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
no, you
think
could
there
say-
would be such an outcry
Oh,
that
God.
something has to be done.
They've attacked the United States.
Forget
It's war. It's war.
We don't stand for this.
Wasn't there an attack when they on the
World Trade
on
Center.
the World Trade Center? Why did we never go to war over that?
We didn't have to go to war.
Wait, 'cause this is a plane?
Remember, they had all those guys lived in Libya at the time, didn't they, Tom?
Yeah, I think so.
And didn't we bomb them? We didn't even declare war. Remember, we had the whole thing about France not letting us fly over their airspace.
Yeah.
We went anyway, and we bombed them.
Yeah, not enough.
And then what happened?
And then they did this
stopped.
for a while. They've been doing all kinds of stuff, and the Israeli
The problem
intelligence.
is you let them build up again.
Israel would take care of the problem for us, but we're now all of a sudden we're worried about how the PLO feels. I mean, just let's get
see,
real.
I thought that was stupid in the first
Yeah, let's
place.
just get real.
That's a good sized jet to hit the second time.
Israelis could kill everyone over there. They got the manpower, they got
It's
the bomb, they
time
got
to
everything.
loosen the reins.
Yeah, let them do their thing. Let them do it.
Didn't George W.'s father have the chance to go all the way when we went to
Yeah.
war?
With,
To go, just go right in and kiss
The Bushes don't have the chutzpah. They don't have the balls.
Notice they didn't do this when Reagan was
No.
you know,
You need a guy who didn't grow up rich.
guy who can
A guy like
bomb.
me who will bomb things because he's angry. I love to bomb.
I mean, part of that was you got to remember the UN and the whatever the writs of war that they had said it was to get Iraq out of Kuwait, and that was it.
Yeah. Bush pulled the plug. He had one more day, and he could have finished the whole job.
Oh, no question.
His calculation was that he'd
The
rather,
worldwide sentiment would
Yeah.
be against us, blah, blah,
and
blah.
also he'd rather keep that guy in office than have some other guy take over.
Yeah, because the guys behind him supposedly are worse.
Yeah, Dominic, go ahead.
This is no different than Pearl Harbor. There definitely-
Absolutely.
That's right.
There'll definitely
I
be a
agree.
war, but you're looking at the wrong country. This comes out of Palestine,
Of course.
not out of Iraq.
Oh, I don't know. We don't know anything, so.
No, we didn't say anything about Iraq.
But do you see the way that plane goes into the building?
Yeah, those guys are happy to die for their Allah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Now the
Those are
question
some
is-
crazy
Families
people.
encourage it. Their parents encourage
Well,
their
that's what I say.
sons
How do you
to kill
negotiate
themselves.
with people like that? You can't.
No, it's really, and also the whole argument about whether Israel should be there or not is ridiculous.
And
They're
should
there.
drag Jesse Jackson back here and pummel him for even talking with that Yasser Arafat.
Now, do you think the plane was full of people?
I'm hoping.
No, I don't think so.
Well, they said if it was a hijack plane, probably it was.
Right,
What do they
right.
care who else is on the plane?
Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
KC, that's the Empire State Building.
Hey, thanks, pal. I got that.
Why does
it look tall?
But those buildings haven't sunk, Casey.
And Casey, the reason
It's
the
an
Empire
angle.
State Building
Now it
looks
looks
bigger,
shorter.
you're
But
looking
Empire-
at a flat screen and it's closer to you.
The Empire State Building's on like 34th Street.
Right.
So this is all the way down there.
Yeah.
Right.
So
there's
that's
my
why I
point.
asked what the building was, because how would you see it in the same picture?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
How did this say things come in threes?
What?
Things come in threes.
Yeah, this is Hank dying.
Hank and this.
Spike.
Hank, Aaliyah, and this.
Hank, Spike, Aaliyah, and this. It's 4. This is pretty awful. Wow. I've never seen anything like it.
This is the most
Does
catastrophic
anyone else
thing.
kind of feel
Since
like
Pearl Harbor.
do you feel inside like almost scared?
Yes. Almost.
Scared and sad.
I am.
Yeah.
I just feel bad for whoever's in that freaking building. If anyone's on, stuck on top, forget it.
That's the weirdest thing about working in this city is that New York is always
We're a target,
we're always a target.
I know.
Giuliani said that he's made this city terror-free. Less deaths than ever before in any administration.
Well, he meant from each other.
You're not going to blame him for this.
What does Giuliani get to do with this?
What are you talking about, Dominic?
Well, but the point is that really you have no control of any of this.
No, this can happen anywhere.
You would have to treat everything like the World Trade Center and the Statue of Liberty like a military base. You'd have to put planes around it.
Already.
But now let me ask you something. Now the World Trade Center has a sprinkler system, right? So that it's not going to be able to.
Well, that ain't going to do anything.
That's for regular fires, not an explosion.
This is an airplane driving right into the building.
You know how much fuel is on a plane?
Exactly.
They have no
loaded with jet fuel.
So there's nothing that can be done then.
No. Listen, when they build it, they don't plan on planes driving into it. No.
Well,
they don't.
This was a movie, would you believe it?
No, I mean, it'd be great special effect.
Dude, see, I thought this was going to happen on Y2K. That's why I stayed home. And you should have seen when the fireworks came out. I was having like...
You know what? This is our worst nightmare. You knew this was going to happen one day. And it's happened.
Well, it's because we never settle anything.
That's right. I got to tell you. And we don't face the fact that and I'm not saying it's the Arabs who did this. I don't know yet, but I'm guessing. The Arab world has to be taught a lesson. That we are the boss, and you are going to be our dogs, and you have got to be spanked.
Would you do me a favor, please?
Yeah.
Will you not be the leader of these thoughts right now?
Yeah, it's true. And I'm not being the leader of the thoughts. I'm saying I don't know who did it yet. It could have even been one of our own people.
Could have been the guy that could have been the Peru guy, like that.
No, it could have even been
like the Oklahoma.
Yeah, it could have been like one of our own people. It could have been one of our own people. But you want to know something?
It doesn't. It sure doesn't look like it. It doesn't feel like.
One thing seems like
it doesn't feel like it is right.
One thing seems like an isolated incident. Two things seems like a well-planned.
Oh, clearly.
And
people over there aren't thinking rationally.
But it was a
They never have.
They never have.
And to sit down and try to talk to them is crazy.
Mostly the Arab countries.
That's as crazy as they are.
The oil-rich Arab companies don't take in the Palestinians. They don't want them. And if this is a case of that, it's time to end the misery for the world.
See, I don't think the airport's checking off anyway. I mean, you can
if somebody hijacks a plane and drives it,
Yeah, when
how are
they
you
put
going to
a gun
prevent
to
that?
your face, you do what they say.
No, I'm saying, how do they get a gun onto the plane?
Plastic guns?
Oh, they got a billion ways.
Nah, they probably got this plane. They could go to a private airport and get a plane. I don't think this is a commercial airplane.
Well, it depends on what size it is.
Yeah.
Doesn't it strike
The
you guys
second
as
one was a big plane.
odd that there are no choppers circling yet?
I don't think they're letting anybody into the
they got to
airspace.
make sure, of what's going on.
Was you chopper up there?
the Channel 2 chopper guy said this. It's a
There's
5
embargo.
mile.
Yeah.
Right.
Down there in the
How about
financial
the stock
district.
market? It's down.
Closed.
It hasn't opened yet. It's closed, but futures 150 points down already.
Of course.
Hold on. Let's hear this report.
Everything will go over
Provided by Chopper 2. The first impact in Tower 1 happening just before 9 o'clock this morning. The second impact that we had shown you videotape of not too
actually
long
live
ago.
on our cameras here.
And we were able to provide that image for you. The second impact, though, happening about 18 minutes after the first impact. And here's another look at it on tape.
Yeah.
Hard from our angle to tell what type of plane or to really discern anything from that other than the obvious. So we're continuing to contact the FAA as well as the Port Authority, all airline carriers. We've heard reports that the FBI now investigating possibilities, we want to emphasize, of a possible hijacking and
or suicide mission, that's also a possibility that we're being told is being looked into.
all reports from the Associated Press as well. We understand that George Bush, the president, who was in Florida speaking to children, as on vacation a moment ago, when he was notified of what had happened, is scheduled to speak sometime soon. As
he's on the phone to his dad.
He was out speaking to children, which is where
the
he
Associated Press only reporting that the FBI investigating, as is their job, any possible evidence of foul play.
Okay, of course it's difficult to find out information because the Port Authority is based at the World Trade Center, and Marcia Kramer's been trying to get in touch with them and get the latest for us. She's got a little bit more info for us from the newsroom. Marcia?
Well, Lisa, there is now word that the Port Authority has closed all their bridges and tunnels coming in and out of the city.
Wow.
What that means is the George Washington Bridge is closed, The Lincoln Tunnel is closed. The Holland Tunnel is closed, and all airports are now closed.
Wow.
That's regarded as a security measure. Remember, when you take a look at the possibility of terrorist attack, our bridges and our airports and our tunnels are regarded as prime targets. So to make sure that there isn't any other further disaster, they are closing all the bridges and tunnels into New York City. So to repeat, the George Washington Bridge, the Lincoln and Holland tunnels are closed. All 3 area airports, Newark, LaGuardia, and Kennedy airports are closed. Now, in Washington, the FBI was said to investigating reports around 9 o'clock, just before the first crash, of a plane hijacking. That's something that they're going to have to be looking into to see if the plane that crashed into the first World Trade Center building, Tower 1, was in fact...
We got to be at war, right?
We're waiting for our president to speak.
Pretty close.
Yep.
Yeah, how are they going to figure out who's responsible for this?
Yeah, first you can't declare war until you know who did it.
Yeah. I could think of some people to declare war on, though.
Right, yeah, I mean...
In general.
We can all come up with a list of candidates.
Yeah, we could use this as an excuse.
Exactly. It's not something to do lightly, though.
Coordinated this had to be.
I know. So coordinated. This is, you know...
This is not the
This is what we've all known is going to happen.
We're all saying we've been lucky this hasn't happened before.
It was either going to be the Midtown Tunnel or one of these big targets, and someone was going to blow it up, and now they've done it.
You know, a lot of TV channels are out. Because
the towers are up on the World
Is that
Trade
right?
Center.
Yes, and there's radio stations up there as well.
The footage of that plane flying into it was pure Jerry Bruckheimer. I mean, it looked like it was straight up.
Yeah, it's like an Arnold Schwarzenegger film.
There's Bush.
You know what's weird?
What's
what Bush is saying.
I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act.
The country.
Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
No, it seems to be.
And now if you join me in a moment of silence.
Oh, with the prayer. Moment of silence.
So you know what I want to hear, Howard?
Yeah.
I want to hear him say, we will find these people. I want him to be angry.
Yeah.
Look, we're going to find these people, and...
You know what I wanted to say? Planes are on the way.
President Bush, who was down in Florida for what was...
Yeah, but you know, you got to remember who his dad was. His dad was the head of the CIA. His dad is a strong, powerful man. His father's going to make sure that things are done.
He didn't do it himself.
Well,
Why didn't he do anything?
Because they were afraid if they got rid of Saddam, who'd come next.
Was that the same CIA that could never get Castro?
You guys can't forget, they bombed 3 different places. They tried to get bin Laden. In fact, we had rockets that hit the Chinese embassy in some.
So why'd we give up?
We got in a lot of trouble for that.
Trouble. Who cares anymore? Let's go.
Can you imagine that we can't find bin Laden? Can you imagine that? Come on.
And you know what? It isn't even bin Laden. It's the whole friggin' country.
Well, see, that's the problem.
Yeah, right.
Why
Dominic,
is it
you're
safe
right.
to be there?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, if this could, obviously...
Forget bin Laden.
He's got money.
Time to just literally say we were just attacked.
What country, though? See,
you know who it is.
No.
I'll tell you the countries right off the bat.
We don't. The CIA should.
I'm saying that you listen.
But it's terrorists within those countries, and it is it's the countries that house the terrorists. Absolutely.
Yeah, but the government is hiding behind those terrorists.
And I'm sure they'll take credit for it anyway.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to take credit for it.
Bush needed to make it.
The government of those countries hide behind those terrorists.
You know what? We got to wait and see what the deal is.
You can't rush to judgment.
Yeah.
Well, we could.
It's not like Pearl Harbor. We knew who the Japanese were.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they at least announced we did it.
But Bush could have generalized. He could have made a speech along the lines of that Reagan one from 15 years ago. He said they count on America.
No one's been able to write him a new speech.
I agree with that.
He's afraid to. But Bush is the kind of politician. He's afraid to say something spontaneously. Yeah. He just said, "I'm going to say a prayer."
He doesn't have any spontaneity.
He's got to wait for Cheney to tell him what to say, and he's going to get. I'll guarantee. I'd bet $10 million right now. He's on the phone to his dad asking him what to do.
Well, you know what? The first thing he said was, "I call the vice president."
Yeah. Because the vice president's in charge. Dick Cheney's running the country. Anybody who doesn't know that is crazy.
And the whole world should have a minute of silence in the middle of this.
Cheney? Does he have a military background, Cheney?
Cheney?
Yeah, he was defense secretary.
Cheney.
But originally.
What kind of accent do you have? Cheney.
Cheney. He's talking about his own chin.
The buildings are now buckling, they're saying. That literally...
Of course. I mean, the infrastructure's got to be
a Boeing 767 from Boston, according to our information partner, CNN. We're not sure which plane that was, if it was the first airplane or the second. Again, looking into the possibility of a hijacking, a possible suicide mission, the FBI on high alert. All bridges, tunnels leading into New York City have been closed.
All three
airports have been closed, all under the command of the Port Authority, which ironically is based at the World Trade Center. Also, the Emergency Command Center that's supposed to be bomb-proof and earthquake-proof is at 7 World Trade Center across the street there. President Bush, as you see on the bottom of your screen, is calling the crashes terrorist attacks, and he is pledging to a full-scale investigation to hunt down and find the people responsible for it. Marcia Kramer, you're in the newsroom. What can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you now that New York City is going on high alert. It's going into what you would call its terrorist alert. They've established a no-fly zone over all of Manhattan. The Lincoln Holland tunnels have been closed.
How do you enforce a no-fly zone?
You get any plane that comes into the area will be shot down by the Air Force.
Brooklyn Battery Tunnel.
The planes are up now. Our planes are all up. Our war planes. They're on full alert.
But see, that's what I was trying to say before, Howard. You'd have to have a military base next to the World Trade Center,
Right.
everything.
You can't do that. The only way you protect against terrorism is to be a very strong parent. We're the leaders in the world. We have all the technology to spank these douchebags and fix them for once.
We've been
We're lenient
parents.
We're too liberal.
We're trying to let everybody solve their own problems.
When parents are too liberal, the kids get spoiled and they act out.
Just buy the World Trade Center? Seriously.
I don't know who did.
They just confirmed at least one casualty.
Oh,
Oh,
there's going to be a lot more than
There'll be a
that.
lot more than that. The only saving grace might be that people weren't in the building because it was 9 o'clock, but like as we said, people get into work pretty early around here.
9 o'clock is late for the financial community to get to work. It really is.
Right.
Developed after the bombing of the World Trade Center.
And I disagree with Tom. After the bombing of the World Trade Center, nobody was hunted down.
There was nobody to hunt down.
Well, there was. They
put people on trial.
These aren't
Big deal.
These aren't individuals. That's what I'm saying. People.
It's got to be countries.
But I mean,
Countries
if they
have
put
to
them
be
on
held
trial-
responsible. Let me see. Mayor's emergency bunker located at the World Trade Center.
Every emergency thing is located there.
Protect its bridges and tunnels. The UN, the United Nations, has been evacuated. The stock exchange has been evacuated. These are two of the landmarks in New York City that police and FBI officials have regarded as potential targets of terrorist attack. Again, we have also learned that FBI offices all across the country have been put on high alert for the possibility that there could be terrorist attacks other places in the country. Again, President Bush said that he called it an apparent terrorist attack, but it will take some time for the FBI...
Listen, we let all of these terrorists live in this country. We do.
Did you see that the subways are shut down? It just said
I'm telling you, you won't be able to get home.
This is crazy.
All right, we got to
We're
take a
stuck
break.
right here.
We're going to take a break, and I think we should just come back. We'll wrap it up. I don't know.
I don't know how to wrap it up.
I'll wrap it up. You don't have to wrap it up.
It's just there's no wrap.
I'll find a way to wrap.
I'm going to call my kids. Goodbye.
Whoa. What do you mean you're calling your kids? How dare you?
Kids. Who's more important than us?
You're going to call your kids?
I want to make sure they're all right.
Wait, whoa. Your
Are
kids
they at the...
Are your kids something to do with the World Trade Center?
No, but just at a moment like this, you want to just worry about it. I feel really bad about it, like all of you.
I think the terrorists are going to avoid Garden City, Dominic.
Yeah, I think imagine they're going after Dominic's law offices.
I just have to tell you, I do eat more in moments of fear.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're going to balloon up.
Yeah, I think he's really going to get something to eat.
Exactly. Yeah, I think you have to go eat. Go ahead.
Already said there was one Danish left.
All right, I have to take a break, and when we come back, we'll I guess we'll close up the show.
Yeah.
Okay, right after these words.
This is a real-time rebroadcast of The Howard Stern Show. The Howard Stern Show. 1 year ago today, September 11th, 2001, as a tribute to all New Yorkers in the spirit of America.
Well, let's gonna have to do a commercial here, guys. I'm gonna need you to quiet down, everybody. Commercials are most important at a time like this. What do you got there, John?
Pentagon.
The Pentagon, what?
Stop it. What, is there another explosion?
Wait, what's going on? Is there another explosion? They just attacked the Pentagon.
Turn off the TV.
Hold on, wait a second.
Oh, no.
Let's go back to the... 1 second.
The Pentagon. The Pentagon, also the site of activity, is clearly evident there on your screen. CBS News also reporting that the White House has been evacuated. evacuated only. You're looking at
just finish the break, and then we'll come back and stick with this. Go ahead. Tom, our general manager in New York, said because of what's going on now in our country that we're just going to come back and be with you. The Pentagon has just been attacked.
Hit by a plane.
Hit by a plane. The World Trade Center has been hit by 2 planes. This is what we know so far. And I got to tell you.
They evacuated the White House.
Let me put on the sound.
Side of the screen, you can see the World Trade Center, which was hit by two planes. The first plane that hit the World Trade Center was a plane that was hijacked from Boston. As a result of that, we can also tell you that Logan Airport in Boston has also been closed.
Wow.
New York City airports are closed. Bridges and tunnels coming into Manhattan.
What's going to be next?
All been closed.
Anything could
that
happen
could be a
now.
further terrorist target is now being closed down as New York City and apparently the Capitol go into
the Pentagon. How do they get a plane through to the Pentagon? That's what I want to know. Isn't that what?
On the Washington Mall. So there's now 2.
How is the Pentagon?
It's 48 minutes since the first attack on the World Trade Center.
And they got
approximately.
Does
and they got a plane through.
question now whether this is terrorism?
Well, we know it's terrorism, and I'm telling you, a country has to be. You know, this reminds me of Japan attacked us in World War II, Pearl Harbor. They were the only country ever to attack the United States like this. And we took an A-bomb and we blew the daylights out of them. Harry Truman knew. They were still screwing around at the end of the war.
It was 4 years later.
4 years later, they dropped an atomic bomb on their ass. And we got to drop atomic bombs.
There's got to be a war. That's all there is to
but a
it.
devastating war where people die.
No stopping this.
Burn their eyes out with
I don't want to
atomic
hear
bombs.
about casual
and about how you civilians.
casualties.
Far
We got
more than
civilian
40,000
casualties.
people work in the
If
trade.
this guy Bush doesn't go to war right now, I'm telling you that
You still got to know where to go.
we know where to
Well,
go.
you know what?
Don't you know?
If they didn't do it, they better surrender right away.
Yeah, they should all surrender right now.
I'd rather Martin Sheen stepped up than Bush right now.
That we're looking at. We're
Vinny, be quiet.
Vinny, where did you come from?
Right?
Vinny Penn. Vinny Penn is still trying to be funny. He's like, hey, this was my day to be funny. This is my shot.
Yeah, I got lots
Well, you know, in all fairness, he hasn't been here in 3 months, and he may not be back for another 3. He's going to make the most of it.
All right, Vinny, you make all the jokes you want. We understand. Wait.
As you look live at New York City's
Pentagon.
Center buildings on fire from a
The Pentagon is on fire.
That's brazen. I mean, to attack the Pentagon, it's brazen. It's like we don't care.
Airlines.
That is the seat of our military.
Yeah.
Had been hijacked. The second airplane we're
That's
trying
like
to get
scoffing at us as a
type of
superpower.
aircraft.
They are
Are we
laughing.
done? I mean, do you think there's something else coming?
Yes.
Could be anything.
Absolutely.
Look, who knew that this was going to
The
happen?
Pentagon.
Our subway
How are they getting all these planes?
That's why they're evacuating the White House. This is serious. Very
flames
serious.
And black smoke billowing
Our
from the
president can't go
Pentagon
home
as that
tonight.
aircraft was hit just a few moments ago, 9:40 this morning.
Should point out
He doesn't want to go home. He wants to be on that ranch anyway.
Washington Mall. No confirmation as to the cause of that. And the west wing of the White House and the Capitol buildings have been evacuated.
All these countries are jealous of us, our way of life.
They want us to be miserable like they are.
Right. And we are now miserable. And now is the time to not even ask questions.
Nope.
Just to be pissed off and drop a few atom bombs, do a couple of chemical warfare hits, let their people burn and suffer until they understand.
Empty our stores of everything because we haven't been bothering anybody.
Right. Dominic, what is it? I don't know why I'm going to you, but
California. Watch.
Yeah.
Something in the Midwest.
There's something in the West, something in
That's
L.A.,
West.
Chicago.
I mean, there's obvious targets, but I mean, Chicago, L.A.
Chicago or something in
boy, they're going to the Pentagon.
They're doing it. They've shut down Wall Street.
Can you imagine they bombed, they actually crashed into the
Pentagon.
How do you get to do that? I thought that's like that airspace is completely protected. And how are they not on alert?
Well, everybody's on alert now.
I mean, it's 48 minutes later. I mean,
So what? I mean, that's certainly enough time.
I'm saying that.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you.
You know, this is a huge country to try to protect, though.
I know, but the Pentagon is a target that is considered a highly desirable target.
But you know what? They probably are sitting there going, nobody would ever do this, just like they did during World War II.
After the White House, what's the next biggest target? It's got to be the Pentagon, right?
Yeah.
What's bigger than that?
Pentagon is bigger than the White House. It's where we have our nuclear capability.
Now, where does all the cabinet and the president go when you evacuate them? Where do they
They
go?
have bunkers.
They have
if they have to.
They have bunkers. What do you have, BabaBooey?
Yeah, well, we have the top. We can go to your apartment. We get a better view when the plane comes.
Yeah.
Hey, can you imagine if there was something in those planes that crashed?
You know
There
what I'm
was
talking
something
about?
in there.
No, I'm saying
People.
like a chemical or something like that.
They don't
that's
need
supposed
more
to
than
spread.
the fuel.
That's right. That's all they need.
No, he's got a point. What if there's some killer gas in there, some chemical?
We'd
That's a
already
good point.
be dead.
I think everybody be, yeah, we'd already be
Hey,
dead.
we're nothing, there's no air in this building.
We're the
Not to make a joke.
We're the only ones left there.
I swear to you, I'm getting queasy.
Oh, I
Yeah,
can't tell
it's
you.
There's
really.
every reason to
I'm
be.
having trouble breathing.
I had.
There's every reason to be.
I was
Who do I
fighting back
sue?
tears.
We are under attack like never before.
Howard will be the only casualty.
No, I'm telling you, I'm starting to get agitated.
Well, don't have a heart attack before you find out
I
what's
feel
going
like
to happen.
I'm very angry.
I
Leave
know.
into a paper bag.
I'm very angry. I feel that people need to suffer now.
Scary.
We have to protect our way of life.
That's exactly true, Howard. You'll get no argument there.
Well, you'll see. They'll do nothing.
No.
I think you're wrong.
Here at Bellevue Hospital,
you know what, you
they're
better be wrong.
expecting
Listen up.
So far, 2 have arrived here. It seemed that the injuries were minor.
I feel like I'm watching a movie. That this can't be real.
Time ago, and
Yeah.
alarms
Be a
were
nightmare.
going off. Right now, they're on external disaster, a very high alert at this hospital. Everybody gearing up for this disaster. And here on the FDR, continuously, there are sirens just whizzing by, police cars, fire.
Can I say something? I'm trying to think who is it that could talk to us right now to try to calm us down. The only person I can think of is on the phone. Cabby. Crazy Cabby. Yes,
He
Cabby.
can make sense of all this?
Yes. Cabby.
Howard,
Yeah.
I live in Brooklyn, and I'm standing on the roof of my building, and it's disgustingly sick what is going on. Who did this, first of all? And second of all, it's time to stop toying and letting these people come into our country and blow things up and do it all over the world. You know, we keep guys like Osama bin Laden around because we need enemies. We need a reason to build bombs. And I swear to God, if this isn't a reason to wipe out every freaking terrorist on the planet Earth, today we have the technology. We know where they are.
We can do it.
It's just do it.
We're afraid of the world reaction. Now, don't be afraid.
Screw them. That's what I say. Screw the rest of the world.
I mean, you talk about attacking us at our heart. We're on the building with binoculars, and somebody said they think they saw somebody jump out of the building because the building's on fire.
Oh my God. This is just
I can't. I'm in shock.
I'm in shock too, and I'll tell you one thing. I'm getting increasingly woozy from this.
And they're closing down all of Manhattan. We will not be let off this island.
Look at it. Look at that thing. Look at the burning Pentagon. The Pentagon you can't even see.
Right, it's engulfed in
They hit the Pentagon too?
Oh, yeah.
You better go back inside.
They just
Ken.
blew up the Pentagon.
Oh my God.
A plane hit the Pentagon.
Pentagon has been hit by an airplane 48 minutes after the World Trade Center was hit by 2 planes.
They are evacuating the West Wing of the White House.
It's time to stop screwing around with these people, and I'm talking all the way down to
they're
Saddam
begging
Hussein.
for it.
Yeah.
Countries like Yemen and the United Arab Emirates who house these people and let these people do this.
All of them. Blow them
They
all to
are
sky high.
begging us for
Atom bombs.
major attention.
Atom bombs.
Nuclear strikes all over the
Nuclear
world today.
war. Just do it so that they're flattened out and it turns into a paved road, and
we
we'll
can
take the oil for ourselves.
Amusement parks over there.
And we'll take the oil for ourselves, by the way. This is a good excuse.
How could a plane hit the Pentagon?
Well, that's a
That's right.
wonderful question,
How could a
Dominic.
plane hit a Pentagon 48 minutes after the World Trade Center's been attacked?
Missiles to shoot these planes down?
No, because it's probably a commercial airline that was hijacked. Think of all the people on
They
these
just
planes.
said a plane was hijacked from Boston, one of these planes.
767 is. I called my wife, and she said the report she heard was that it was a 767 out of Boston, and that is probably
That's the
second
first
plane.
one.
I think that's the second.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Cabby, thanks for the call.
Howard, this
I know.
one
I
of
don't
the
even.
biggest travesties to ever hit the world.
It is the one. It's certainly the biggest travesty in our lifetime.
I cannot believe it. I'm disgusted by humans, and we better take care of business, or we're all lost.
Yeah, our way of life will be destroyed. We are now we have to sit in fear. Now it's
Exactly.
time
We're
to
the
get
most
busy.
powerful country on the planet,
If we
and
sit in
let this
fear, we
happen.
deserve to have our lives destroyed.
Right. Don't sit and listen to these other countries like France. You fakes.
Wait and see.
Yeah, how many times have we bailed their ass out, and they house terrorists too?
Oh, absolutely.
Get rid of them too.
Well, you know what? Just blow them all up.
There's debris falling onto the street from the World Trade Center. Flames and smoke from both towers.
I can see it from my. I'm standing on the roof of my building.
All right.
It makes me cry. It's sad.
All right. Thanks, Kevin.
An evacuation has been ordered at the United Nations. Now they're getting everybody out of every tall building.
Right.
Hey, Howard, CNN just also reported that they closed every airport in the country.
Good.
Absolutely.
Let's get
no
busy.
time to be flying around. See anything up there? Shoot it down.
Yeah, Dominic.
What's next?
Right. What's next?
What is next?
I never thought the Pentagon.
See, you can't get. There's no getting off Manhattan now. Everything's closed.
If they plan 3, they can do 5.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They could be all day long with this.
This could be going on every day now unless we act swiftly and no investigation. You know what countries hate us.
You see what I
The
say?
long
See,
list.
I'm
Yeah.
always, considered an extremist. But I say you declare war on everybody, and then whoever surrenders doesn't get killed.
Right.
But how do you kill every son and child?
I
just do
would.
it. I
Because
would.
they grow up to be terrorists.
You know which countries have to be flattened out.
They're in collusion. If Bin Laden is behind this, boy, did he show us something.
They raised them to be terrorists.
It's not only Bin Laden. It's all those guys over there. They're
Yeah,
wise
there's
asses.
somebody listening to him. He doesn't do this on his own.
Yeah.
He doesn't go out and bomb anything.
Right, he's alive. He's got people killing himself. before
exactly.
him.
Do you realize how many TV stations are actually knocked out?
No, I don't. No.
How many?
4, 5, 7.
Oh, they're knocked out?
Out.
Channel 7's not on the air?
Out.
Oh, my God.
No. What's on the air? 2?
How is CBS on?
Channel 2's the only one on.
2, and I believe...
They're on the Empire State Building.
Wait a minute.
Wow.
Hey, really important. Robin's driver is leaving, and he doesn't care how she gets home.
Is that true?
Yeah, he's going.
Well, why don't you go?
Oh, that's
Robin, you can't get
hysterical.
home.
He's leaving right now.
I'll be fine.
But Robin, you can't get home.
I know, everything's
Ferries are
closed.
Robin, you can stay at my apartment.
No,
I keep
that's
hear,
all right.
You hear such conflicting stuff, Howard. Scott said that he heard somewhere that Scott the engineer that everything's open going outbound, that they want everyone out of the city. But
Well, I just saw that they closed the battery tunnel.
That can't be
true.
If anybody needs to leave, go ahead. I'll,
Yeah.
I'll
Where
certainly-
can we go?
I'll hold down the fort.
I went upstairs and told everybody that as well, and it's everybody saying, where am I going to go?
Yeah.
That could
they'd
create
rather-
pandemonium if
they'd
everyone
rather
started
be
trying
here.
to get out.
Right, it'll be like a
people that they
Sylvester
know and care
Stallone
about.
movie in the tunnels.
Does that mean I'm trapped here with Tom?
See ya.
Now we better go to war.
Let's have lunch.
Right.
I know a really nice, quiet place for lunch.
Yeah, I bet prices are cheap today.
Here is that they were both suicide flights going in, and as I said before, there's unconfirmed word that even a third plane was on its way here. The disposition of that we don't know.
Wow.
The studio, I can't hear you right now, but let me go back to you.
A third plane was on its way.
Maybe. And maybe they stopped it.
Lower Manhattan.
Giving us our first account of things from ground level. Let's go back to the newsroom now. Marcia,
we're sitting ducks.
Following the developments
Well, you
from
knew that moving into
vantage
New York.
point. Marcia?
Well, we're now getting some picture of the breadth of this national catastrophe.
Oh.
First of all, the White House was evacuated, the entire White House, after the Secret Service received a credible threat, I repeat, a credible threat of a terrorist act against the presidential mansion and residence. But that's not the only building that's been evacuated. We now can report that the State Department, the Capitol, and
Yes.
the Treasury buildings are also being evacuated. And believe it or not, in Los Angeles, they are on a tactical alert, and they are starting to evacuate key buildings.
Everywhere.
All bridges and tunnels
We're
closed
sitting
in
ducks.
Manhattan.
No. It says
Into
into.
Manhattan.
It says
Into Manhattan.
Yeah, into.
It's out too. Why would
It's gonna.
Yeah,
It's
well, how
gonna.
are you going to get out?
Yeah, Eric, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard, Dominic was wrong. Channel 7 is on the air. Channel 9 is off the air.
No, I have no 7.
He has no 7.
That's because he's watching that TV in Shelter Island.
You want me to just...
Back to Channel 9. They'll see what happens.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Zolar, you're on the air.
Oh, thank God you took my call, Howard. No, I'm looking at 7, I'm looking at 5, I'm looking at 2, I'm looking at 4. Let me tell you something, Howard. One word on the news about...
Oh, no.
Wait a second. What happened?
my
Tom, what
God.
happened?
Oh, my God.
What just happened?
Oh, my God.
What
the
just
whole-
happened? Look at that.
Oh, the whole World Trade Center just collapsed.
Yeah, I'm looking at it on Channel 7.
Oh my God. The whole thing just completely dropped.
Goodness.
It actually collapsed.
That's it.
Oh, my God.
Anybody who had a chance of getting out of there
It collapsed.
doesn't
It's
have
gone.
a chance now.
Are you watching the footage?
Yeah.
Oh, it's horrific.
The whole thing just collapsed.
What's everything around there is in danger.
Let me put up the sound for a second so we can hear what's going on.
On microphone from Chopper 2 as he takes these pictures. Jim?
Yes, I am here, Michael.
Jim, tell us what's happening out there.
We just witnessed some kind of secondary follow-up explosion on the World Trade Center #2, the one
Secondary.
that is on the south that is difficult to make out through the debris and smoke, but it does appear that a portion, the top portion of the building has collapsed down to the streets below.
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable we have seen here. The debris and smoke just covering the entire portion of lower Manhattan.
Oh, my gosh.
Jim, we know this is terribly difficult for everybody. We're asking that you please stay with us. Hold your shot. Stay with us on audio. We should tell people our crews have been running from that scene, as have everybody, and the entire area has been under an evacuation for some time. And just moments ago, you saw it here live from Chopper 2, a horrific scene as one of the towers there appears to have collapsed. From what had happened earlier, a quick chronology as you continue to look live. Just before 9 o'clock this morning, word of a plane crash into Tower 1 that had been confirmed. A 757 hijacked out of Boston was the first impact. 18 minutes later, a second plane impacted Tower 2. Not long after that,
Videotape of that second crash.
Not long after this second impact that you will see here on tape, happening 18 minutes after the first impact,
and then
was the fire at the Pentagon.
Right, about 9:30 this morning.
Also confirmed,
and this is the collapse. We're
from the
showing you, this
Associated
is the
Press.
collapse, ladies and gentlemen, on
Look at that.
videotape.
The whole middle of the building
just
came out.
happened. Unbelievable.
It's like an implosion, right?
Let's go to Marcia Kramer now in the newsroom as she watches what you're seeing at home right now. Marcia?
Well, the real concern right now for New York City emergency rescue squads is to get people on the ground away from that scene as soon as possible. If you live in the area, if you live in Battery Park City or any of the other housing developments in that area, you should leave the area. You should evacuate the area and get away from the scene. Right now, police have to determine if...
Oh, my God. The whole World Trade Center just imploded and went down.
As a tribute to all New Yorkers in the spirit of America, we present a real-time rebroadcast of The Howard Stern Show from September 11th, 2001.
The whole building's gone.
It's just gone.
It's gone, and people are in there.
Oh, yeah.
Not anymore.
Hopefully they were out.
Nah, no way. No way they got out.
Evacuated that entire building with the fire going
No
on
way.
and everything.
They had an hour.
No way. I'm sorry, what is it, Dominic?
Look at that picture on 2. Did you ever think you'd see that in the life?
No. It's really war.
It's like a nuclear bomb hit the city.
Yeah, it really is.
It's so beyond Pearl Harbor. It's just so beyond.
It is beyond Pearl Harbor.
The entire city is covered with smoke.
At least Pearl Harbor was...
And the Pentagon's on fire.
Installation.
What went on at the Pentagon? The plane crashed into the Pentagon?
Yes.
Oh.
And now they're saying there's one other plane on the radio they think is still up there.
Oh,
I don't
no.
think
Really?
it's down yet. There must have been a third target in New York.
Zolar, go ahead, finish your thought.
Get your arms together, baby. Get out there on the streets and go to your local freaking deli with them.
All right, I got him. That's crazy. He's just upset.
I understand, but he's an idiot.
No.
It's like we keep looking at this and we think to ourselves, how much worse can it get? And every 10 minutes it gets worse.
It's getting bad.
Yeah.
Cabby.
Howard, we were standing here and we were just discussing the things that were going on, and the second building just crumbled right in front of us.
It did. I know.
And how many people on the ground or other buildings were affected by that?
Yeah, that whole area.
It's a 110-story building.
There's another plane behind it. I don't know if you just saw it in the air.
Yeah, what is that?
I just saw a plane fly by.
That's got to be one of our planes, right?
Well, it's a no-fly zone.
That was a chopper. I noticed that about 10 or 15
No,
minutes
not
ago.
a chopper.
No.
There was a chopper originally, and then they cleared the whole area. The World Trade Center is not standing.
Downtown is completely
doing
covered
real
by a
well
cloud of
either.
smoke.
Here's Ed Moyer.
He's coming to get Tom.
This is our world. That siren is our world.
This is a disgusting display that is humanity right here.
Oh, yeah.
What are you going to say here? There's nothing to be said. I don't know what we're good do. What good it is to have us on the air right now. I don't know.
They're not letting anybody into the city, are they?
No.
Tom, I don't think it does any good to have us on the air now, does it?
The only thing I'd say about having you on the air, it's some place for people to come.
Right.
Especially people in other cities.
It becomes a big encounter session, and if you want to continue that.
I don't know. I'm sure everyone's...
If you want, as long as they're not going to
Abandon us for a news station?
See that picture, Howard?
That footage.
Actually,
Cabby.
I can't even believe this.
Cabby, where are you right now?
I live in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, right next to the Williamsburg Bridge. So my view of downtown, I have a complete view of everything that's going on right now. I'm on my roof. And all the traffic has been obviously stopped going into the city, and everybody seems to be making a quick exodus out of the city. And right now, you can't even see downtown. It's completely covered with smoke from the the collapse of one of the greatest buildings ever built because of the ignorance of humanity.
If any of my staff has to leave because they're still letting people out of the city, you should go.
Well, I already lost my driver.
Boy.
He always says, Robin, I'll take a bullet for you. See ya.
Yeah, bye.
Not a bomb.
I mean, do you think it's
scared to get on the subway?
See ya, Robin.
Do you think it's worth making an attempt to go home?
Yeah, you should go do it.
Go do it.
I would say go be with your family. Absolutely.
I would go do it and.
Subways are closed.
The subways
Where's
are
KC
closed.
going? He has no family to go.
Casey, you have no family. Get over here.
Get back here, you.
He runs out with Gary.
And Howard, obviously, if you want to go, we'll fill.
I got nowhere to go.
Casey's going to OTB.
What about guys in a situation like me?
The horses aren't running.
Cab it out and take a train and.
Well, good luck.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't think Vinny, I think you're here for
We better
good.
get a hotel room together.
That means
Benny.
I can do the show again tomorrow, Howard.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
He's available.
I don't even know what it'll be tomorrow.
Yeah, really.
I mean,
it may not
seriously.
be tomorrow with this going on.
We might have a state of martial law by tomorrow.
That's right.
And we probably should.
You know, I want to hear from our president again.
Yeah.
Yeah, where is it? Oh, never mind. I won't call him names.
We know where he is. Yeah, you got to get behind the president now. But Doug, what's your story?
Oh my God, dude! I just can't even talk. I was just on my roof of my building, and we actually saw the building buckle a little bit.
Yeah.
And then we came down, and we went on, the freaking building collapsed. But just think of all the countless amount of people on the ground within 25 blocks, and all the emergency workers, the police, the firemen, they're probably gone.
Overwhelmed at this point.
They're gone.
Said
and you know what pisses me off the most is our freaking president. What the heck? What a softie.
Well, let's not even get to that yet.
Yeah.
Let's see what he does.
I guarantee you,
Let me just say,
he's our president.
There was word, this is completely unconfirmed, but Governor Pataki has an office in
the World Trade Center.
Center. It's not known. I don't know.
No, the president said he had talked to the governor of New York.
Okay.
Yeah, they spoke.
And it is the most eerie thing. You look up on my rooftop, which overlooks the whole city, and I mean, the streets are just empty. It's just a parade of
the devastation
and police cars and fire trucks. It's
the building collapsing.
It's hard to even speak.
Yeah.
Hit other buildings in the area.
I'm having difficulty having anything to say.
The countless amount of people in that zone where the building collapses, they're all deprived of air. There's no air going in there.
Right now.
Yeah.
Hey, Howard?
Yeah.
I hear they closed all bridges and tunnels either way.
Oh, they did?
You're not going to be able to get
Tell
in.
Gary to abandon that.
I just pulled them back from coming.
If anyone needs somewhere to come, they can come up to my building if they stuck.
Well, yeah.
And
I'll have everyone but Benji.
And I suggest
This is
people.
really sad. I just feel like crying, Howard. I mean,
of course you do. This is unreal.
Sad. I mean,
of course you feel like crying. This is absurd.
This is our country.
You knew this was coming.
What did we do that was so wrong?
We were
did
having
nothing.
a good time.
We did nothing wrong.
You know when they did it, Howard?
These are people who live in countries where they're enslaved.
They're going to say that we've participated in terrorist acts
Who cares?
as well.
You know what? Now's the time to stop their rhetoric.
That's their religion. This is our religion.
Now you got, for the first time, you got the excuse to really wipe out these animals.
Absolutely.
Animal countries. Don't target Osama bin Laden.
Don't look for people.
Howard, do you realize how many people are probably, dead or injured from
thousands.
this?
Oh,
but
thousands.
you know what?
Look at the collapse of this.
The thing you ought to think about is the people who are cheering that this happened
all around the world.
Anybody
who's cheering
and they should be gotten right now.
Howard, it's at the point now where
F-16 flying overhead now.
Hold it a second.
Military jets in the air.
There are military jets in the air?
Military jets in the air. Let me see. I'm sorry. It's an F-15, which is an interceptor jet, which is meant to take out other aircraft.
Right.
I'm telling you, there's still one plane somewhere.
Yeah, they said that there was a third plane.
That they thought was headed
Well, they're
here.
obviously flying, and they're going to take it down.
Yeah, well, they got to, and how are they going to take it down? They're going to have to take it out down over Manhattan.
Which means there's probably people on the plane.
That's the problem.
They will take out those people on the plane. And
at this point, you have to.
Yeah, you have to. It's called collateral damage, and they're going to have to do it.
This is devastating. If there is a third plane still in the air, it's probably a hijacked plane with people on it. The military's going to have to shoot it down.
You won't even get close to Manhattan now because there's Air Force up in the air.
Right. Yeah, but what
you
is
know what? That's what they intended to do. They intended to take probably people with planes with people on them as hostages
insurance
to keep themselves from being shot down before they
Till they could hit a target.
And you know what? So if they get over the tip of Manhattan somewhere else and we have to shoot them down and a bunch of people die there, they've still done their job.
Let me recap. Planes have crashed into the World Trade Center. 2 of them. One at 9 o'clock, roughly a little before 9 o'clock. Then a second plane went into the building.
About 18 minutes later.
48 minutes later, the Pentagon was attacked.
And one of the World Trade Centers now is non-existent.
It's collapsed. Yeah.
And the other one is basically gone.
It doesn't have a chance.
They say even a third plane could be up in the air. All airports have been closed. Everything in and out of Manhattan is closed down. We're here in Manhattan broadcasting, obviously.
They say 3 planes, but 3 planes already crashed, already. I think maybe that's the only 3.
Would you ever predict the Pentagon?
Never.
No, I mean,
they
who knows?
thought there was a third one here.
What's that noise?
That's one of the military jets that's circling over the tip of Manhattan and the tip of Brooklyn.
Howard, this visibility's got to be shot. This has become one of those movies. I mean, the planes are flying over our homes.
Yeah.
That is a warplane.
It's a warplane.
We're at war. We just don't know with who.
You know what's terrifying is that it's just a matter of seconds. We're watching the the other tower burn. It's coming down within minutes. You know that.
There's going to be another collapse. I hope to hell people are just getting out of that area.
Howard, now there's debris all over the ground, and other buildings in that area are affected.
It's complete devastation.
They must be trying to find that other plane that they're circling like that.
How many people do you think were in that World Trade Center at the time of this attack?
The 2 World Trade Centers together got to be over 75 or 100,000 people. I mean, it's a lot of people.
They said 50,000 people work in the 2 buildings.
Between 50 and 70,000 work in the 2 World Trades.
Right. And the only thing we can hope is that well, wait a second. There's another report coming in. Let me see.
Speculation obviously going on. It has the markings of a Middle East act of terrorism.
Why do you say that?
Well, often in the Middle East, when there's a bombing, a suicide bombing or a car bombing, you'll find a second bomb going off when the emergency response crews respond to cause maximum
which just happened.
They're so sweet, those people.
This is our worst-case scenario. This is something.
A 4th plane has just crashed into.
In the security industry,
I'm not sure where.
This is something.
The 4th plane is.
And someone's on. Let me see. Someone's on the phone saying that Palestine and that Ben Osama bin Laden guy is claiming responsibility, whatever his name is.
Oh, the second plane was from Jersey, Howard.
Both from an investigative
Hold on, I'll get to that guy.
From a response standpoint, is going to
another
be
explosion hits lower Manhattan. Oh my God!
Impossible.
Clearly, you can only do so much.
Hold on, let me see what this guy's saying. Yeah, Bob, you there? Bob? Okay, hold it a second. Wait, Bob?
Hello?
Yeah, you there?
Yeah, Howard, I'm here.
All right, what's this 4th plane?
Well, it's just being broadcast now, Howard, that a 4th plane, the 2 that hit the World Trade Center, then there was 1 at the Pentagon, and now a 4th plane has crashed into the South Tower and actually made the tower fall.
Is that right?
Oh, that was a...
And they're also saying that the Palestinians and Osama bin Laden are claiming responsibility for this. They've come out and said that they are the ones doing this.
Well,
they're not done yet.
Then let Israel loose. They're not done yet. Let Israel loose.
Let Israel loose. We have to do this.
Israel, let the U.S. loose.
Let me tell you something.
We have to go to war
it can be taken care of in an hour. We could wipe them off the face of the earth.
You don't want governments who would allow this to happen again to stand.
An hour's too long, Howard. In an hour from now, they could have 6 more planes crash into the city.
Where is the 4th plane hit, Howard?
The 4th plane crashed where?
Into the World Trade Center.
Into the South Tower.
The one that collapsed.
The one that just collapsed. The reason for that devastating collapse was not an implosion. He's saying it was a 4th plane.
That's what's on the news.
How could a 4th plane possibly get through?
I'll tell you how, because they have hostages on there. Whatever the confusion is in this moment, we are not prepared for this kind of devastating attack. Because the Air Force was not in place.
I have questions, though. Why are these huge planes flying out of airports, hijacked, and nobody knows anything?
FBI knew about one of them.
No, but there's control towers that these planes are leaving their flight.
Right, here it is.
3rd blast brought down tower.
3rd blast. Maybe not from a plane.
Because the building could have blown up just because of the fire alone.
Well, they could have had a bomb on the...
Yeah, Cassette looked like a bomb.
I think what you're hearing in our background is Cabby is out in Brooklyn, and you can hear you can hear military planes going over. You can hear emergency crews.
Howard, I just have a quick question. Do you think that these pilots, I mean, do you think the pilots might have been, killed and taken? I don't see any,
Yeah, an American would not fly into a building.
Probably killed the pilot and just
Yeah,
steered it.
I would not see any pilot actually saying, okay, I'd rather, crash into a building than just die.
Dude, how do you hijack planes that quickly?
I gotta tell you, a lot of pilots aren't American.
Well, that's true. Well, Gary, you're absolutely right.
We got guys living in this country who are terrorists, and we let them in every day, and it's just...
New York City's filled with it.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, remember that Egyptian air crash where the guy, the co-pilot, took over?
Yeah, but you'd think... You know what I mean? You wouldn't think that... You think that they know these people. The CIA knows how many times someone takes a dump.
All right.
You don't know if a guy is
But it's odd that planes can leave their flight path, take off unauthorized, or do any of the stuff they'd need to do, and nobody knew.
Let me get organized here for a second. Let me get organized for a second. Bob, I'm going to say goodbye to you, okay?
Got it, Howard.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. Doug.
Yeah.
I'm saying goodbye to you.
Okay.
All right.
Don't you think that...
Gabby, stay on.
I know that it's bedlam. I know that it's going crazy. But don't you think, as busy as he is, the president needs to be telling us something? Don't you think we need to see him to know? I mean,
I don't
think the president needs to be out right now.
Yeah, I think
the president needs to be in a war room planning his attack.
Yeah, that's exactly
We
right.
don't need to know.
Yeah,
I feel like
I'm assuming he's not on his ranch right now.
I feel like I need to hear from somebody from the government that tells me they have some
I don't think,
clue what's
Gary,
going on.
there's no clue. Who knows?
Well, you don't want to telegraph either.
That's right. You can't get on and announce what you're going to do.
You know what you don't
No,
realize,
just that
Howard?
We're aware of what's going on. We don't think there's any more planes. I mean, I don't know this building to blow up in a second.
That building went down, and now picture all the fires that are now surrounded the Twin Towers. All those other buildings are probably...
Let me go back to CBS News and see what we can learn.
Believe it or not, reporting an explosion on Capitol Hill. Fortunately, the explosion happened after Capitol Police had started to evacuate the Capitol. We don't know if any of the senators or representatives were...
Is this a new explosion?
An explosion on Capitol Hill.
There is another explosion. That makes two explosions and a fire in Washington. An explosion at the Pentagon that we've confirmed was caused by a plane. An explosion at the Capitol, we don't know what caused it. And a fire on the Washington Mall, we don't know what caused that. But the fact that there have been so many attacks would seem to indicate that there are people on the ground as well as in the air that are helping to set off and to participate.
This is an organized...
Somebody is at war with us.
This is an organized effort.
If you could you please reiterate the information you had regarding
all right, listen again.
Schools in the lower Manhattan area?
Well, what we're told is that there are 3 schools in the lower Manhattan area. There is Stuyvesant High School, which is a high school for gifted students, and there are 2 elementary schools that are also in that area. They're in the Batteries Park City complex. What we're told right now is that the kids are safe. The kids are in the classrooms, but parents who want to go and take their kids home are going to be permitted to do so.
Damn right.
As of right now, I don't know what they're going to find when they get to the school.
In Washington?
What? Yeah, one more. The Capitol. Capitol's been bombed.
You also said Washington Mall is on fire. Now,
Wipe
where's
them
that
all
from?
out, man.
What?
Wipe them out.
Right.
Every one of them. Tactical nukes.
Thanks, Cabby.
Howard?
Yeah.
This is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. I want to hurt somebody right now.
All right. Well, listen, we're all feeling the same way. Let's see what happens.
You know, when I hear my dad...
Cabby, call me back if anything else. All the phone lines are almost all down.
Don't forget to listen to Kane's show for free.
Wait a second, Cabby. You might as well stay on because I'm learning now that all the phone lines are almost all down.
Yeah, well, I couldn't get through on my cell phone at all. Nobody up here has any phone.
Right.
I'm on mine. And
you and Dominic, I see... Let me see if there's anybody else able to even get through.
Look at that picture there. The face.
Give me a
of New
second
York
here.
is completely changed.
Yeah, let me see what's going on here. Hi. Who's this?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
What's going on?
What's going on? You guys keeping in touch with the news?
Yeah, we're in touch.
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah. I don't know what this guy's trying to say.
He sounds like
Hi.
he's underground.
Hello?
Hello, can I talk to Cabby?
Yeah. Go ahead, he's on.
Yeah, what's up?
Cabby, what does Brooklyn look like? My girlfriend's someplace in there. Is that okay out there?
Yeah, Brooklyn's fine. It's they're not. It appears they're not letting anybody into the city. All the bridges out are filled with cars. People are trying to walk across there's a walkway going into the city. It looks like they're being turned back until they cannot go into the city.
Cabby, are people just like out on the street?
Yeah, Yeah, there's people everywhere. I mean, I'll walk over to the edge of the building here, and there's cars stopped, and there's people standing on the street. People are talking and looking up. I mean, that's all you can do right now is look up at the devastation that has been caused.
By the way, on my TV set now, I'm still watching the World Trade Center burn. It's basically gone. It's completely eliminated.
The South Tower is completely gone from the skyline. There is nothing there.
And there's about, I'd say, a third of
the whole top of the building.
The whole top of the building's on fire on the other one.
Yeah, I'd say there's a third of it left.
It started sort of in the middle of the building. Now the top of it is completely in flames.
Right.
Now, did you get the report that somebody said the last plane crashed at the base of the building?
There was a third plane that actually set off that second explosion that caused what we thought was an implosion at first.
It was another plane hit the building and it collapsed.
Yeah, hold on. Who just left? I think I lost somebody. Hold on.
I think it's because that first plane hit the center of it.
It's okay, I got you.
All right. Yeah, it's. I mean, I come up here every night and I look at these at the skyline of Manhattan because it's so beautiful. And to see this morning, I mean, I woke up and I'm.
Cabby.
I can't even believe it. I mean, what the hell is wrong with people?
I'm going back to the feed.
Second crash, 18 minutes later, what we have heard from the Associated Press was a plane out of Newark. Then a third crash at the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., and a fire at the Washington Mall, and now a fifth word that there was an explosion at Capitol Hill, which had since been evacuated, and now the sixth incident right now. The State Department apparently had been evacuated as all this was going on, only to find out that there's been a possible explosion there as well.
And, Michael, I've been told by our guest here, Michael Hirschman, who's the president of an international security and counterterrorism firm, that there's an unidentified aircraft approaching an airport in Northern Virginia, possibly Dulles or Washington National Airport. Authorities there are scrambling to find out about that aircraft. An unidentified aircraft circling,
get rid of it.
Approaching an airport in Northern Virginia. We're not sure which airport that is. You have Dulles there. You have Reagan International and George. Actually, those are the two airports there, scrambling to find out the nature of that aircraft. Can you tell us any more, Mr. Hirschman?
Only that's an unidentified.
Well, they taught us a good lesson. I hope. I hope we've learned something. That's Cabby's feed right now you're listening to. You can hear the emergency vehicles going off. It's complete bedlam.
They're trying to get closer, I believe, by going to the Brooklyn and the Manhattan bridges to get closer into downtown, because I'm sure the devastation from the collapse of the building has wiped out. It had to wipe out 20 square blocks around there.
Tom, what are you hearing out there?
My question was the first building, the one that's still up? The second one was where the big plane went into the
That's right.
collapse, right?
Yep. And they're saying a possible third plane.
Is that? I don't think.
No, that wasn't a third plane.
It looked like the World Trade Center was almost tipping at one point.
It did.
I think it was
the World Trade Center just doesn't exist anymore.
No, I think the one that's still up looks like it's almost buckling. I think that's the one that got hit originally.
The U.S. State Department has been evacuated. The Pentagon has been hit by a plane. Let me see.
Doctors, nurses, and that they are getting people from everywhere into that hospital. It's now called the N.
That's the bottom line. We don't even know how many people have been killed.
That's all we have here.
Tens of thousands.
Yep.
Those lines, Cindy, every firefighter is...
White House, Capitol, Treasury has been evacuated. FBI security has been tightened across the country. They don't know where the next attack will come from, or if there will be one.
All the airports are closed in the entire country.
Yep.
And you realize that this building collapsing, it probably collapsed right in on the financial district, which is the financial hub of the world, Wall Street.
Well, that's what they were doing. First, they knocked out the financial district, and then they went after the government.
They were in the middle of actually evacuating the financial district, and I don't even know how many people got out of there before that building collapsed.
I mean, you're talking a 110-story building falling in on itself.
Yep. It was huge.
Yeah, children, if you're able to get there. Obviously, the area is still very dangerous, so we caution you against taking...
They just put up a graphic. Crashes...
These people wanted to throw us into chaos.
Yeah, they have. Crashes occurred 18 minutes apart. What?
This is not tape at all. This is the only remaining World Trade Center tower. The other collapsing not too long ago. Both victims of plane crashes. The tower that has collapsed, though, we are told,
collapsed because of a third.
This is chaos.
The source of that, though,
And
at this point, we don't know.
Shouldn't be put as a crash anymore. It was an attack.
Right.
Buildings were attacked. This country has been attacked.
A crash at the Pentagon, a fire at the Washington Mall, and an explosion at Capitol Hill, as well as one at the State Department. And we just received late word of a suspicious plane.
Exactly. A suspicious plane approaching an airport in Northern Virginia, trying to determine whether that's Dulles or Reagan-Washington Airport.
Yeah, why can't you get in touch
Authorities,
with this
of course, are scrambling to
What do you think is going on? You think there are more attacks coming?
Sure.
Sure, why not wipe out an airport while you're at it?
If you look live at Chopper 2, you talked about the issue of going down and trying to get...
How many people are involved in this? How'd they keep it quiet?
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand how you... They say now that they got word that there was going to be an attack at the White House. They didn't alert anybody else?
But they
probably figured the White House they can take care of.
Is anybody out there screening my phones? I do see some people are able to get through, not many.
Yeah.
Let's see if someone can stay on that.
You know, Howard, they got into all the places that are supposed to be the highest level of security. They got into the Capitol.
This is no amateur hour.
I don't know the Capitol's confirmed.
This wasn't
Capitol was bombed. Explosion. Yeah, it's been confirmed. It wasn't a crash. It was an explosion. They have people.
There's probably on the ground people as well as in the air people.
A car bomb at the State Department. How do you know?
Possible car bomb at the State Department.
I mean, they
now
went to
being reported.
Our highest level of security. They got into all of them.
That's the thing about terrorism.
But wait a second. How did the hell they keep this quiet?
Right. There's a lot of
many people involved.
There's going to be hundreds of people involved in this.
And this has to be people who were here for some time.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, you don't just hijack an airplane. It's not the easiest thing to do.
I mean, and to do it simultaneously?
Right. 3 or 4 airplanes, and you're not...
Look at how long Japan planned to do Pearl Harbor. They did as much. They did as much work as that.
Well, this is a huge undertaking. This is a war.
The problem is we've been talking about Osama bin Laden planning some new major attack on the United States for about a year.
Yeah, we've been waiting for this.
You know, we'll never know till this whole thing is over, but for all we know, their plans failed miserably, and this is a third of what
they were planning.
Good point.
The world thought they were going to do on New Year's Eve in 1999.
Right. Yep.
And they were smart and they waited.
They waited till a random day in the middle of the week in the middle of September.
By the way, let's see. There's not many calls coming through because a lot of phone lines are dead, but Barry's on the phone. He's a paramedic on the way to the World Trade Center. Barry, what do you know?
I don't know too much. I know what you know. I watched the collapse on TV. I'm a paramedic in New Jersey, but we're going, soon we're going over there.
How are you going to get in?
I don't know. I guess we're going to use the tunnels. I'm on my way to where we get our units in Jersey.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. John wants to say something.
I think they just bombed the building in Jersey. That's what I just heard from,
Let me go back to the feed and see what's going on.
Explosion on Capitol Hill. You know, this is so preliminary. We get so much information that it's going to change throughout the day. And at this point, they're saying no explosion on Capitol Hill.
No explosion.
Also, as you mentioned, the international flights are now being diverted to Canada, and air traffic is being stopped everywhere else. That's really all we have right now from the newsroom. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Cindy. We'll check.
What did you hear about Jersey?
A friend of mine just called and said they just bombed the building in Jersey.
I'm not hearing that here. Wait.
All the subways have been closed. We're trying to get an update, especially going into Lower Manhattan. Those have been closed, obviously.
The hell is...
You know how our intern who was answering the phones got so freaked out, she had to leave the phone. She was flipping out about all this.
Oh, get someone who's not flipping out?
Yeah, I'm going to go back. I just want to tell you about the Jersey.
Bombings and the...
Second plane was from Newark.
That was the second plane that hit the World Trade Center.
Was open, going out, trying to get everybody to go out. One of the concerns, of course, was that the Emergency Command Center was at 7 World Trade Center, which is across the street from Tower 1 and what was Tower 2, unfortunately, and that the Port Authority was based at the World Trade Center.
Tower 2.
President Bush did comment earlier. He called it an apparent terrorist attack, but then updated that to call it...
seemingly at this point quite certain. He pledges the government's full support, as would be obvious, for the victims and their families, as well as full-scale investigation to hunt down those responsible. Let's go back to Cindy Hsu in the newsroom.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That's the other tower is gone.
Hold it a second. Let's hear this.
World Trade Tower Center. No more buildings have collapsed.
If Jim Smith is with us still in Chopper 2, Jimmy, you there?
What?
Michael, we just saw that as well. The second tower, the only one that was standing, tower number 1. We saw some kind of explosion, a lot of smoke come out at the top of the tower, and then it collapsed down onto the streets below, much like we saw the first tower just about a half hour ago.
Gosh, this is an unbelievable, it's incredible, incredulous.
And truly, as you're looking at the what there is of the Manhattan skyline at this point.
Oh, my
the
God.
two most prominent landmarks, the World Trade Centers,
They're gone.
reduced to a pile of rubble and ash.
They're gone.
Billowing above the city. Jim Smith, stay with us if you will. What
That's
is
like
the,
knocking
It's unfriggin' believable.
It changed
That's
the
like
face
knocking
of New
two
York.
front teeth out.
I've seen the entire lower half of Manhattan just completely covered in smoke, debris, dust, everything well south of Canal Street is just completely and covered in this smoke and dust at this time. There is not anything recognizable of what were the two trade towers, nothing standing out from those clouds of dust.
They're gone now. Yeah, I mean, that's the end of the World Trade Center.
What have we done so bad to deserve this?
Well, nothing.
Now we're going to go to
the only thing we've done is...
Look at that. Look at how the debris has rained down on the street.
Isaac, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard. Listen, I was in Israel for a year. This stuff happens every single day.
I know. Well, now it's been brought home, and this is what the Israelis have been saying, and really the world has not allowed them to wipe out these terrorists. But
to be completely honest with you, it's like it's almost like to say that all Arabs are bad, that's wrong. But to say that we should stop ourselves from, retaliating against Hamas and the PLO and organizations like that's only purpose is to destroy. In other words, talk about human rights, fine. But this is not about human rights. This is about terrorism, and you have to fight an army with weapons. There's no way.
Yeah, no, you got to take out countries. Frank, you're on the air. Frank? No, Frank, he's gone. I don't know. So a lot of the phone lines are giving us trouble.
I can't make calls going out.
I've made a couple. If you keep doing it, it comes and it goes. But within the
This is unbelievable. Kathy, you're on the air.
Yeah, Howard, I'm calling from Phoenix. I just wanted to give you guys a kid's perspective. I got a 9-year-old sister that just called me and asked me, why do people hate the Americans?
Well, because we have everything, and we have a way of life that's organized and free, and they're jealous. I mean, it's an easy question to answer.
Yeah.
We have it all.
I said, honey, I'm sorry you have to witness stuff like this.
Because these other countries live in fear of their leaders.
It's unbelievable.
They're raised to hate, and we have to now recognize.
And they make us responsible for all of their misery.
It's no different than when you were a kid growing up and you were beaten. I mean, it's you either take out those that beat you or you accept it and the behavior continues.
Right. And to see a broadcast, live over TV while she's getting ready for school just...
Yeah.
It hit me hard.
As Robin pointed out, for a year now, they've all been saying, well, Ben Laden's is preparing a big attack on the United States. I don't know if it's Ben Laden on this particular thing, but once I hear he's preparing an attack, level the country he lives in. Yeah. They're protecting him.
Exactly.
Why do we care? We're a country that has it all. Now's the time to level. There's too many people in the world anyway. Level them out.
And how many other attacks have to happen that's already happened before we do something?
I hope this is enough.
Yeah, we're too worried about...
I hope this is enough that we don't care about public opinion.
Yeah. And I'm angry. I'm angry right now. I'm not even trying to... I don't care how the radio show sounds or not. I mean, I just genuinely feel this way. I don't understand if we are so hated and so at war. And there are people... I mean, what are we waiting for?
Yeah.
What are we waiting for? Michael, go ahead. And then I'm going to get out of here because there's no point in me staying on. I'm sure people are tuning to television. Don't you agree, Tom?
You know what? I think for callers like this, as long as you want to stay.
Okay.
Because I think you've got I think you have a significant purpose at this.
Okay. All right. Good. All right. Then I'll stay. Michael, you're on the air.
I believe that.
Howard, good morning. Actually, I had an appointment in Brooklyn this morning. Obviously, I didn't make it, but I've been stuck in my car and down by the courts here, and actually seeing our military is now flying over all of Manhattan.
Yeah.
I've noticed 3 or 4 planes already.
Are you in a dust storm right now?
Yeah, basically we were right by the courts over there, and the dust storm was unbelievable. I've gotten out of that area finally now. I'm on my way back out to the island. But you can see the military flying over, and the police are basically asking everybody to go home, and, stores are closing up, the courts have locked up. Everything is locked up down here in Brooklyn, and Brooklyn is a disaster.
This is unreal, and we don't know what else is to come.
Hey,
Frank, yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Howard.
Hey.
Listen, aren't most of the antennas located on top of the World Trade Center?
Yeah, a lot of antennas are down, right? A lot of the radio stations and television stations can't broadcast.
Yeah, Channel 9, Channel 13 are definitely out.
Yeah.
And also, the last time we were attacked, most of the radio stations went off the air.
Yes.
Why didn't that occur this time?
I can answer because most of them have moved.
Yeah.
Most of them are now on another building.
Right.
Don't even want to
Hey, Howard, I got a question. If you're down right in the mix of all that, with the smoke and everything like that, I mean, can you breathe in that stuff?
No. It's very difficult. That's
we were just watching. A
Like
guy
in
was
dust?
completely covered in dust.
Yeah.
This is probably what
we're watching now. If you're watching the news on Channel 2, New York is covered. You can't even see Lower Manhattan. Here's Ronnie Munn.
Yeah, I'll give you an update on downtown. My daughter-in-law works at 25 Broadway, which is like 5 blocks from there.
Yeah.
They're all sitting in the offices with gas masks on.
Oh, my goodness.
She can't get out?
No.
Where are they getting gas masks from?
I guess they have them. It's a city office. I guess they have them on hand.
So you spoke to her inside the building?
No, my mother, her mother did.
And she's sitting there with a gas mask
they're all
on.
sitting with gas masks.
That's amazing.
Howard.
Yeah.
I'm on actually on the Jersey side, looking into New York City from Weehawken Boulevard East.
Yeah.
You can literally, it looks like a volcano.
It does. That's what I'm seeing. It's a volcano all over Manhattan.
It's Hiroshima.
It looks like, something from a natural disaster. An earthquake, a volcano, something.
We're lucky a nuclear device wasn't dropped onto Manhattan. This is nothing compared to what they could have done to us, and we gotta
And
go.
we're sitting around twiddling our thumbs.
We gotta, we're gonna kick some serious ass. It's gotta be.
New York City lacks in security because it's unbelievable that these planes were able to get through.
Yeah, well, how do you protect it?
I mean, how do you stop it?
How do you stop? You know how you stop it? You regularly go up. As soon as you hear of terrorism going on, you blow up the whole goddamn country. Why should we risk our way of life?
Exactly.
Let's teach these clowns a lesson.
Well, to remind you one more time, these terrorist attacks kept happening during, I think it was the Reagan administration, and he finally just sent bombs over to Libya.
That's
he
it.
bombed the country.
Right. That's what you got to do.
That's enough.
It's very
you
simple.
want to keep these terrorists around, we're going to bomb you.
Until you get rid of them.
Somebody's paying a price, and he said, you're going to pay the price, and all of a sudden it stopped.
Right.
Because it wasn't worth the price.
That he exactly.
Oh, I'd blow up Iran, those clowns, the Palestinian, all of them, all these nudniks.
Afghanistan,
all of them.
That's where supposedly that's where Bin Laden
right.
is.
Yeah.
They've been keeping him company.
It's a big joke. They keep these guys and these guys pay them off. Blow them all up and be done with them. And you know what? You won't miss a night's sleep. You won't.
Exactly.
And it's really as simple as they're children over there, and they're spoiled, and they've gotten comfortable.
Howard.
Yeah.
After we got bombed the first time at the World Trade Center, if you went to all the airports, they had you could not get your car anywhere near the terminals.
This is embarrassing.
Hey, Howard.
This is embarrassing.
Even since then, you can.
Well, they've got our government running out of buildings.
Our government is scared to fight. What?
Pick up line 12, because the guy says that there's a report on Fox right now that there's a plane heading to Washington.
Hello?
A hijacked plane.
What are you hearing?
I'm watching Fox News right now, Howard, and they're saying there's a hijacked plane en route to Washington right now.
All right, let me go up on the news here, and we'll see if we can hear anything.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep.
We told you that unidentified plane flying to one airport. We're not told which one. Somewhere in northern Virginia. We can only reiterate the developments that have happened at this point.
Speaking of developments, Michael, I can't admit what happened in Washington, D.C. beside the explosion of the plane going into the Pentagon. We heard earlier that there was an explosion at Capitol Hill. We're relieved to say that it did not exist, that did not happen. There was no explosion at Capitol Hill, but we did hear reports earlier that there was a fire at the very popular Washington Mall in Washington, D.C. Cindy Hsu is in our newsroom. She's keeping up abreast of
Where's the pictures of the Pentagon, by the way? Is that blacked out?
I'm sure a lot of people are making calls down to friends, Lower Manhattan. The phones in the city are overloaded. Do not be surprised if you cannot get through. We're having a lot of trouble on the phone lines. We have an update on the schools. Now listen carefully. PS and IS 89 and PS 234.
Holy cow.
The students there are being walked to PS 41 at 116 West 11th Street. Let me say that again.
Howard, can you hear me?
PS and IS 89.
What are you saying?
Students from PS 234.
Wait. What?
They're bringing kids to my kid's school right now.
Right.
That's where she is.
Hello, Howard.
Yeah. Who's there, Cabby? Hello, who just talked?
That was Cabby.
He went dead.
Howard, I'm here.
Oh, there he is. Okay, yeah, hi.
The police have gone up on the Williamsburg Bridge, and now people from there's a walkway that goes across the bridge. They're running back into Brooklyn. I don't know why, but they're running. They're not walking back.
What's going on, Tom? What did you just hear?
Saying that part of the Pentagon has collapsed.
Part of the Pentagon just collapsed. Wait.
There are about 100 people inside of the command center of Bellevue Hospital right now working on patients. We're told there are 8 patients here right now. One of those patients is DOA. They have closed the hospital down to all patients except for those being brought from this tragic tragic incident from Lower Manhattan. They say they have the ability to triage hundreds of patients here, but they say they have never had a disaster like this, so they will really be testing their mettle under these circumstances. And they have called all staff, all doctors, all nurses, all aides. Everyone has been called into the...
We hate to interrupt you. We've just been told.
A fourth explosion. Now in the area of the World Trade Center. Obviously, neither tower is still standing. We don't know the source of this fourth explosion, but we do have Cindy Hsu in the newsroom. Perhaps she can shed a little light on this for us, Cindy.
Can't tell you much about the fourth explosion. What I can tell you is happening right now. 20 minutes ago, a 767 from Pittsburgh was hijacked. We believe that plane is headed towards Washington or Northern Virginia. 767 from Pittsburgh was hijacked. Also, a plane has gone down in Pennsylvania. That's according to CNN. A plane down in Pennsylvania. And the Board of Elections, also on the elections, the Board of Elections has canceled today's primary. So voters stay at home. Board of Elections has canceled today's primary. That's the latest now from the newsroom.
All right. Well, we mentioned it just a minute, Michael, ago, that there was an unidentified aircraft that was approaching an airport in Northern Virginia. Apparently, it is that 767 from Pittsburgh that's approaching Northern Virginia Airport.
And Cindy, if you're still there, just want to clarify, you're saying there's a plane down, a report of a plane down somewhere else in Pennsylvania?
Yes, we are getting that from CNN is reporting that there is a plane down in Pennsylvania, a large plane.
As well as now a fourth explosion at the site of the World Trade Center. As you continue to look live at the scene across New York Harbor, what is left of the skyline is truly just smoke and ash right now. And parents, as you continue to watch with us, here's what Cindy had told us regarding children in that area. The kids from PS 89 and 234 were taken to PS 141, and those students at PS 150 were taken to PS 3. The children are not obviously going anywhere. We're told that they are safe. We'll have the parents there to pick them up, but clearly in this chaotic situation, we don't imagine that you'll be able to get in there to get them. However, take some comfort in knowing that the word from those schools is that the children are doing okay. Cindy?
What can you tell us? Cindy, back to you in the newsroom.
Right. More bad news. Part of the Pentagon has collapsed. That's according to CNN. We're now hearing that part of the Pentagon has collapsed. Let's go locally one more time with those schools. It's PS 89 and 234. The kids are actually being walked to PS 41, and that's at 116 West 11th. And students from PS 150 are being walked to PS 3, which is located at Christopher and Hudson. And again, that's where parents can pick up the kids. And once again, I just have to reiterate, the phone lines are really, a lot of people are having trouble getting through, so that has to be really tough, but that's happening citywide.
All right, again, Cindy, do me a favor and repeat that those school changes again, too. I know a lot of people are needing to hear that.
Right, it's PS 89 and PS 234, and all those students are now being walked to PS 41, and that is located at 116 West 11th.
Okay. Cindy, stay with us as we continue to update people. We just want to recap what it is that's happened today, and you can help us fill in some of the blanks as we're all getting bombarded with information.
Robin, I'm just trying to...
they're just about to update.
Okay, let's hear it.
Out of Boston, American Airlines Flight 11 hit the first tower before 9 of the World Trade Center. 18 minutes later, a crash in the second tower, then a crash at the Pentagon, and you're now reporting that a portion of the Pentagon has collapsed?
Yes, that's what we're hearing from CNN, and we're also hearing that the Pentagon is monitoring that 767 that has been hijacked from Pittsburgh, which is believed that plane is believed to be headed to Washington or Northern Virginia. So they're hoping to, head that off before something else happens.
Just a reminder, folks, if you're joining us now, you're looking at a live picture from the Pentagon there on the left of your screen, the New York,
actually, it's
tape of the Pentagon, I'm sorry, and the New York skyline there on the right. Cindy, if you're still with us, we have a confirmation of a fire at the Washington Mall as well, and an explosion at the State Department, which right now the Associated Press is reporting that it was in fact a car bomb.
Right. And
all bridges and tunnels closed into Manhattan, as you would imagine. The city under a lockdown, an emergency alert as the mayor, the governor round up their people and try to assess the damage.
Robin, I haven't been listening, but John just came in and said he heard that another plane had just been hijacked in Pittsburgh.
Right, that's what they were saying on the tube, was that a Pittsburgh airport plane had been hijacked, and that's the one flying toward Virginia.
Okay. Yeah.
And I don't know what they're doing. They're watching.
Maybe at this point we should just keep listening to the feed for a while and see what's going on.
It's freaking scary.
There's a bunch of people on the phone now, so people are able to get through on their phones.
Only on some.
On some.
Oh, the primary day has been canceled. You're supposed to go out and vote for a mayor candidate.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be doing that today.
You're not doing that today.
You're looking live now, but we're going to, in a minute, rewind the tape and then show it to you as it started. Here's a tape of the second plane that went into tower number 2. At just about 9:20 this morning, it crashed into the 110-story tower, exploding into flames, sending debris everywhere, and that happened at about 9:20. The first plane having crashed into tower number 1 at 9 o'clock.
40,000 people working between the two centers right now, and we only can imagine what's happening as far as buildings nearby. We have not heard too many reports from the other buildings in that area. Now you're looking at tape, from the collapse of the first tower, and not long after that, the collapse of the second tower.
About a half an hour later.
Again, children in the area, in the schools in that area, we are told are doing well. We're told they're fine. Of course, they're being held in those schools. Children from PS 89, PS 234 taken to PS 41. Kids from PS 150 taken to PS 3. They're not going anywhere until parents can come to get them. And frankly, folks, from what we're able to see, this could take quite a bit of time. And just now, the Associated Press reporting that a large plane, to reiterate what Cindy Hsu had brought us, a large plane crashed into western Pennsylvania. Officials at Somerset County Airport are confirming this. The AP report. We've also heard reports that there was a
there is a hijacked 767 out of Pittsburgh that is circling an airport in Northern Virginia. I'm not sure if it's Washington National Airport or Dulles Airport, which is now Reagan Airport. But that the authorities, of course, have a beat on that, but that we understand that 767 out of Pittsburgh has been hijacked.
Let's refocus our attention, if we can, on the situation here in New York City. Lou Young joining us on the phone. Lou?
Well, we were just trying to get to City Hall a few moments ago, walking down from Canal Street. Everything, as you know, was completely blocked. Seas of people coming the other way, dumbfounded by the collapse of the first tower, and some of them covered with soot, many of them trying to just get out of town. City Hall, of course, was blocked off at that point because it was literally in the shadow or the potential fall zone of the second tower, which was at that point in danger of falling. We worked our way around to the south, trying to link up with...
All right, so we're trying to figure out what's going on here. Double A's on the phone. Where are you getting this report from?
I'm watching Channel 42 News. It's New Jersey. They're saying that 2 more planes got hijacked out of Boston, and they're headed for L.A.
Oh, my God.
This is sick, man. What the hell's going on here?
This is an organized effort like we've never seen. I mean, how could the FBI or the CIA not be aware of this?
Heads will roll on this one.
Has anybody...
If there are any heads left when they're done.
Right.
Has anybody said that? They're also saying that the White House knew about this stuff. They
had a credible report of a terrorist attack. We're aware that the plane that was hijacked out of Pittsburgh has crashed.
It has?
Yes, that's what that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Where did it crash into?
About 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh.
So, in other words,
that's what I was just told right outside.
We don't know if it was shot down.
We don't know.
And there are people on that plane? I'm talking about passengers?
We would assume so, but we just don't know.
This is a sick day.
I just don't ever recall a time where a plane was hijacked. We didn't immediately know about it.
Why are they still being hijacked?
All right, here's what I know. The plane crashed in Somerset County, Pennsylvania.
Hey, Howard?
Yeah.
Maybe the pilot just flew it into the ground.
You think the pilot's, just saying, I'd rather crash in an unpopulated area at this point?
Let's just kill ourselves.
Maybe that's what they're doing.
But now, Ganger just told me that people are assuming that the actual pilots are not,
I don't think so.
That can't be.
No, that they're not the actual pilots. They're just like some...
Right, I think some terrorists.
Howard, there's an exodus of people, it appears, walking on the FDR towards the Williamsburg Bridge through the park here.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you right now, Richie was in the Times Square area, who works for E. He says he's walking to Queens, and Casey and Benji are asking me, do I feel safe here? I was like, I don't feel safe anywhere in this country right now.
Yeah, where are you going to go?
What am I going to do, walk to Connecticut? I mean, what do you do?
Well, Casey just bailed out. He told me he didn't feel safe in the building, and he wants to be on the ground.
He lives on the ground floor, so fine.
Right. Like, I want to be on...
He's going to go home to his basement.
That was their plan, Howard. They instill fear. That's what they wanted to do, was the fear factor.
Don't expect KC to defend us.
Yeah, like, I want to be the foxhole with KC.
I'll tell you one thing. I've never been, the Vietnam War, I never want to go fight, but I'll go fight this one.
This is something to fight
I'll enlist right now, goddammit, fly over there and help blow up these pricks.
I'll be right with you, Howard. I'll be right there with you.
You bet.
You know what, Howard? You know what I keep saying to John?
Casey, you get on the ground floor, buddy, if you're nervous. I'm serious. I'm not even making fun of you. You go ahead.
Go ahead. Get down. I'm serious. If you're not comfortable, leave.
Go where you're comfortable. Because nobody's comfortable here now anyway.
Being up on on a high floor like this.
Good. All right, so go.
Think about canning.
Don't worry. You can go. This is a real thing. If you have a real fear, you should leave.
Hey, Howard, you know what really scares me now is the bedlam on the streets of New York now. Is it going to be a lot of looting now? Are people going to go?
No. I don't know. I hope
to
not.
God that we have the respect and dignity not to do that.
You know, Howard, you know the thing that freaks me out? How on earth will I ever explain this to my son?
You won't.
Can't.
What do you mean? Just say that.
Well, if we don't do anything, you really will have trouble explaining it.
Bush has got to come to play here, man. He's got to.
Well, yeah, he's probably busy right now planning something.
I'm telling you, and you know who's going to have a big heavy hand in this is Colin Powell.
That's the man.
He's going to go in and tell him this is what we got to do.
Fox
Howard,
News.
any confirm on who it is?
Yeah, Fox News is reporting a second plane is headed toward the Pentagon. A second plane. Let me go.
There's supposed to be no planes flying. If a plane is flying,
let me go to the feed and let's see if we can hear what's really going on.
It takes time to land.
Take off at all. Virtual, no fly zone, no aircraft within any distance of Manhattan at this time.
That's completely understandable.
Jim, we know you're about 5-6 miles away from downtown Manhattan, but from your vantage point, what update, if any, can you give us on what you're seeing along the streets there?
Well, Michael, we can tell you that some of the smoke, dust, and debris is starting to clear out. Earlier, we were unable to see anything on the lower half of Manhattan. We are currently looking towards the Battery Park area. And we could see some buildings now becoming visible that we were unable to see earlier. We have noticed a lot of...
We're not learning anything new there.
No, nothing there.
Let me see something. Someone's got a report that the PLO is taking responsibility. Josh, where did you hear that? Josh, are you there? Josh? Yeah,
if Yasser Arafat had anything to do with it, I mean, you know...
well, I'm sure he knew about it, believe me.
Now the traffic lanes on the Williamsburg Bridge are filled with people that appear to be coming from the downtown area. They're walking slow. Looks like they're covered in soot. They're just getting out of the city.
All right.
How are we still? I thought our antenna is somewhere over there.
It's not. We moved it after the last
explosion.
I don't know what to say at this point. Yeah, we're watching. Third explosion caused the collapse. It's just out of control. Out of friggin' control. Let me see if anybody's got any information here. Darren, go ahead. Darren?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Howard, you need to stay on the air. You have the best coverage. You have a bird's eye view with Cabby and Doug in New York. I'm out here in Boston, and your coverage is fantastic, better than the network.
Okay, good. Then I'll stay on the air.
You're doing a great public service right now. You have a network of listeners.
I turned off my microphone for a while. I said to Tom, should I get off the air? And Tom said, believe it or not, you're doing a good job here, and people are calling like crazy. You need to speak, and especially for people outside of New York. So I'll stay on the air.
Definitely.
All right, thanks.
Doing a great job.
All right.
It appears that the smoke coming out of downtown has now turned black.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming that there's buildings on fire. I mean, that's what only one could assume, because when the building collapsed, it was clear, kind of a cloud of dusty smoke, and now it's pitch black smoke.
They said other buildings were affected, Cabby, when the buildings collapsed.
Hey, Cabby.
Well, no, I'm saying they're probably on fire now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They were.
Other buildings are affected now.
Yeah.
Hey, Cabby.
Look at the people. See, they're covered in dust. They're walking out of that area.
Yeah.
I see a guy in a suit covered in dust, freaking out. Let's see. People are in shock. I'm talking about that other guy next to him.
That, of course, is traveling for miles.
The two towers, 110 stories tall each, and
I'm not getting any news about what's going on. Wait, let me talk to Doug.
How do they breathe in that area of the city right now?
I'll put Doug on with you here, too. Doug?
Hey, so basically the whole city is under major caution for the quality of air. They're afraid the wind is going to shift now. They evacuated our rooftop because if the wind comes, they're afraid, like basically anyone in New York City or within a 5-mile radius is practically in serious danger, is what they're saying, because the air once the air shifts, it's just gonna take people by storm.
All this dust is gonna come flying.
You can't survive in it. And the other thing is, Howard, a public service you should do right now is the best attempt to find how people can volunteer, because the city is you could get 4 states worth of emergency workers and you're still going to be understaffed.
Hold on, let me ask you a question, Doug. Where is the smoke headed now?
It's headed towards downtown Brooklyn.
It's probably within 30 blocks of my apartment, and I'm about maybe 90 blocks away from the Twin Towers.
What direction are you?
I am north of the Twin Towers by about probably 2.5 miles. Or 3 miles. But I mean, it's so visible.
Cabby, what are you doing?
I'm going to go.
You're going to leave? Go ahead, John. What is it, Cabby?
The smoke is going basically out to sea almost, like past downtown Brooklyn, towards the Coney Island area.
That's where it's going now, but they're afraid that a wind shift is going to be devastating.
I can imagine, because it'll cloud the whole city up. Right. And when we were in the Persian Gulf, Howard, when Saddam Hussein lit the oil wells on fire, we were in smoke very similar to this for 2 days, and it is impossible to breathe. I mean, we had our gas masks on, of course, at times for 12 hours at a shot. But even through then, you had to rechange the filters, and all these people in Manhattan have no gas masks. They have no. So I mean, I
would the emergency workers. They're not prepared for this.
So what do? You can't leave, and yet you can't breathe.
And someone just put a thing up on my screen that the Port Authority police are calling in more bombs in the World Trade Center. Is that? Can someone give me who's writing that down and what's going on? Let me see. I got to know what's going on with this.
But Howard, I mean, they need help. Is the bottom line. Now is not the time to help, but someone should call in and. There's got to be a way for people to volunteer to help.
Well, right
I'm ready to go down there and do something, but I
have no idea how you do that.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
I don't know, but I mean, the police can't handle this. No emergency crews can handle this.
And who knows how many police and fire were down at the base of that thing and are under all that debris.
I know. This is devastating.
Channel 7 just had a shot a block away once the building collapsed, and I mean, you just can see fire trucks just disappear.
Oh my
disappear.
God!
I don't know if they were, if they were crushed, but they just disappear in the smoke, and you can only imagine. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, you're talking 220 stories of concrete, glass, and
billions of tons of debris.
Yeah.
I'm monitoring the TV. There's nothing new on there right now, so I'm just.
The Williamsburg Bridge is now completely filled with people, which is usually filled with cars, and they're all coming into Brooklyn.
Some British dudes on the phone. Hello. Hello?
No, Brit?
Yeah, hi. Oh, Brit. Oh, I thought it was a British dude. It said.
Hi.
Sorry, Brit. What is it?
What?
Hello? What?
Hi. Is this Howard?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes.
Howard.
Yes.
I was listening to your show this morning about 8 a.m. You had on the hiccup guy.
Oh, God. You've got to be kidding me.
Hang up on her.
There's really nothing going on in the world. It's eerily quiet. There's a violent hatred brewing in the Middle East. Who's thinking about it? What the hell are we doing about it?
In the Middle East, it's already brewed here, woman.
Yeah, she's a little out of it.
Oh, my God.
She prognosticated something.
Yeah, she thinks when we had the hiccup guy on, she thought about the Middle East. I don't even want to... Listen, forget that.
I would not be surprised, because when I was in the 82nd Airborne, Howard, when incidents around the world would happen, we were immediately put on standby, and I would not be surprised if our troops of the Special Forces, of the Marine Recon, of the Navy SEALs are not flying to places to eradicate these types of situations.
Well, I would guess, Doug, I would guess the people in the military are going to be brought in.
I mean, anyone who claims this, whether we have proof or not, just freaking annihilate their country. Don't worry about the kids, the old people. Just freaking wipe the country.
Yeah, teach them a lesson.
Everybody there.
Wipe them out. You see how they wiped out the Twin Towers? Wipe out the country. Babies. Who cares about their babies?
Yeah, no one cares about their babies, not me. Yeah. Hey, listen, let me go up to the CBS feed here. We'll put it up and we'll see if we can learn anything new.
Specifically, security is clamped down across our state, and there were plans to increase security at border points. Governor George Pataki has canceled his New York City events. Let's go to New Jersey, where airports and river crossings to New York City are closed. Traffic is reported snarled on the Jersey Turnpike. Path commuter trains canceled. At Newark International Airport, there are officers with shotguns block the road leading to Port Authority offices and the air traffic control. There is no service into New York City on the LIRR or Metro North. And again, we've told you that subway service is shut down here. Now, as far as
people trying
to find out about their loved ones, we keep telling you that the phones
I'm live with my
You talk about your level. I was just trying to contact my daughter who lives in Manhattan, and I just got a hold of her. But I mean, it's like it's crazy.
Yeah, my wife Marlo is she's in the 20s, and she's in a panic mode. She can't get home. She's just running on the streets.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, she's running home as quick as she can, and it's scared because she doesn't have a cell phone. I can't get in touch with her.
Yeah. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take like a 5-minute break. I'm going to put up the CBS News feed. If you guys want to hang to the feed for a while, I'm going to try and regroup in a few minutes.
All right.
Thanks, Harry. You're doing a great job.
Many people, thousands of people that had been here in the street had been moving in waves in order to get away from the billowing smoke and debris that came as the towers came down. There were people who said that they had run down the stairways in the buildings, and they said that while they were getting rather sooty as they were coming down, it was quite controlled. Everyone was orderly. But then when they got to the ground, some people said they were fortunate enough to come out the right side of the building where no debris was coming out, and they were able to join people in the World Financial Center and also people at Stuyvesant High School and the school across the street, where everybody was coming out, and lots of people were crying, holding on to each other, and many of those people were covered with soot as they tried to move ahead of the waves of incredible billowing smoke that was coming. When one jet fighter scrambled the area, some people were saying, where were those guys earlier? Because a lot of these people had said they were in their offices and they witnessed not only the second plane hit, but they saw the first plane hit. And then a portion of World Trade 1 came down, and that's when everybody started really moving. Before that, the police, in trying to control the area, kept moving the perimeter farther and farther out, unclear of what was going to happen. They got word that there might be a third plane that was going to hit the area. They moved the perimeter back. Then a portion of World Trade 1 came down. They moved the perimeter back. Then World Trade went down, and the place just went up for grabs. Everybody was running. Emergency people were running. Police were running. It was an unbelievable sight. And the people who were caught in it came out absolutely covered with debris, covered with a very fine chalky powder, and many firemen were suffering the worst of it in having breathed this. Some hoses had been set up by the fire department for firefighters to take off their bunker gear and to try to get the soot out of their noses, out of the powder out of their noses, out of their mouths, and off of their heads and their eyes. There are people that still, there are cars around that are covered with this thick soot. And Carol Marin from 60 Minutes was one of those inside. I'm going to hand this over to you now, Carol.
John, I can't hear, so I don't know who I'm talking to. I just came out of and around Battery Park. After the second tower went down, I was trying to make my way to a CBS crew or to try to help CBS crews if I could. And then, I don't know what it was, John, but another explosion, a rolling blast of fire, a rolling column of fire towards us. If my respect for fire and police already knew no bounds, given the danger, it now exceeds what I thought it could, because a firefighter threw me into the wall of a building, covered me with his body as the flames approached us. And another police officer in New York named Brendan Duke, wherever he is, got me through smoke that neither one of us could see more than about a foot ahead of us. There are still people in there. Excuse me, I've breathed a fair amount of soot. The personnel, the police and the fire working in there are doing so against really dangerous odds, and they still don't know if there's something else left to explode, John.
Where were you at the time?
I was, not being a New Yorker, you'll have to help me here. I came around Stuyvesant High School, and that street is North End, and I came up and asked if anyone had seen a CBS crew. And I was directed by a firefighter who said, walk down the middle of the road because you don't know what's going to come down. At which point we heard a rumble like I've never heard before, and a firefighter ran towards me. We ran as fast as we could. I lost my shoes. I fell down. He picked me up and slammed me into a wall. and covered me with him until we could make it more to safety.
Was this from the first rolling blast or the second?
John, I looked at my watch. It was about 10:44 is what my watch said. So it was after the second, I think the second tower explosion.
All right, Carol Marin from CBS 60 Minutes. I'm John Slattery, back to the studio.
All right, John, thank you.
We're going to go to Marcia Kramer now. She's got another update for us. Marcia?
Well, we're trying to keep track of those 8 hijacked planes. We now have word that one of those planes may be in the area near Dulles Airport. Again, one of those hijacked planes may be in the air near Dulles Airport. We seem to have been able to account for a total of 5 of the planes. There's the one in the air right now near Dulles. There's one that we now have unconfirmed reports that crashed near Somerset County Airport in western Pennsylvania, and there are the 3 that have struck American targets, 2 at the World Trade Center and 1 in Washington at the Pentagon. That's 5. The question is, where are the other 3 planes and where are they headed? Again, we do have a report that one of the 8 planes that have been hijacked is on its way somewhere near Dulles Airport, some target in the Texas area. Back to you, Lisa and Michael.
Okay.
Marsha, thank you. Just to quickly recap, if you're just now joining us, you're looking at live pictures
on the left side of your screen
of a scene that cannot be described. The World Trade Centers hit by hijacked planes, exploding, collapsing. You're looking at crews as they scramble to help anybody at all. 50,000 people work at the trade centers. 200,000, Michael O'Looney reporting, move through that area every day. And we spoke a moment ago with John Slattery, who is just north of the trade center site at West Street in Murray. David Diaz also on the phone. He's down in Lower Manhattan with further details. David?
Well, this is the situation. Some people remember the phrase in the movie The Day the Earth Stood Still. Well, it's kind of like that for New York City today as I was making my way down the streets. The people standing still, pouring out into the streets, looking in awe, amazement, shock, and grief and anger at what they were seeing in front of them, what used to be the World Trade Center towers up in smoke. The streets full of people also running, however, so not everyone was standing still. People were running north, people bending over from exhaustion, other people just hyperventilating from the shock of it, other people around phone lines, in front of phones, some of them on the phone, crying hysterically, others trying to calm them, other people very anxious and getting very upset, trying to get to a phone to find out whether any of their loved ones were in the area as they suspected they were. You had other people coming to their aid, comforting them, having them sit down, bringing them water. Tremendous cooperation on the streets of New York City this morning in this tremendous shock wave, not the shock wave physically from the buildings themselves, but a shock wave that terrorism had apparently struck so forcefully and so visibly to everyone here, and people just poured out of their offices. Work will not be done in New York City today as everyone is out on the streets. The subways, where I started my journey trying to get down to the World Trade Center, became total gridlock before finally they were closed down, people pouring out of subway entrances. But usually there were announcements in the subways, in fact, what had happened, so people knew what this was all about. But that also added to the edge in the subway system, because once people started hearing this and assuming at that point, not even knowing that it was terrorism, suddenly, of course, thoughts started to come into people's heads that maybe some bombs would be planted in the subways as well. So terrorism, striking terror into the hearts of people, that has been accomplished, because New York City is feeling terror today, and the streets are filled with people experience it, and the grief and the uncertainty that follows all of that. That's the scene as I've seen it on the streets as I've approached the World Trade Center, 7th Avenue, 6th Avenue, 8th Avenue, and all of the surrounding streets. Almost all of the movement is northbound, people trying to get away from the scene of the explosions, fearing that there are more to come.
You're still seeing debris and soot all around you, David?
Yes, the clouds keep billowing. The soot actually seems to have not reached much further at this point than just about Canal Street. And the wind is blowing mainly towards the east, so I would expect that it's being carried towards not only over the South Street Seaport area, but into downtown Brooklyn, the Brooklyn Heights area. I suspect would be getting a pretty big dose of it as well.
David Diaz, stay close.
Yeah, you know what? While we're waiting right now a further report from our Todd McDermott, who's been working the information of the phones all morning long, we want to reiterate to parents as you're watching this whole scene unfold, there are schools in that area, as you're well aware of, and those children in PS 89 and PS 234, students from those schools have been taken to PS 41. Students from PS 150 have been taken to PS 3. Those students are under what's called lockdown. They're not being released on their own. They're just waiting for parents to get there to pick them up. But frankly, folks, from the pictures that you're seeing here from Chopper 2, there is no telling how long it will take you to get
Michael,
to those children.
Hate to interrupt you. We got to go to Jennifer McLogan, who's live at JFK Airport. Jennifer, take it away.
Kennedy International Airport right now entirely closed down. We're in the midst of a terrorism sweep behind me. Cars are being inspected. Individual air terminals are being emptied as canine units that walked before us a short time ago and explosive experts make their way through. Gridlock on the ground. Skies are empty of planes, but billowing smoke from those towers can be seen. It's very, very visible here. No one wants to fly, even if they could. Everyone is panicked about being hijacked. That's what they're telling me. Their lives forever changed by today's horror. The control tower is being evacuated. People feel helpless, confused, unable to make a decision. We are outside the American Airlines terminal. Its employees now being evacuated, worried, hurt, concerned about co-workers and passengers that may have been on that plane out of Boston. It is a nightmare that no one wants to
experience.
It's a nightmare that
nobody wants to.
We want to awaken from. And we're a little, I was distracted there because a gentleman from the airlines has just come up and told me that we must evacuate now because they're still worried about bombs, even here at Kennedy.
Okay.
Sure,
Lisa,
we understand.
Michael?
Jennifer, thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate it. And let's go to Todd McDermott. He's been working on a report in our information center. Todd, what can you tell us?
Well, first of all, there are now reports from CBS News that a plane apparently has crashed at or near Camp David, the weekend White House, if you will. Right now at the White House, they have decided they are making plans right now to get all the major leaders of the government out of Washington. Also, another key element here as we try to piece together who did this and why it happened. It has been pointed out it is the anniversary, September 11th, of the Camp David Accords. Again, speculation that the reason this attack has taken place is in retaliation for U.S. support of the Israeli government. Also, we have reports that the jet that has been circling Dulles Airport in Northern Virginia, perhaps to launch another attack on the Pentagon, is surrounded by American Air Force F-16s right now. Again, that is believed to be another hijacked aircraft at this time. They are trying to hail that plane, but it has been surrounded by F-16s. Obviously, in this situation, should another attack perhaps be possible, it may be up to the Air Force to decide to shoot that plane down. Again, we have no confirmation that is a plan at this point, but they have surrounded the aircraft as they try to determine what the next move is, but that is believed to be perhaps another hijacked aircraft. Again, another key here is the responsibility. Who will take responsibility for this attack, if any group ever does? There have been various reports from the Reuters news service of unconfirmed taking responsibility for this attack. So far, we do know that one well-known terrorist or pro-Arab, anti-Israel faction has denied responsibility for this attack. It remains to be seen whether anyone eventually takes responsibility, but we do know, again, there is a report of another plane down near Camp David. Further reports that the American government is making plans to evacuate all government leaders from the Washington, D.C. area. And Michael, Lisa, back to you.
Hey, Todd, real quickly, Marcia Kramer reported earlier that we had heard perhaps 8 planes had been hijacked, and we are trying to account for as many as possible. Does that crash at Camp David lead us to think that perhaps there are more than 8 planes?
Actually, right now, CBS News has reported that FBI says 4 planes were hijacked before they crashed into targets. It still remains to be seen if there are actually more still in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Hi.
At this point, we can't confirm that.
I'm back. I took a break. I called a couple of people.
We're going to take you now.
People, family members. I can't even get through on.
I was going to say, you were able to get through?
Well, I got through to Allison. I spoke to my daughter, who lives in Manhattan, and was able to get through there. But
I haven't been able to get through to anybody.
I can get through to other people, though.
If you call a lot of times, like I called about 5 times, got through to my mom in Florida. And, if you just have to keep hitting speed dial, but it's sort of working.
Yeah. What the hell is there to say? I don't know. I don't even feel like being on the air anymore, but Tom tells me I should do it.
I mean, it's only been 2 hours, and it's hard to believe
that
the World Trade Centers don't exist anymore.
I was so nervous, like I just called my daughter because,
She's downtown.
Yeah. She's okay. I said, just stay indoors, because aren't they saying that smoke and debris can really overcome you?
They're saying if you breathe the air now, you'll get affected by this.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Have you been listening to the news?
A little bit. I was trying to contact people, too. I was unable to, but there have been a couple of other reports that there was a plane attack on, a crash at Camp David?
Camp David. Doug,
am I here?
Yeah, you guys are all back.
Hey, Howard, can I just make an announcement?
Yeah.
There was just a desperate cry for blood, so I have a bunch of numbers. The main number is 800-933-BLOOD, and locations right now that are up and running waiting for people to donate blood. 53rd Street in Lexington in the City Court building. That's 53rd Street in Lexington in City Court building. 168th Street in Broadway. 150 Amsterdam Avenue, which is on the west side of Manhattan, 67th Street and 2nd Avenue, and of course all four of those are in New York City. There's also nybloodcenter.org. They desperately need blood, is what it looks like. Anyone between the ages of 17 and 65 years of age. If you're able to get down there, do it ASAP, and if you have a cold or anything, they will not accept you. So only healthy people in good health right now. That's what they're looking for desperately.
Cabby.
Howard, what the news was saying was that the plane that is flying over Dulles Airport is a hijacked plane, they believe, and it's surrounded by Air Force F-16s. And today is the anniversary of the Camp David Accords, where the United States and Israel really became tight.
Oh, is that right?
So this is why today was chosen.
Yeah, I knew there was some significance to today. I have no idea what it was.
Yeah, it was a big deal to them.
It's the religion that's causing this. Is that what it is?
Yeah, they're doing this in the name of Allah.
Yeah, I got something for Allah.
Now Bin Laden has denied any involvement.
Yeah, okay.
Right, now nobody's
Who cares?
taking responsibility for
Yeah, but you know what? Who cares? Let's go get him anyway.
Exactly.
This one you did others.
Yeah, you did others.
Get him on the way to
so you didn't do this
get
one.
the real people.
Right.
Even he's afraid to take responsibility for this.
Well, I think he's beginning to realize they missed their target, and there's going to be retribution.
Yep.
I just saw a shot from downtown right by the zone. It looks like it snowed. There's so much soot. It's thick. It's inches thick on the ground. They're all wearing gas masks.
Yeah,
my wife just got home, thank God.
Yeah, that soot is traveling through the sky. I mean, I don't know.
It's like the ash from a volcano.
Yeah.
You don't want to breathe it.
Yeah, they're saying it's toxic if you breathe it in.
Yeah. And the airport's completely shut down, and they're searching cars, and the soot appears to be heading that way.
Marlo, pick up the phone. Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
I'm going to have Marlo pick up. She just ran home from downtown. She said it's
Where was she?
Chaos. She was down in the 20s. Howard, Marlo, you're on the air with Howard.
Hey, Marlo.
Hello, hi.
Where were you?
I was just walking back from the office, and I didn't even want to get into a cab. Actually, there was, I don't know, I think it was like, I don't know if the driver of the cab was Arab or whatever, but some guy was punching the windshield of the front of the... I'm sorry, I can't even breathe. I just walked in the door.
Right.
It's mayhem outside.
People were punching the cab driver?
No, not the cab driver, but the windshield.
They were attacking the cab.
He was trying to attack the cab driver, or the cab itself.
Because he was an Arab?
I think he was black, actually. But I don't know. I don't know why. I just walked away because I didn't want any gunshots or anything.
Is that like looting, Tom, you think? Or what do you think?
I think that people probably thought it's a taxi. It must be an Arab driving the taxi. It must attack the taxi. I mean, I would think...
Yeah, that ain't the right way to go.
No, exactly.
No, that ain't the right way to go.
That's what they would love. They would love for this country to collapse in chaos.
Yeah, we have to unite. We get united behind the president, no matter what you think of him, and he's got to come up with the plan, and then let's hope that this dude comes up with the right plan. And you all know what the plan is.
He's going to have the advice of the best military minds in the world.
Howard, do you have Channel 2 on right now?
Yeah.
You see that?
Let me put it up.
Fire trucks they're just destroyed.
Yeah, those are the fire trucks. Everything's flattened. Everything around the World Trade Center is flattened out.
I haven't even seen anything on TV.
Oh, wait till you see the pictures.
I just saw it right now.
If that doesn't get you crazy, nothing will.
Everyone was in the office we had a huge board meeting, and everyone just left or trying to... They don't know what to do with themselves, just walking around like...
I know. The same thing's going on here. We're all walking around, not knowing what to do. Some people have left, some have stayed.
I think you should stay. I think you're doing a big service to a lot of people.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because you have, all the feeds coming to you. You can just pop anyone up. I think it's helping. There's more information coming through you.
Plus, Doug, as you continue to get information like you've been feeding us.
Yeah, this is good.
Keep feeding that information. That's important public information that we need to get out.
Look, that is an ambulance or a fire truck.
All right, speaking of information, here's Stormin from Cleveland. Stormin, hi.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Now, what are you hearing?
I'm hearing over here on the TV they got in Cleveland, the mayor's on the TV saying that there's a jet on the runway. They're not letting take off that supposedly has a bomb on it.
This is a guy in Cleveland now.
Yep.
Holy cow.
They got it on TV right now. The mayor's on the TV saying something about a jet on the runway.
They are everywhere.
Yeah, this is how the hell did these guys organize something like this and no one in the intelligence community picked up on this?
Well, you know how it happens? We have a free society. You can move around and congregate.
I know, it's just amazing that nobody even squealed.
And advantage of it.
How is everyone quiet?
Can't they monitor cell phones? I mean, with the tech
they do.
They have.
I don't understand
they're not using that kind of communication.
Jesus Christ, you can't hear the slurpy bastards.
I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard in the elevator coming up that there was two airplanes coming over from England that are hijacked.
Oh.
That's what. Well, there's a guy on the phone. Hey, Jeff. Jeff, you there? He might be gone.
No, this is Marlene.
Oh, Marlene, hi. What do you want to say?
I'm from Pittsburgh, and that plane that was hijacked to D.C. come from Pittsburgh. They've shut Pittsburgh down, basically. They got the USX Tower, the federal buildings, and everything all evacuated. They're checking all our tunnels. They're stopping cars, checking them for bombs.
By the way, one of the things I'm having trouble getting through on the phones to the people that I care about, people in my life that I'm trying to check on who live here in Manhattan. One of the things that's working, I was just talking to my daughter, AOL, the instant message is working, two-way pages are working, and the internet's up and working, obviously.
Oh, my God.
What?
You said both World Trade Towers have collapsed.
You didn't even know that.
I'm sorry. I'm too late. I've been walking.
That's all right, Marlo. Yeah, that happened a long time ago.
Howard, they've evacuated the White House and the United Nations. They've closed down all three airports locally here, which would be JFK, LaGuardia, and Newark.
Well, the worst thing is that our American government is making arrangements to hide all of our leaders.
Yep, we're under attack.
Yeah, but they've got to have somebody left to make plans.
Let me go to Travis. He's got new information out of Detroit. Go ahead, Travis.
Yeah, I'm just calling. I'm under the understanding there are not supposed to be any planes in the air, and I'm driving around about 30 miles north of Detroit, and I have seen, I'm assuming it's the same plane, about 3 times.
Circling.
He's got no place to land, probably.
Well,
you better go to Canada.
Howard, switch over to Channel 7 if you can.
Hey, Gary, come over and switch channels for me, will you?
They just got off the shot. It looks like a snowstorm, and that was like 20 blocks plus away. It's just inches and inches of white soot.
Yeah, that's all right. I got the same shot here on Channel 2. I'm okay. Wow.
Unbelievable. There's so many buildings that the towers collapsed on that also it took down with it, obviously.
I hesitate to say that there's no new information. The fact of the matter is that there's so much information and there's so much chaos that we literally can't confirm anything. We don't know what's going on.
It is so eerie looking outside. I mean, it is just dead. The FDR Drive there's not a car on it. The bridges are all completely, there's nothing.
We're under attack.
Eerie. Yeah.
It's so unbelievable that more things you keep hearing.
American Airlines confirms loss of 2 flights.
Maybe we better go up on this.
Yeah, let's listen to this.
Information that's available to them at this time.
You are also setting up triage centers in front of the hospital so they don't even have
Wait a second, we're going to CNN now because there's United Airlines passenger jet crashed near Pittsburgh.
And
here we go.
Which doesn't
quite fit into what we believe flies Chicago to New York, is also down as well.
We're forgetting the drama that goes on in these planes.
I do not know
because they are
the
planes full of people.
There.
Right.
Let me just go back on okay, I do now. It's a United Airlines plane. So we have a number of planes down, a number of planes involved in these attacks. The Boston to Atlanta, if I'm reading the notes correctly, had an American 767 with 81 passengers on board, 9 flight attendants, 2 pilots.
Flight 11
reported down. That's American Airlines Flight 11 and American Airlines Flight 77 which is a 757 jetliner, Dulles Airport outside of Washington, Los Angeles International, with 58 passengers on board, 4 flight attendants, 2 pilots.
Oh, my God.
They're crashing planes. They just take them and
there is this United Airlines jet, which crashed.
They're insane, and we're fighting insane people. And you ever fight anyone who's insane, you know it's almost impossible.
There's
Chuck,
nothing to do but shoot them.
Chuck, go ahead and say something.
Howard, stay on the air, bud. You're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you.
So far, L.A. standing tall. We're all deployed, obviously, watching you guys.
A Taliban news conference soon.
What is a Taliban news conference, Robin?
I have no idea.
That's what's that guy's Bin Laden. I think that's Taliban.
That's a terrorist organization.
I think they're going to call a press conference to deny any involvement.
Oh, they're involved.
Yeah.
Don't buy it.
When you get your cameras in there, shoot them.
Exactly.
That will be done immediately.
Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
Have you heard the FAA can't account for all planes right now either?
That's right.
Well, that's what we're figuring
That's what we're
out.
hearing now. Bush denouncing apparent terrorist attacks. Well, we heard from him early this morning, but now he's...
Say something else.
Yes, say something.
No, he's in hiding at this
Say
point.
something. I mean,
Vows to hunt down those responsible.
why don't they tell us that there was a collapse also? I mean, give us...
You know what, though? Now is not the time for Bush to speak, because he'll speak with anger, and they need to plan things up.
Yep.
They're probably sending troops places right now, I guarantee it.
Hey, Cabby.
Yes.
How do you... That plane they got the F-16 circled?
Yes.
That's not Air Force One, is it, coming back from Florida?
No, the planes that are flying around here, the only planes I've seen were they were F-15s, and they were circling Manhattan, and now there are no planes, and it's just police helicopters, and I can't even explain it.
Yeah, Cabby, you were in the Air Force, so you know what an F-15 is.
No, I was in the Army, but I was air defense, so I had to know. My job was to fire missiles at airplanes, so I had to know the Stinger missiles. We had to know all the airplanes. So.
All right, hey, Mike, you're on the air.
Hello?
Mike, go ahead.
What's up, Howard?
Hey.
Listen, I think this is like Armageddon going on.
It is.
It is.
It's the worst disaster we've ever seen.
I mean, this is, people all over America are uniting right now, and, there's so much crap going on in this
Let me
world.
tell you something. Right now, most of the world is cheering. That's the scary part. And you know it, and I know it.
Muslims on this planet than any other religion.
They hate us. They hate our way of life. They're jealous of us. And I don't care what Osama bin Laden says.
Yeah, they got tired of waiting for Allah to bring us down.
Yeah, trust me, he's in them. They're all in on it, and it's time for them all to die.
How could you respond to these people who, 2,000 years after Christ died, they still fight in the desert over a piece of... How do you
out of trash land? Nothing, garbage.
How do you reason people?
You don't. They're willing to kill themselves to kill us.
Now, wait a second. What's that?
I mean, what are we looking at now? Hold on a second.
Earlier this morning, approximately 60-foot section of this building, which is, of course, the headquarters of all...
That's the Pentagon we're looking at. It's on fire.
Was on fire as a result of this crash, and then collapsed.
The Pentagon collapsed.
Some of the pictures we've been bringing our audience from the Pentagon. We've watched people being treated by first aid personnel there. We have no information yet.
I'm getting a note that on WYSP in Philly, Detroit, and Cleveland radio stations we're being interrupted. So I don't even know what stations we're on at this point.
Incident, although emergency personnel.
And what are we being interrupted with? I don't know.
We're definitely on in New York, that's for sure.
No, I know that.
Elsewhere.
What's interrupting us?
Don't know. I'll try and find out.
No, I'm just curious.
Can I ask Tom a quick question?
Sure.
Yeah.
Tom, should I stay here or should I try to walk into work?
I think you're doing a great job. I would stay there.
Okay.
Yeah, stay there.
All right, I'll stay here.
Okay, I think you've been great.
Thank you.
For once.
Get off me.
Howard, the scariest thing right now, I can't get through. I have a friend who literally lives 3 blocks away from the Twin Towers.
I have a couple friends that live right down that same area, man.
I know, and there are people I'm trying to contact. Anne Marie's out there dialing for me.
They say for time in history we have stopped all domestic flights and diverted all international flights to Canada. We've never had to take that kind of action before.
This is you know what? It hasn't even sunk in with me yet.
Yeah,
No, it seems like you're watching a movie or something.
Yeah, it hasn't even sunk in that the World Trade Center is gone.
Pearl Harbor.
That thousands of people are probably dead.
Tens of thousands, Howard.
Tens and tens, probably 50 plus, I would say.
I would say at least.
Yes, and that the Pentagon God only knows what was going on there, and who knows what else is going to happen next.
Well, our government was attacked.
And there are probably not one of us in this New York area or in this country who's not going to know someone who was killed in this.
I can start by telling you nothing's wrong with her, but one of our brand new interns was supposed to start today. Her mom called to tell us she's being held in a garage in New York City because her building's gone.
Wow.
People on staff who...
There's a plane in Cleveland loaded with... What is this? I don't know. On a runway with a bomb. There's a plane in Cleveland loaded with people on a runway with a bomb.
Well,
that's probably why.
Calling in for, yeah.
That's maybe what's going on with our Cleveland station. If anyone can find out.
I've been hearing that on the other stations that they're interrupting our reports with news reports.
I see. Yeah, they're probably going to local programming. Because each city, some of the major cities are all having their own story.
Yeah.
I don't mean to blame anybody, but, it's funny because, you think you're so safe in this country. And we were taught when I was in the military that, that the Air Force is always up in the air and there's always someone watching. And for airplanes to just be hijacked in numbers like this and crash into our own populated areas.
Well, let me tell you something.
Well, what we learned in Vietnam is when you're using guerrilla tactics, it's impossible for the military to stop.
And remember the mistake.
Crash into our own populated areas.
Well, let me tell you something.
Well, what we learned in Vietnam is when you're using guerrilla tactics, it's impossible for the military to stop.
And remember the mistake in Vietnam. We should have nuked those dudes, and we never did. And if we don't nuke some of these countries over there, I mean literally nuke them, fry them, fry their children, fry everything, they will never stop. They will never stop. And I know it's an unpopular thing to do, but you got to be the strong one, and Bush is going to have to make that decision. Target 3 countries over there and level them.
Yemen is one of them.
Disintegrate it.
You know what it feels like now? It feels like almost like... remember when we fought the British? It's like we're the redcoats. Like we're standing...
We're playing like idiots.
Yeah, we're playing fair while guerrillas
we're standing in line waiting for people to shoot us.
Yeah, military action has changed. We're all about...
U.S. Army general, I think, who's talking now.
Okay, let me see.
More trouble before all of this concludes.
He's a retired Army general.
Protect the American people first. We've got to look after those who are injured. We have to deal with...
Former NATO Supreme Commander Wesley Clark.
That's underway with a lot of responsible action by people everywhere. The damage at the Pentagon is unclear from all the news reports that I've seen.
Who knows what's going on?
One report that said it crashed into the Army side of the building. There are command centers in various places of the Pentagon, and there are many other alternate command centers. So I don't think there's really any issue about the command and control of the United States Armed Forces. I'm sure that's very solid right now.
General Clark, you see what he's saying? He's saying that the reason you attack the Pentagon is to knock out all the leaders of the military, because each military unit has a command center there. You have the heads of all of the Navy, the Army, the Air Force right there in the Pentagon.
In Philadelphia, we are on the air. They're just interrupting for any kind of local news. We're on in Louisville, and they'll stay with us as long as we stay on. It seems like all our affiliates are still with us. So
yeah, I'm telling you, it's the best coverage. You have, access to 7 different networks here.
I know. And if we hear anything, we just go right on the air with it. So we're trying to, we're just sitting here in shock.
You know how you see the pictures from, like, the Gaza Strip when there's a car bomb? You see,
but it never feels real enough.
It's us.
Yeah, now it feels real, right?
It's the exact pictures you see from overseas that you just say, oh, my God, you can't even imagine that. This is us in New York City.
As someone said earlier today, this is Israel every day.
That's right.
No, you don't take down the towers.
This is worse.
The only affiliate that's not with us is Cleveland because of the bomb report at the airport and the airplane with the bomb. They're probably going to local coverage. A lot of our phone lines are down. We do have people calling in. I'll keep going to the phones. People here, I know, just in our building, people in Manhattan are devastated. Everybody knows someone who works at the World Trade Center. Of course. And everyone knows someone who's involved with the financial community, which is where we were first hit sometime before 9 o'clock in the morning, a few minutes before 9. 18 minutes later, a second plane goes into the World Trade Center. We've seen the complete collapse of the World Trade Center. We've seen a plane go into the Pentagon, just crash right into it.
That's the scariest thing of all.
There are other planes now with bombs, and also they're saying there are terrorists with bombs not in planes, but are also running around. That's what we know.
Doug, do you have that information on blood supply?
Yeah, let me give that again. For blood, the main number is 1-800-933-BLOOD. 1-800-933-BLOOD. The website is nybloodcenter.org. And let me give those 4 locations that I know of. I'm sure there's more.
We're all lucky to be alive. That's all I can say.
Howard? Howard, can I give those 4 locations?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
53rd Street and Lexington Avenue in the City Court building, 168th Street and Broadway, 150 Amsterdam Avenue on the west side of Manhattan, and 67th Street and 2nd Avenue.
And if you can give blood, do it, because, just imagine if this was you. Oh, my God. You're minding your own business, and this.
Yeah, you're just trying to get to work.
This nightmare happens.
Howard?
Yeah.
We're getting reports. Someone in my building here said they saw on the news that the 2 hijacked planes that were supposedly headed towards L.A. are now being considered not a problem. Maybe they've been shot down.
Yeah, we don't know.
Or maybe they're legitimate.
They're not supposed to be up there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Rob, how long ago was that? Like 2 hours
Yeah, it was
ago?
a long time ago that they said no more flights in domestic airspace.
Yes. Colin, go ahead. You're on the air.
Sorry to interrupt, Robin. I just wanted to say thank you, all of you, for staying on the air, and I just want to make it clear to stay on as long as possible, because all the insanity you people bring me every day, this is the most sanity I have right now. I can't even explain to you what you guys are doing for me. I appreciate it.
We're sitting here in shock, I'll tell you that. I was just out in the hallway for 5 minutes, took a 5-minute break, and I tell you something, it's just unimaginable what's going on.
Right. I walked up to the deli just about the same time.
People are in shock.
We went on break, and there were people just wandering around watching TV.
The noise you're hearing is Crazy Cabbie's phone connection. He's right in the thick of it, and he's seeing it. And you're hearing emergency workers running around. We saw military planes flying over New York.
There's thousands of people on the Williamsburg Bridge walking into Brooklyn. The exodus from New York is just people on foot now. Everybody's leaving.
Minutes before 9 o'clock, we were on the air, and when we first saw the report of the World Trade Center on fire, and even though there was a plane going into it, it almost didn't even, you didn't even know.
Seem real.
You didn't even think it was, you don't know what the hell was going on. And then another plane, then the Pentagon. It is the most organized attack you have ever seen.
Unbelievable. How do you penetrate security at so many different airports and hijack planes?
Well, here's Gary with something. Go ahead.
On line 2, and I checked this out, so it's for real, is Congressman Gary Ackerman from the 5th District of New York.
Yeah, we know Gary Ackerman.
He got a briefing from somebody, and he wanted to come on the air and talk.
Hi, Congressman. Congressman? I don't think I have him. Congressman? Congressman?
Yes.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
What'd you hear?
It's an absolute nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare. This is going to go down as Black Tuesday, and it's going to change each of our personal lives as well as our civilization forever.
You're not kidding.
The way we do business, who we do business with, our security precautions that we're going to have to take. I think this is driven home in the most dramatic way that anybody with a suit and a blue tie can get on a plane and do all kinds of damage almost at will.
Congressman, were you briefed in any way on this?
No, everybody who's supposed to be in secure places right now is there. We've closed down the whole Capitol. I'm in New York. I stayed here for the primary, and I was going to go down a little later.
Right.
And I just voted. Of course, the election's now been called off.
Right.
But our offices are all shut down. But you can surmise that the members of the Supreme Court, President's cabinet, and all officials who have to be are in the places they're supposed to be at.
Where do you think the president is right now, and what's going on? Do you have any guess?
He's not anywhere anybody can get to him.
Well,
Right.
we don't want to guess out loud, but he's probably right now in a very safe and secure place. We do have places. Some of them are known, some are not, and the president is in one of them. And it's always good to know that nobody knows ahead of time which one he's going to be at. But certainly there's a command post where he is, and regardless of any of our politics, we're all going to pull together.
Yes, we are. We are all behind the president and waiting for his word. Yeah.
But Congressman, isn't this an attack against the government?
Without speculating recklessly on this, Howard. We know really of only one group that really has the capability,
right,
and the resources to be able to pull off something like this.
You bet.
But they did. They targeted.
We've seen that happen in some of our embassies previously. Now
yes.
we've seen.
This is what goes on in Israel every day.
People. You got it right. People now understand, I think, dramatically and unfortunately, what the Israelis have been going through and how do you deal with this.
Oh, I know.
And to do preemptive strikes against people who are known terrorists suddenly makes a little bit more sense than to allow something like this to happen and then terrorist.
That's absolutely right. We can't sit by.
People attack our government.
It's different kind of warfare. We saw it. It's the world today is different. It's not. We got to kind of feel like the sitting ducks of the world, like the British.
But you have to feel they plan to throw this country into chaos and to cause anarchy.
They did.
That's exactly it.
Didn't they
done this in a startling and very effective way?
Organized
today.
It's amazing
they have to know that we are going to respond with the full force and might of the United States.
Do you know when the president, Congressman,
when you're dealing with a country?
Congressman, do you know when the president will talk again?
No, I don't, and I think everybody's busy getting information, but as soon as the president is able to impart information or give us a sense of direction, I'm sure that's going to be done.
By the way, I got an update. I have one update, Congressman. The plane in Cleveland is safe. It's been evacuated. The one that was
that had the bomb.
That had the bomb. It's good news.
That is very good news on this otherwise bleakest of days.
Yes.
Despite the fact that this is probably not coming from a country that has a government in specific,
right?
That we do know the address of where these people do their training very often.
Exactly, and stop forgiving the governments for hiding these guys.
That's right.
You
bet.
I
think that people are going to understand that sometimes collateral damage has to be done, and innocent people are going to suffer. Who live in the neighborhood, unfortunately.
Or else we're sitting ducks. And
what we had was collateral damage. You first attacked the World Trade Center, so you take our eyes off the government.
Right, and the World Trade Center was a diversionary tactic.
Absolutely.
The World Trade Center was not even the target. What it is
that was it.
To get to today the Pentagon was attacked.
See, I think
this is unbelievable.
10,000 people dying in the World Trade Center is more devastating than
No, I do too. But the real thing is they were trying to get to the White House and the Pentagon.
I think you're absolutely
This was an organized, thought-out military operation. We are at war.
Brilliantly, unfortunately.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Brian, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, they just reported that there was 164 people killed on the plane crashes into the World Trade Center.
Right.
That's on one of the planes.
That's on the plane.
Yeah. One plane.
On one plane. On one plane, there were 164 people.
But we're going to be talking in terms of thousands of people.
Tens of thousands.
Anybody within the sound of your voice, and that's millions of people, are going to personally be mourning the loss of somebody they know by the time we ferret this all out.
A United Airlines passenger jet.
It's sort of third person and surrealistic, but when it's all said and done, this is going to be one of our bleakest moments.
Congressman, I want to thank you for calling in, and if you hear anything, please call us back.
We'll get back to you.
All right, thanks a lot.
And you know, Howard, that probably half these bodies or more are not going to be able to ever to be identified, if they're even found.
I'm going to Terry Lieberman, who's our program director in Detroit. Terry, go ahead.
Howard, how you doing? I wanted to let you know in Detroit, tensions are running very high. The largest Arab population outside of the Middle East is located in Detroit.
That is true.
So obviously tensions very high.
Yeah, well, let me say something about that. I mean, listen, the people who live in Detroit, you got to understand something. The Arab population there, these aren't the enemy. It's the same way that the American Japanese were not the enemy during World War II. We know what's going on overseas. There are many Arabs in here illegally, and who come over here on student visas and things.
Absolutely right.
We're not talking about
this is not the enemy. Tensions are running very high.
It's going to do us no good to start punching out taxi cab drivers.
I did want to let you know that the Ambassador Bridge has been shut down, the Windsor Tunnel, so no one
is
being go out inside the United States or outside the United States from Detroit into Canada.
Right, the Windsor Tunnel, of course, connecting Detroit and Canada.
Yes.
Right.
GM World Headquarters shut down. That's the Wren Center. That is being evacuated. The Ford World Headquarters has also been shut down, so tension's extremely high.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Howard, I just got, they're watching another TV in the other room.
Hold on, Terry, thanks.
Thank you, Howard.
All right, that's
They're
Terry
saying
Lieberman.
that there's reports of Arab cab drivers being attacked in New York City.
Yeah, it's not cool.
Again, this is exactly what these people would want to
They want us to turn on each other.
They want us to look like animals.
What is it, Gary? It's no big breaking news, but Courthouses, city hall buildings, schools are being closed in almost every major city across the country at this point.
Yeah, and right now, most of our affiliates are still with us. Phoenix, Orlando is with us.
Atlantic City's with us. Detroit's with us. Philly called us. They just break in once in a while, but they're sticking with us. They love what you're doing.
All right. Well, yeah, I'll stay on for a while longer then.
They're showing shots on Fox right now. Just people down.
Yeah, no,
all over the
strength. I mean, who the hell? I mean, where the hell are you going to go? It's just unbelievable. Rosemary, you're on the air.
Good morning, Howard, or I guess it was a few hours ago. But thank you so much for staying on the air, to your staff. And God bless you for your composure on such a devastating time in our country.
We don't even know yet how devastating this is. I don't think it's hit anybody. I'm watching unedited video on Fox, and you're just seeing bodies on the ground. We've got to stick together through this and understand that there is going to be the retribution. There is going to be a payday.
Yeah.
There's going to be payback. There's got to be.
Well, again,
and our day will come. Our day will come.
And it better be swift and strong.
Yep. Our day will come, and I don't think we should even have to risk American life. There's a way to just punish these countries.
Tomahawk missiles.
You bet.
Nuclear warheads.
Right. We have the most advanced military system in the world. We should be taking advantage of it.
And you got to ask yourself, how is it that all of these planes can be hijacked within the same 2-hour period?
Amazing.
How do you walk a bomb into the Pentagon?
8 planes were hijacked?
How does it happen? I don't understand. I mean, I know there's airport security. I know that how did they, this has been brilliant.
You almost wonder if some of and I'm not throwing accusations, if some of these hijacked planes weren't hijacked by the pilots who were flying them.
You don't know? I mean, it's just...
Because terrorists don't necessarily know how to fly 767.
And again, I say, they got 8 planes. Who's to know that they tried to get 20 and couldn't get them?
Right.
Wow.
And you must remember that when that Egyptian airliner was brought down, it was a co-pilot who took over the...
What you're seeing is the president on TV now, but that's from earlier, Gary. He was talking to a group, and he just said he, basically gave a standard comment. He didn't really say anything yet.
No, he can't because he'll say it out of anger, and we don't need that.
No, it's fine. Hey, the president, we're all behind him. Let's see where he's going with this.
He's got the greatest military minds that is left and right with Dick Cheney and Colin Powell. They were the ones who orchestrated the swift victory in the Gulf War.
Well, Howard, you've been an incredible voice of reason this morning.
The World Trade Center, the first time, it didn't go right. They had bridges
let me
to blow
tell you
up.
something. You're absolutely right. We've been hearing that guys like Osama bin Laden have been planning an attack on New York and on the Pentagon. We've been waiting for him to do it so we can respond. There's no time to wait anymore.
Well, you also bring up we got real angry after the World Trade Center was bombed the first time, and we grabbed that guy, the sheikh who we sent back to Egypt, and we broke up his cell.
Right.
And everybody then got comfortable
And everyone got
again.
comfortable. Listen, the death toll now is in the thousands. That's confirmed.
Tens of thousands.
Yeah.
I have 3 family members that are in that building, and I have no idea what's going on.
I can tell you what's going on.
I'll tell you this.
What do you see, Tom?
There are 2 American airline flights unaccounted for.
Right.
Let me correct you. There's 4. We just got to report there's 4 unaccounted planes total.
Right.
When we had the chance and we were sitting down across the table with, what's his name?
Thank you. I got to move on. I hear what you're saying, and you're absolutely right. Darryl, go ahead.
Yeah, I know you're a humble guy. I know you're doing a good job and all that good stuff, but let me just get to the point. I'm kind of worried. There's a woman named Marlene who she works in that building as security. And
World Trade Center?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And I don't know what happened. My wife, Christina, might have went down there to find out what's going on or to get home by PATH train. I need to get a message out to Sean, who works at Audubon Payne, because I know yours is like the radio station that's going on right now.
Give the name of the person, and maybe they can call you.
The cell phone is up, the phone is up, but AT&T won't let me make any calls.
All right, so who are you looking for?
I'm looking for Jesse and Samantha. I don't know what schools they go to. I'm out here in Jersey right now, and just to call me and let me know so I can go and find them.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot.
Good luck. All right. Debbie, go ahead.
Howard?
Yeah.
This is Debbie Schlossel from Detroit. I'm a political analyst here in the Detroit area, and I can tell you that with all due respect to Terry Lieberman, while most of our Arabic community are honest, decent, law-abiding American citizens, there are Hamas and Hezbollah cells here in Detroit in January.
Absolutely.
Customs and FBI arrested American citizens, the Boumohem brothers, who were trying to smuggle arms to Hamas and Hezbollah over our
Debbie,
border.
let me be clear on that. I'm just saying for people to randomly go pick out cab drivers or a guy who owns a party store in Detroit and punch them out is not going to do us any good.
I agree, but I just want you to understand, Howard, that there's plenty of support for these groups. That's how they succeed here. And unfortunately, these FBI agents and customs agents are hamstrung because of laws on profiling,
I know.
etc.
Profiling.
That's true.
We are not allowed to racially profile, and we're not allowed to do. Our hands are so tied, and someone's going to have to untie our hands and realize we are now in a war. That there are people living here in this country.
But one thing she doesn't point out: oftentimes these people also intimidate the other people who live in their community.
Yep.
To get their support.
They do.
They're held hostage.
Right, they make them feel guilty.
That's right.
Yep, and we've got to really sort of, I mean, what the hell do I know? I'm a friggin' disc jockey, but the fact of the matter is that it seems to me, it's like almost like when you raise kids, you can be so lenient. For so long that your kids start walking all over you. Now,
you keep saying you cannot negotiate with crazy people.
Right, and you got to really just
You
kill
gotta
them.
realize that's who you're talking to.
We got to make the world safe for us again. Debbie, thanks for the comment. You're right.
Thank you, Howard.
All right, Debbie.
If Howard, you go to any mosque here, they have speakers like Farrakhan who support attacking the U.S. government. And
there's another guy, Farrakhan, talking about. Yeah, get rid of him too. Let him live there.
He wants to be somewhere else,
You go to any mosque here in Detroit, you translate what they're saying in Arabic, and they are openly attacking the U.S. and Israel. And the problem is, when you negotiate with terrorists, when you force Israel to constantly negotiate with suicide bombers, and they aren't allowed to respond, this is what happens.
Yeah,
That's right. The World Trade Centers disappear.
And what do you think? Israel has done nothing wrong. It's a shtick. These guys are carrying on. They're looking for reasons to attack. They hate the United States. It's not about Israel. And they want to get us, and now it's time to get them.
Thousands and thousands and thousands of years people have been fighting over that part of the world.
Right, I know.
Like Syria, which hosts
Syria is the worst.
Absolutely.
Syria is the worst.
We've been coddling Syria. Our State Department has been coddling them.
That's right.
What purpose?
You know what?
With the Hafez
Syria is among the worst than Iran.
Yep. Same with Yemen. There's a country called Yemen.
Oh, absolutely.
And the United Arab Emirates and you know, even countries like Saudi Arabia, who we helped in the Persian Gulf, house and hide terrorists.
Right.
Kuwait. I'm sorry. It happens all over there because when it comes a bigger issue, when it becomes the religion aspect.
Nuclear devastation for that part of the world.
You don't want to mess up the oil.
No, in about 5 years, after they're all dead, we'll go in and take our oil for ourselves.
Exactly.
What the half-life of that stuff is.
Really?
It's all right. I'll tell you, car will run better with nuclear crap in it. I'm telling you.
It'll sure go fast.
Wire reports New York City officials say as many as 165 bodies now have been.
There's got to be thousands.
165
Those are just the recovered bodies.
That's what they were able to find.
Have been recovered following planes crashing into the World Trade Center. That's just right off the top. And we don't know what else is doing in that building.
But this is exactly like one of those situations in some far-off country where they have the buildings collapse in an earthquake. We now have to dig under rubble to try
it's going to be weeks before we know the exact goal.
In there.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know what the devastation was.
Yeah, and you see a building collapse. It's 3 stories of the rubble. This is one of the largest buildings in the world. Times 2.
I'm getting a little bit woozy at this point. I don't know how effective I'm being.
Howard, if you can get C-SPAN, you can see the Pentagon, the collapse. It's unbelievable.
We've seen that.
Yeah, we saw it. What's to say? Are planes still missing?
Yeah, they said there are planes unaccounted for. I think
4 is what we just heard.
Yeah.
4
planes.
4 passenger jets unaccounted for.
Doug, announce the blood supply again. Anyone who is in New York who is able to give blood if you don't have a cold. I guess if you have a cold, if you're healthy.
Yeah.
There is such devastation that blood is needed, and Doug has the information.
Yeah, here's the information. The main number, and I'm not sure if this is a nationwide number because obviously other cities need help too, but the number I have is 1-800-933-BLOOD. The website for New York is nybloodcenter.org. The locations, again, are 53rd Street and Lexington Avenue in the City Court Building, 168th Street and Broadway, that's 168th Street and Broadway, 150 Amsterdam Avenue on the west side of Manhattan, 67th Street and 2nd Avenue, and that's for people in good health right now, age 17 to 65.
I wish this was just a radio bit like War of the World, but it's not.
I'm going to go down and donate blood.
All right, Doug.
You know, they just
Doug, I'm hanging up on you.
Okay.
All right,
If I hear anything, I'll call you.
Cool.
All planes into L.A. are being diverted to Canada as a result of these attacks, and there were reports that some of these missing planes may be headed to Los Angeles. So
Let me go to Tim. He has some new information. Let's see what's happening. Tim, go ahead.
How you doing, Howard?
Hey.
We got they just did a press conference right now. It's the head of Massport.
This is in Boston?
This is in Boston. I'm watching it right now. He, obviously he's trying to answer the questions, but he's really sidestepping everything here. It's not
nobody knows what's going on. He's
not sure. He doesn't know what's going on.
No one knows.
He's asking, that people are asking questions about how he thinks that it's secure. Logan, obviously it isn't. I mean, 2 planes left here, fully armed.
I'm still reeling from seeing the pictures of the World Trade Center completely disappear from New York.
Yeah, there are no World Trade Centers anymore.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't even tell you.
how incredibly devastating that is. That's amazing.
2 of the biggest buildings in the world, the financial
hub,
World Trade. I mean, that's what it means. And they're gone. They're completely gone.
It's unbelievable. And the fact is that, I mean, even Boston right now, Boston's shutting down.
Boston, Cleveland, New York, Los Angeles, Philly, all the major cities are shutting down.
Pittsburgh, they had their...
Yeah, Pittsburgh had one of the planes.
And the governor have all moved out to Framingham. There was a big state trooper caravan leaving on the Mass Pike.
What are you hearing, Gary? I know you're exhausted, but I can tell you that almost every affiliate is sticking with us and he has either called me or emailed me to tell them that this has been phenomenal and that it's very helpful.
Okay. I'll stay on a little bit longer, but I'm just starting to get dopey.
And there's really, what do you say?
What am I doing? I mean, what good am I doing?
I'm wondering where these people are all going to go, all the people that are coming into Brooklyn over the Williamsburg Bridge on foot.
I know. I don't know where anyone's going.
Yeah.
We don't know where anyone's sleeping tonight. John, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard, I just want to say you guys are still going strong in Albany.
Yeah, I know. We're on. All of our affiliates are with us, but I'll tell you, at some point, I don't think I'm going to be effective.
You're doing a super job.
I'm getting a little distracted by trying to get in touch with my loved ones, so I don't even know that I can concentrate anymore about this.
As far as how safe you guys are, for some of us that aren't familiar with New York City, where are you in relation to the World Trade Center?
Would you say we're about 7 miles, 8 miles away?
No, more like 4.
We're about 4 miles from the World Trade Center.
We're in the center of the island. That was down at one end.
Yeah, we're closer to Central Park.
Yeah, we're right near Central Park, and the World Trade Center is further downtown.
Is that the southern
in
tip?
the south, yeah.
So we're about 4 miles from there.
You got the best coverage, man. I appreciate what you're doing.
All right, thanks.
But be safe, too.
Later.
The World Trade was at the southern tip of Manhattan.
Exactly.
American Airlines is saying they have 2 flights unaccounted for.
Yeah, I believe there are 2 planes unaccounted for, right, Brad?
There could be more.
Yeah, according to what the newscaster said, Howard, it said that the 4 planes, 3 of the ones that crashed into the buildings, and the other one was for the ones at the Pentagon, or the one in Pittsburgh or Newark, New Jersey.
Brad, are they saying anything about how these planes were taken? In other words, was it like
was it a passenger who stepped forward?
I can't. Does anybody know?
What went on?
I don't want to sound like
was this crew?
I don't want to sound like a wuss, but this is hitting me like I can't even tell you. There are so many people. Like it's kind of like when you have an alcoholic in a family. There's so many more people affected. That so many thousands of people are dying.
I know.
And have died. And just multiply that times 5 to every person. And that's how many people are being affected.
Yeah. Oh, forget it. We don't even know who's... You know what? I know I've lost people I love right now, and I don't even know who they are.
Right.
And I want to say this is the worst way to possibly ever be to get on your show. But I'm really glad you guys are safe and that you're okay, and you're doing a great job, Howard. And I'm going to go because I'm really emotional.
All right. Take care. Adam, you're on the air. Nothing
Howard,
wrong with being emotional.
Adam calling from Brooklyn. I just want to voice my opinion of what's going on here. I don't know if you guys have access to televisions there.
Yeah, we do. We're going to it every once in a while, but there hasn't been any new information that I've opened up to you.
Yeah, they showed some video camera, satellite camera in the Middle East, I think maybe Palestine. And they're just celebrating in the street.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, they're celebrating.
They jumped out.
Wreck their lives. For once, allow us... Whether you need Israel to do it or the United States to do it, I don't care which.
To me, that alone is a reason to bomb them.
Allow us to bomb them.
While they're out in the streets, throw a bomb on them right now.
Bomb them now in the streets.
Howard, they have kids in the street, 5 years old, jumping up and down celebrating.
5-year-olds. Those 5-year-olds will grow up to attack our children.
They're showing it right now.
Kill them.
If you look at NBC,
Kill them for celebrating. Kill them.
In their schools, at 5 years old, they're being indoctrinated.
And God is great. People were thrown.
They're all celebrating in the streets.
Yeah, like they killed.
Horrible.
The Palestinians are celebrating in the streets, ladies and gentlemen. They're putting up the victory sign. Children are cheering.
They're cheering.
The parents have taught them well. Let them all live. Go ahead.
Feel that the U.S. government...
Go ahead, and more of us will die.
With Israel.
I think you know what Bush needs to do. I mean, he needs to grow a set of you-know-what.
If Bush doesn't do it, he's gone. We have to get a new president. We got to get a new president.
He hasn't said much, really, Bush, but waiting for him to come on and say, I mean,
look at them celebrating in the street.
This is why I say you cannot negotiate with these people.
They are so happy. They're so insane. Unbelievable. Today, drop the nuclear bomb on them.
There's no reason for those people.
Teach them a lesson.
Give them nuclear warfare. It's the only thing they understand. Like the bastard children they are.
This is terrible.
I can't even believe that. Name, but on behalf
I think it's great you guys are still on the air, though, you know.
I'm getting too worked up, and I'm starting to say stuff. I
really want to say nasty, awful
things.
I do,
too.
I know, Howard, this is getting me worked up. My blood is pumping right now.
I'm so
Somebody said to me earlier, where do you think it's safe? I said, I don't care about safety at this point. They're bombing my country.
Revenge.
That's it.
Revenge is going to be sweet. The thought that these people are celebrating the death of others, please do something.
This is horrible.
I'm sick of seeing it.
It's one thing to strike military targets, but when you strike the heart of a city like New York,
I'm sick of looking at them. I'm sick of looking at them celebrate.
I can't imagine these little school kids. They probably don't even know what's happening.
They're all celebrating.
They are taught to hate America at the youngest age.
And they're going to grow up and kill our children.
Yep.
They're going to be worse than the parents. It's time to stop the madness now.
They don't even have to. They do it in schools. It's organized. The teacher stands at the front of the classroom and says, this is a country and a people you should hate.
Look at how good the Japanese behave now after World War II. They're on such good behavior. We stripped them of all their dignity, and it's time to do it again. We have the power.
Now they just want to do business.
This country has the power. It's time to show the power.
Japanese now are playing by the book.
Can't be soft anymore.
The Japanese, they can buy up all they want. The Japanese can build stuff for us. They can be our servants. But we don't allow them to smile anymore because we burn the smiles off their faces.
Yeah, it just goes to show how vulnerable, even we're vulnerable to this.
You know, dun, 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 dun. Remember that? Boom. That's that song in Hiroshima.
Oh.
Yeah.
Boom. Boom.
You're not
Pop goes the weasel.
You know where George Bush is right now, don't you, Howard?
Where is George Bush?
George Bush is probably in Air Force One because it's considered the safest place to be during any type of attack. Because we can usually control the air, and I'm sure George Bush is flying in Air Force One with his advisors, and he's probably planning the attack right now. I would almost guarantee it by nightfall when those terrorists go to sleep.
Let me go switch to this phone caller. Joe is in Michigan right now. There's rioting in Dearborn. Who is rioting? Joe.
Yeah.
Who is rioting?
The Arabics.
What are they doing?
Billy, what are they doing? One of our friends, Maz, was leaving work, and all the cops have the streets blocked off, and everybody stopped. And I guess they're rioting in the east side of Dearborn.
Why are they rioting? Are they pleased with this or upset?
I don't know. I live on.
I would hate to be an Arab guy living in Michigan, law-abiding. They're not the target. They're not the enemy right now. And as that woman said before from Detroit, yes, there are groups sympathetic to the Hezbollah and all that, and we should weed them out. But the fact of the matter is that it's time to go to war.
But you do sort of understand what happened in World War II at this point.
You do. The internment camps of the Japanese. We didn't trust anybody.
No. Well, we couldn't.
We shouldn't trust these people. They come to our country and they take everything.
There unfortunately are people who come to this country and hide behind.
There are innocent people who are being hidden behind, and they will be hurt by this, probably.
Let me go to this report on TV and just see if there's anything new we can learn.
And good day to you all. We want to go right to Tiwa Chang, who
Nothing
is
good about
by,
the day.
we are told, with Mayor Giuliani, who can give us the latest information on casualties.
That's who should be the president, by the way, Mayor Giuliani.
May have perished in this.
He would clean up in 5 minutes.
Thing called Tiwa. Are you there?
Yes, Jim, I'm here. I cannot tell you where I am because for security reasons, the mayor's office and the police department have moved the emergency center away from Lower Manhattan, evacuating the police headquarters to a degree, and they also left the emergency bunker, which is at 7 World Trade Center, right next to where the 2 Twin Towers were. I talked to the mayor directly. I rode up with his motorcade, and he said, when I asked him about the 4 planes that were in the air that were possible possibly filled with bombs or whatever may be the case. He said that's not a problem. That has been taken care of. I don't know what he meant by that, but he said that is not a concern now. Ooh. I also ran into the fire commissioner, Mr. Von Essen, Thomas Von Essen, and I asked him how many casualties were there. He said, I know many, many firemen and police officers were in those buildings when they went down. I do not know the extent.
Yeah. I can't even listen to this. Let me tell you something. The image now is circulating in my brain of the celebrating going on in Palestine, and I am sick.
As these police officers and firefighters and innocent victims were crushed in these buildings.
You know, and the sad thing is that the initial plane crashes into those buildings brought down all of the emergency services workers, and that the secondary explosion killed them.
Yes.
Howard, the really disturbing thing about that footage of the celebrating in the streets, too, is the little kids holding up the peace sign.
Yeah, the victory sign.
It's a victory
sign. That ain't no peace.
They think they've won something.
Richard, go ahead.
They're going to win the wrath of America, I'll tell you that.
They better. Richard, you're on the air. Richard? Will, he's with the military intelligence. Will?
Yes, Howard.
Yeah.
I was just, I'm in the Army Reserves, right? Yeah. And I'm stationed in Staten Island. I have a lot of friends who work at the Port Authority. We have these air defense guns that can supposedly shoot down a baseball. If you could throw a baseball from Manhattan to Staten Island, it can shoot a baseball to 4 pieces and slice those 4 pieces into another 4 pieces. Now, I'm just wondering, why weren't these things used in place?
I don't know. We don't have the answer to that. Todd, go ahead. What are you hearing? Todd. He was coming on. I don't know if this was any truth, but that there's Rhode Island is reporting a plane crash. Rhode Island? Anybody hear anything about that?
No.
All right. I don't know if that's legit or not. Mike, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hello, Howard?
Yeah.
My name's Justin, but anyway.
Sorry, Justin.
All right. All these Palestinians that you're saying, the terrorist ones, they're Americans. They're American Palestinians. They didn't ship them over and put them on planes.
Yeah, Palestinian. There are many Arabs living in this country who are here on student visa that are part of this terrorist movement.
I said these people had to be here for some time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This shipped over.
And we know that. But I'm saying randomly going in the streets and punching out cab drivers is not going to solve that problem.
Why not?
Why not? Because there's a lot of innocent guys there. You don't want to do that to them. You don't do that.
That's exactly what they want us to do.
That's right. They would love us to become Sarajevo or Croatia.
And start to ethnic cleanse.
I think what we ought to do, though, and we've been threatening this for years, take them one by one who are in this country, and any ties to any terrorist organizations, we get rid of. Anybody here on a student visa, get rid of. I don't need them being educated.
You know what? We also should not let them immigrate into this country.
Absolutely not.
Come from countries like this. We don't want you.
It's the truth.
Executions, man.
Yep.
Put them in camps like they did World War II.
That's right. They absolutely should.
Those camps were real wrong.
Separate them. Get rid
no, they weren't.
Yeah, they were.
At the time we were at war, we didn't know. You know, retrospect is, people say in retrospect, Harry Truman shouldn't drop an A-bomb.
Oh, no.
Harry Truman was right. He knew what to do. What is it, Gary?
I'm just looking at this thing off of Reuters. It's saying that, I guess, an Arab journalist who has access to bin Laden interviewed him 3 weeks ago, and he warned of an unprecedented attack on the U.S. interest for support of Israel.
Right. There you go.
Yeah.
But I thought, that's enough for me.
They said earlier that he's saying had nothing to do with it.
Oh, you think he's a brave man, Tom?
No, clearly not.
But this is a journalist who claims he interviewed him 3 weeks ago. It's off of Reuters.
Pat, hi, you're on the air.
You know what? Honestly, guys like bin Laden say this all the time, and it doesn't necessarily ever come to fruition.
Yeah, but the point is, I'm crediting him with this attack.
No, totally. You know he did this.
Yeah, Pat, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Howard. I was doing work on a rooftop in Jersey City, and we didn't see the first crash, but we saw the smoke, and as we were watching, I saw a plane coming in from about 3 or 4 miles out.
Wow.
And I had commented to the other guys on the roof, but I commented to the other guys on the roof, and I said to them, hey, look at this plane, coming in pretty close, too. And I just said, oh, my God. I said, it's going to hit it. And as I said it, it just hit it. It hit the second tower.
Well, you're never going to get that image out of your head.
And it was, when it hit, you saw the fireball go past it.
Awful. It's just awful, and it's just ridiculous.
We've been too lenient with these people for way too long.
We have. That is the truth.
And that's the problem. You look at it our own backyard.
I've been in radio 20 years. I've been screaming about that the chickens were going to come home to roost.
Well, you look in your own backyard, what we do to our own people, and we just smack them on the wrist. These people don't even belong here, and we let them get away.
Yeah, our society has become too lenient.
But we've also ceased to be amazed that people will actually launch an attack in which they know they will be killed.
Yep, Elizabeth.
That is not amazing to us anymore.
Yeah, we have to just level them all out. Elizabeth, you're on the air.
Yes, I happen to be thanking my blessings right now in my grandparents' house. I was in my office when I saw the flying balls of fire and debris after a hard crash. I worked in 2 World Trade Center.
You were in the World Trade Center?
Yes, in the 2 World Trades on the 35th floor.
Well, you were on the 35th floor, and what happened when the plane hit? How did you get out?
When the plane hit, it hit one, but we thought it was something. It was another building. We never had an idea that it was the World Trade Center. We only saw flying debris, glass, and balls of fire hitting our offices. At that point, we were told to go to the lobby, like for a fire drill, to evacuate the building. I was fortunate, for whatever given reason, somebody dragged me into the freight elevator, what happens to be right there at that moment. When we got in the freight elevator, the mechanic told the guy operating it, hurry up and push the down button because this elevator is going to stop the minute there's a fire in here.
Wow. And
I'm watching the floors coming down, 35, 34, until we made it to 1. I said, thank God. Opened the door. I ran out to the concourse, the World Trade Center concourse, and all I see was mobs of people running and the cops telling us to be cautious, but go ahead and run out of the building. I kept on running out of VC Street all the way up to Chambers Street.
Good for you.
And then because when I got to Chambers Street, good thing I work out, I'm very healthy.
Right, you were able to run.
I know. I heard a boom, and when I turned around, I said, oh, my God, there's my tower. That was 2 World Trade.
Oh, my God.
That got hit. At which point
let me ask you something. How many people were at work on your floor?
Let me tell you another thing. My floor, my co-workers are the actual victims of the first bombing. They were in B1 level when the actual bombing happened back in the 90s.
So when you say you got out, there was a lot of people still on the floor,
There was a lot of people because there was one space in the freight elevator. I don't know who pulled me in there. And usually the elevators stop because if there's a fire, they automatically stop.
Well, you are real lucky.
You have no idea. I have no idea how lucky I really am.
Oh, my God. What was your job at the World Trade Center?
I was actually the signs and the coordinator for all the signs and all the directories of the World Trade Center. I work for the Port Authority.
You work for the building, the World Trade Center.
For the Port Authority.
Right. Oh, my God. You are so lucky.
I tell you, I was about to call the secretary to see if she survived it because she survived the first one.
Oh, my God.
Because she was in B1, the first bombing. She was in B1 level, so was my boss, everybody, all my coworkers were actual I wasn't there in the first bombing. I was only there now. I am so lucky to be alive and be able to say this.
Well,
I'm so devastated. The towers are gone.
Everything's gone.
I don't know what happens tomorrow.
Well, there's got to be retribution. Not even retribution. For self-preservation, we must attack.
I tell you, this is ridiculous.
And I said it at 9 o'clock in the morning when I first saw the news. I said, now it is their excuse. Now you finally have been pushed.
I mean, really.
Now let's not
stop. I would love to know what they're saying in Europe now. All the people who always
the rest of the world is laughing.
How about I don't even care. I don't even care what Europe's saying. I'm saying now we have to make a decision.
Yes, we do. Yes,
we know the countries that harbor terrorists. Don't wait to even find out who is
let them into this country. We should stop letting people in already.
It's enough immigration. We got too many people here. Enough with immigration.
Now stop that.
Stop it all. Put an end to it. Put an end to the madness. Close down the borders.
Thank you.
And bomb the crap out of
it. It was built on immigration.
Hey, Cabby, name this. Thank you, ma'am. And thank God you are right.
Thank you. Yes, thank God.
We report that the bridges are open again. Triborough, Throgs Neck, Whitestone bridges are all open. And we know that the GWB was opened.
So you can get in and out.
You can get out. We don't know if you can get in.
I don't think you can get in because everybody's walking out across the bridge. No one's going in at all. Now, Howard, I wanted to say something, and I was going to say before, when I first came on the building, there were some other people that live in the building here up on the roof, and there was one girl, and she said to me, I go, oh, my God, what happened? And she goes, this is what we get. This is what we do to other countries. And I said, what?
Oh, that's so
and you know what it is, Howard? It's the liberal thinking in this country that we deserve.
Well, hold on. What is it, Gary?
Like I'm going to head out if that's okay with you.
You're going to head out?
Well, they just said some stuff is open.
Yeah, you might as well. Well, listen, Tom, I think...
So, you know what? We only have an hour left on the satellite anyway.
Yeah.
So if you're about ready, then...
I'm about ready.
Okay.
Cabby, I'm going to go.
Okay, Howard,
Thanks,
this is one of the most this is the most disturbing act of humanism I've ever seen in my life, and I've seen some pretty sick things in the military in other countries, but it's the liberal thinking that this is okay. We need to take conservative action. We need to blow some people up, and it's, just wipe them out. Wipe them out, Howard.
All right, thanks, Cabby.
God bless.
Cabby, you were great.
Yeah, you did a good job.
Yeah, I think we lost a lot of liberals.
Yeah.
In this.
I hope so. Well, sorry, Tom, what?
I've never. It's these moments you'll never forget. You know, you never forget where you were when Kennedy was killed. You'll never forget the moment that attack happened. You'll never forget standing here watching that first.
Oh, that tower come down.
All I know is in a moment of frivolousness, I was defending the fact that I had kissed Pamela Anderson and not gone any further, and then
Are
2
you
seconds
sorry
later.
Now
I'm sorry.
That was dumb.
You weren't there, in all fairness. Well, this is a devastating day. What is the date today?
It is
September 11th.
12th, 11th.
The 11th of September.
Just remember.
Evidently, there was some significance in the Arab world.
They say the signing of the Camp David Accord.
Camp David Accords, but that was the Camp David Accords brought peace to Israel and Egypt.
Yeah, and Israel. Yeah.
Hey, Howard.
Who knows? Yeah.
This is a report from the AP just to show how horrible what just happened. The mayor says he arrived at the World Trade Center building just moments after the first blast and witnessed people jumping from the windows to their deaths.
Oh.
Wow. Imagine jumping out of the World Trade Center.
No, and there's no way of surviving that.
Doug, you wanted to get one last word, and go ahead.
Yeah, Howard, it's Doug. I just saw the tail end of a news report. I'm not sure where this is taking place, but there's a report that over 3,000 Palestinians are somewhere cheering.
Yeah, we've seen it. We watched it on television.
Where
and
is that?
reported it. This is in Palestine. I think we all know.
Right there, right now.
Yeah, I think we all know what has to be done.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, spoiled children are being allowed to live.
Hey, Doug, don't hang up. I want to make sure we have all that information so we can continue to give it out today.
Yeah, the blood information. Hold on.
Okay.
Well, we're going to go now. There's not much more to be said. You guys can tune to TV and radio and everything else, and I'm just devastated by this.
We'll be doing what you're doing.
Yeah, we'll all be sitting around waiting to hear what goes on. And, you know, this is a great day in the Arab lands. This is they're cheering for us.
Let it be the start of the worst moment of their lives.
Yeah. Let this be the day that we woke up. Please.
You know, much like when the Japanese had struck their blow against the United States, it was just the beginning of the end.
It was the beginning of their nightmare.
This is the beginning of the end.
I think this is the wake-up call, unfortunately. It's an unfortunate wake-up call, but it's here. I guess we were never
the world has been plagued with this long enough, obviously.
You know, let's free the world of terrorists. Yeah. It's time to do it now. It's going to take about a month to really nuclear attack them and do it in a devastating way where they don't live, so that maybe only a roach will live in these Arab lands. Today is the day that we must wake up. I don't think I'm being irresponsible by saying that.
Absolutely not. If this doesn't wake us up, you know, this is affecting our way of life. They want to take our way of life away from us.
As we sit here now, we don't even know who is alive and who is dead in our personal lives. We don't, especially those of us who live here in Manhattan.
And just imagine if we capitulate, how our lives will be affected from now on.
Head for the hills if we capitulate. Head for the hills, because this will go on a regular basis, just like in Israel.
Their celebration will be a real one.
Free the hands of the Israelis, free the hands of the United States. And may we unleash as they call it, a holy war on our enemies who have...
And we do have
ripped
enemies.
us a new a-hole.
We do have enemies. Don't sit there for a moment thinking there's nobody to blame.
Let's hope the war ain't over yet. Let's hope that we don't sit there and say, let's negotiate. Let's think about it. Let's keep a level head.
Let's move in measured
AP Wire, I'll leave you with this. The military is at full threat level, and we'll see what happens. And
that doesn't mean we're attacking anybody.
No, just means that we're on full alert, which means nothing.
Like we're waiting for another blow.
Yeah,
we're
sitting ducks. Let's hope that Bush has got some balls. I know he avoided military service. I don't know what he did.
Well, you know, wasn't he in like the National Guard?
The National Guard, but I think they got a couple of guys in there like Cheney.
Well, I know, you know, Clinton didn't serve, and he figured out how to, fire a few bombs off.
Bush Sr. Was a military hero. I'm glad about that.
And Cheney, I think, has a few fights behind him.
Cheney's got a few rounds.
Fights under his belt.
Yep. We were at
no time to fool around.
Right.
How happy were you yesterday now, looking back?
What does that mean?
Meaning just, you don't...
You were carefree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and we shouldn't have been.
Because today was coming.
For 20 years, I've been on the radio saying this, and I'm not saying...
I remember you saying this when we first started working together, and I was like, shh.
Yeah. And
stop it.
I know, and I've been saying it. I said the chickens will come home to roost. It's going to happen, and we should really wipe out terrorism now, but we were afraid of what France will say. France never fought a war in their lives.
And if they say don't use airspace, take them over.
I mean, we're the
I
leaders.
was just there like the country, but take them over. They don't know what to do with a country.
Kill them before they kill us. All right, listen, this is all empty rhetoric anyway. It's up to the military.
We really don't do it.
We're just venting because we are pissed. And let's see what happens. We'll see you tomorrow.
This concludes the Howard Stern broadcast day. Scan for identification. This is 92.3 K-Rock. Are you ready?
And good morning. Certainly not a slow news day here. I'm not even sure what I'm doing here. It's,
Are you looking like you're raped like the rest of New York looks this morning?
What, have you been here all night?
No, I came into the city late last night. I was finally able to get a subway in.
You got in. I mean, no one's getting in.
No, I know. Limited subway service was running in out of Brooklyn, and I couldn't stay at home anymore. I was so sick of being in front of the television all day.
I know. It's sickening, isn't it?
Yeah, I had to get out, and I actually met Kane and his roommate. They were down on 9th Avenue having a couple beers, and I got 2 non-alcoholics instead of 1 this time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Even through the...
I came this close to drinking.
Did you? No, don't do it.
I know, it's not worth it. That's what the terrorists want.
They want Cabby drinking. They know if Cabby drinks, our whole structure, our whole society will crumble. I was worried about you starting to drink.
Really?
Yeah. Unbelievable. Talk about, so many people have been so brave through this thing, and so many people so shallow. I got a call from, I'm going to not even say the guy's name. He said, don't worry, Scores is okay. That's what he said. He called Lonnie from Scores. And I said, this is not.
Of mind in this situation.
Yeah, he was just trying to lighten up the mood.
I guess. Yeah.
Has anybody spoken to Lonnie? Listen, I'm not even sure what it is I'm supposed to do today, because I'm just imagining that although the phones are packed with people, I would imagine the majority of our audience is watching television or listening to news radio.
I disagree.
You do?
I got a lot of emails from listeners of yours who usually send me the hate mail.
Right.
Saying that you were a breath of fresh air in the sanity yesterday and the insanity of everything. And you actually gave some of the best news coverage because you were able to watch the different channels and relate to some people.
My doorman said he was glad I was going in because it gave some... Normalcy. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Normalcy.
Yeah.
And so here's what happened to me. I'll tell you something. I was walking around here yesterday after I left the radio station. Took me about an hour. The streets were packed.
I can't even imagine what it was like in Midtown.
People were just walking around like zombies. Like it looked like Night of the Living Dead.
Everyone were walking all the way from downtown to the Bronx to try and catch trains.
Yeah. And I found my brother-in-law wandering around. This was really weird. Like he was trying to give blood. So he went to some place, 6-hour wait.
Yeah.
Then while he was waiting, they said you have to evacuate because the New York City Medical Center had just been bombed, which wasn't true.
There were so many other things
being bombed. So he left there and just left his name on a waiting list and gave up after a while because it was just hours waiting, which was really great that people were out there trying to give blood.
Droves yesterday.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah. I guess in other cities around the country, there's over 80,000. I don't know how you weigh the blood out, but blood donations waiting to come here for.
Right.
Yeah, so it's happened everywhere, not just in New York.
Yeah.
The streets are empty today. Have you ever looked down 6th Avenue and not seen one car?
I know. So anyway, I was driving home. Took about an hour. The streets packed like I'd never seen it before. And then I got home and I'm just watching the TV news and I just said, I don't know what I'm going to do. I thought like, well, I got to blow off some steam. Hello?
Yeah.
Who's that?
No. That's Richie.
Shh. You don't know he's on the air.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, a little levity.
Excuse me.
Richie. All right.
Maybe
that would have been great.
Right? He starts swearing.
That would have been really good. So anyway, I think we can curse now. I think the FCC is busy with other stuff.
Yeah, right? There is nobody on the button.
I'm still afraid to do it.
They got other things to worry about today.
Yeah, there's nobody on the button, but I'll behave. So anyway, so I'm trying to get home, and I'd never seen the streets like this. I get home, I'm watching the TV news, and the anger is just building in me. It's like, I wish I was in the military so I could go kill people. You know what I mean?
I think everybody felt like that yesterday.
Yeah.
A lot of people I talked to said the same thing.
Yeah, and I had made sure that my daughter was all right. She was downtown. She was okay. Excuse me. And I don't mean to be cold and callous, but are we going to be able to get some food? I'm starving.
I know. I was looking for a place to just get coffee this morning.
Is there anything open?
Everything is closed. It's like closed due to recent occurrences. Those are the big signs that come on the thing.
Chef Bobby here? No?
Yeah.
The diner down by my house in Brooklyn, there was a sign and they said, no food, just drinks, you understand. And the place was packed. People
I got 2 oranges.
You're lucky.
Damn, I should have made breakfast before I came in, huh? I'm hungry.
Yeah.
I haven't eaten.
I didn't either. I couldn't eat, but now I'm starting to get an appetite.
I slept like 2 hours.
So listen to this. I'll just tell you my day, and then you can tell me. By the way, Cabby did a great job yesterday when you were reporting from Brooklyn. You were absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, you did a really good job.
It was hard. I mean, to see that,
please.
You can't even describe it.
I was just talking to Tony, who does hair for E! Network. And Tony said she tried calling in here because she was downtown. Her husband was like right in a restaurant, right at the atrium, right where this thing was collapsing.
Right.
She was freaking out. Her kid from her window saw the 2-year-old saw the plane go into the building.
Oh, a friend of mine saw that too.
Yeah, and she's like, the kid can't even sleep. She's like, oh my God, she doesn't know what to tell. She's calling a psychologist. She doesn't know because the kid is freaked out. He saw the plane go in.
Right.
Yeah, here's Tony. And she tried calling me yesterday on the air, but our interns wouldn't let her through, which,
Oh, nice. Thanks.
They didn't understand. She said, just put me through. I'm at a payphone.
I was at school with the kids. The kids' school is right next to it's like 5 blocks up.
Yeah.
And we heard the first explosion, and just as we were walking in the building, and one of the mothers turned around and said, God, the last time I heard that was when the World Trade Center was bombed.
Right.
And so we went in and no one knew what it was, and then started to hear that it was a plane had crashed.
Get closer to that mic, Tony. Yeah.
And I walked out of the school and looked up at the World Trade Center because I had the 2 big kids were in school and I just had the little one.
Yeah.
I looked up at the building. I was like, oh, my God. And then I saw the other airliner coming at the building.
Wow. And your kid saw it?
Yeah, and so did the 2-year-old.
Wow.
And
so now he's, like, confused.
Well, he's saying, airplane exploded, airplane exploded.
Oh, right. 2 years old.
And now he's freaking out. He couldn't go to sleep last night.
I don't blame him.
I'm scared.
Yeah,
Awful.
so...
And then we had to deal with the whole insanity of downtown.
The whole thing was surreal. What did you do? Did you just stay in your apartment?
Well, no, this is at the school. We're at school.
Right, oh.
So we had to get the kids and leave the school and walk uptown.
Walk uptown.
And we just left as the second building collapsed.
I know. And, when you're here in Manhattan, it didn't even hit me yesterday. But about 4 miles from where we're sitting here, we were under attack.
Right.
And, I'm sitting here oh, okay, well, we're under attack.
Like this country's never been under attack.
Yeah, so you don't even know what to do. So I'm sitting here, and then when I got finally back to my apartment, I'm watching TV, I go, you know what? I was just so jacked up, I wanted to just, hit something.
Right.
I said, I'll go running. That's what I always do. So I'm in Central Park, and I'm running. Behind me, the smoke is billowing from the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what am I doing? I don't know. But what are you going to do? I mean, I just had to do something. I mean, I just went and I ran and I ran and I ran and kept running until I got so tired that I just went back to the apartment.
Right.
And then what was really weird was a guy I know had flown in from Los Angeles to have a meeting with me. And he called me up and he goes, do you want to meet? I said, no. I mean,
right.
I'm in shock here. I don't know what to do. He goes, well, listen, I flew all the way in. I go, all right, why don't you come over? Let's see if we can talk. I mean, maybe that'll be a distraction. Well, we're talking. I mean, it was just...
And it goes all back to that.
Yeah, it's about some TV show we were thinking of doing. But, I mean, there's just no talking about it. Then he had told me a false rumor, which freaked me out for some reason. He's friends with Danny DeVito, and he said that Danny DeVito was on the plane from Newark to Los Angeles that went into the World Trade Center. So I got, like, freaked out by that. Kind of puts a face on it.
Right.
And I'm calling people and telling them that. Then he calls me back and goes, oh, no. Danny DeVito wasn't on the plane. So I was like, I had already told like 10 people who were all distraught over that. But I don't know. So, like, I'm sitting there and I'm going, like, nothing's really hitting me too hard until I laid down in bed last night. I lay down in bed and I go, what the F am I doing here? I mean, what am I doing in Manhattan?
Right. Yeah.
It's scary.
It really is, because you never thought this would ever happen.
Yeah, and the place is emptied out. And, like, my agent was supposed to be in that meeting, and he was like, oh, I'm too distraught to go to the meeting. Meanwhile, he headed out for upstate New York.
A lot of people headed out.
Yeah, everybody left. And I'm sitting there going, what am I doing here? So I called Chiasano. I go, it's like 10 o'clock at night. I can't fall asleep. I said to Chiasano, what are we doing? I mean, are we coming in tomorrow? I mean, why am I doing a show tomorrow? I mean, Robin's not here. No one can get in. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
It's weird. It's like I felt.
What am I doing?
Right.
Shouldn't I go grab my daughter and get the hell out of town?
Yeah.
Like, how do we know there's not going to be? So then I call my father. And I go, Dad, what do you... I'm laying here getting all paranoid. Don't you think I should go grab Emily and get the hell out of town and just drive north, until I hit something like a water or something?
Canada.
And he goes, it's not going... Don't worry. I don't think it's going to happen. It's all, our airspace is secure. Airspace, they could be doing anything. They could be releasing gas. Who knows what they're doing?
What's next?
Yeah, what is next? We're just sitting here.
Because they're going to try to kick us while we're down.
Yeah. How do we know there's not a second wave? And he's like, there's no second wave, and...
Well, there was a rumor floating on the news even last night that they had arrested 2 men in a van underneath the George Washington Bridge loaded with explosives.
That's what I'm talking about.
And it turned out not to be true, but what's true and what's not true?
I don't know. So I don't even know what we're doing here. Honest to God, I don't. But let me open up the phones and see what's doing. First of all, Artie Lang is on the phone. Artie.
Hey, Howard.
Hey.
What's up, man?
Oh. What's up? What isn't up?
I'm in Jersey.
Bye, Tony.
I'm in my new apartment in Hoboken. And I'm right on the Hudson
hey,
River.
Tony, you left your wallet here.
Yeah, and don't leave it close to me.
Yeah, and it's near Cabby, and it's loaded with cash. That's a bad move. You're going to need that cash. Artie, can you cook me breakfast and bring it here?
Yeah, whatever you need, man.
Yeah.
I'm standing on my terrace looking at the smoke, and it's the first time I've seen a skyline without the towers there. It's just sad.
It's sickening.
Yeah, it's sickening. And you know something? I watched Bush's speech, and it was fine. He said the one sentence I was waiting to hear.
Oh, yeah.
We will not tolerate terrorists or countries that harbor terrorists.
Yep.
Right.
And I hope to God he means it. I mean, I'm a little shaky with him at the helm, but I got to tell you something. People are screaming for blood. Yeah. And even like my mom said, don't get on the air and get everyone riled up and scream for blood. I go, how can we not? This will go on every day of our lives. Let me just give you a couple of thoughts. This is my thoughts.
Right.
Libya used to misbehave really badly. Muammar Gaddafi, real bad.
Right.
And we spanked his ass. And notice the guy, Reagan took care of him.
Yep.
And let me tell you something. The guy's right in line now. You don't hear the rhetoric. You don't hear any of the crap.
Did you hear what Libya said yesterday?
Yeah, they were apologizing, like saying, hey, we feel terrible.
Cuba as well.
Yeah. Everyone is scared now, right? Yeah. If we don't make good and really, maybe I'm not being crazy here. Take 5 of these countries, Syria, I don't care who
United
did
Arab
it.
Emirates.
Because they're talking about going after the people who did this, and they have to figure out who did it. Who cares? Let me tell you what happened in our country's history, if I may.
Right.
Remember the Olympics where the Israelis were there and the...
72.
That's right. The Arabs slaughtered the Israeli Olympiads. Mm-hmm. The response that we had was sickening. We let the Olympics go on, and we did nothing.
Yeah, and the same thing with the last bombing at the Trade Center. Something drastic should have happened then.
When the Olympics were taken over by these terrorists, that was the time to go over and bomb the living crap out of every country that's ever harbored terrorists. Period.
Because by not doing that, this exact thing happened yesterday.
Yeah. And if we're going to sit and wait for world reaction, and let me tell you something, we need the rest of the world to come in on this with us, this massive bombing we now have to do. And I think we should actually level 6 countries. I'll name them if you want. Level them to the point where no people live. A cockroach can't even survive. Like Hiroshima.
Exactly.
The Japanese learned their lesson in Hiroshima. As horrible as Hiroshima was, that war would have continued. Harry Truman said, I'm putting a stop to this, and I'm setting up an example for the rest of the world. We have nuclear weapons, and we're not afraid to use them.
Japanese soldiers would have fought until the death.
Right. Oh, look who just made it in. Robin. Look at this.
Wow. Yeah. Who says I can't get here?
You know, I do. I don't even believe you're here.
It's an illusion.
Everything's fine.
Where's your makeup?
Back there.
Yeah. So, the Olympics...
Let me just say something. It is important for you to be here.
It is?
All I've been listening to is that awful news all night long.
Yeah.
And the moment that music came on...
Yeah.
The
theme music.
I was like, it's going to be all right.
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
Well, everything's good. Well, I ran into Regis Philbin yesterday.
Yeah.
Who, by the way, headed for the hills. Yeah. And he said it was an elevator packed with people, and it was a woman talking about how she just got out of the World Trade Center.
Oh.
And she was telling us about it, and Regis turned to everyone and said, there's only one person who I think could help. Howard Stern. We have to send him over there. And
he was willing to volunteer.
And a guy in the elevator turned to him seriously and said, I don't even think Howard Stern can help.
Wow.
And that's when I knew my powers were limited. I'm getting out of here. Yeah, you're all crazy.
I got to tell you, who was great yesterday was Cabby, man.
Yeah, Cabby.
Comfort on the phone. Listening to the radio.
In fact, CNN just called him, offering him a job as a correspondent.
They threw out Paulazon and said, bring us Cabby.
Yeah, they want Cabby. Everyone's talking about Cabby's abilities.
They said I got to laser off my tattoos off my neck, though.
No, they want you just the way you are.
No, you're Cabby. Hey, wait a second.
I can't identify an F-15. Cabby's on the roof in Brooklyn going, that's an F-15!
Hey, let me just put on the line with us, Artie, Doug Goodstein.
All right.
Doug Goodstein called me.
I did come from the outer boroughs. I have been...
You took a train?
No.
You got a car?
I figured out how to drive it.
Because they're not letting...
I'm not going to tell anybody else.
Really?
Do you guys want me to come in? Because I just saw a ferry. I think the ferry service...
The ferry is working.
Is he climbing out of your bed?
That would be your bed, Ken.
Do you want to come in?
I absolutely want to come in, but they told me the ferry wasn't working.
Can you bring breakfast?
I'll bring some... What do you need? You want some peppers and eggs or something?
Make some egg whites and some toast.
He's got to make it?
Egg whites. Yeah, Artie's cooking.
Chef Artie.
Yeah, I don't want to get fat while the world is ending.
Hey, I couldn't believe you ran.
Yeah, I went running, and the backdrop was the smoke billowing.
They were saying how dangerous it was to breathe the air, so you go engulf
all that asbestos that was in the World Trade Center just peeled out of the air.
In fact, my lungs do feel a little bit heavy today. But what the hell? I went. I wasn't the only nudnik running, by the way.
Yeah, really, you had company.
Oh, yeah. There were just people not knowing what to do.
I think it's a good way to get it off your mind.
I blew out some steam, I'll tell you that.
You're not sitting in front of that television.
Yeah, I just had to get out of the apartment.
That's exactly why I came into the city, because in some bizarre, strange sense of the word, I am a journalist, and I have to work.
In no sense of the word, you would.
Artie, you want to come in, but I'm just wondering how long it'll take you.
You know what? The ferry just left to go back to Manhattan. It should be here again in 15 minutes.
Hoboken. They have a ferry that comes right over to Manhattan.
So come on in.
It's working.
Yeah, I could probably be there in about 45 minutes.
All right, so come on in.
I'll definitely come in.
All right, later.
See you later.
All right. And start making the eggs.
All right, you got it.
Egg whites. Egg whites.
I tried to call. I heard you were hungry. I was like, I'm still out here in the street. But I can't even get through on the phone here.
Doug Goodstein also did an amazing job yesterday with all that Red Cross information.
So Doug went down. Doug, where are you?
I'm about 50 yards from tower number 2.
Yeah.
Oh, you're kidding.
He's been out all night. You're one of the volunteers, right?
Yeah. Here's how it happened. I came down here with the intentions of volunteering. Couldn't get anywhere near it. I have a New York City police press credential, so it got us past some zones, and we just kept going as close as we can. So we ended up closer than we ever thought. We are literally at the base of the building. At one of the main hubs for firefighters where they're stationed.
Wow.
About 800 firefighters. We are there are no organized relief organizations. The Red Cross is not here. They haven't been here at all.
What are you doing?
There's about 8 civilians. We broke into every supermarket. We pretty much emptied the shelves of bread, flashlights, batteries, and we staged a food area. We've also been involved with some stuff that was, like just hands-on stuff, moving cars, pushing cars, moving hoses. I mean, everything. They are so understaffed here with relief efforts that it's, I was planning on coming in for a few hours, but I'm here.
Wow, no, you better stay there.
That. Yeah, we've made probably about 5,000 sandwiches between about 8 people who have been here.
One of the most frightening statistics is the amount of cops and firefighters missing right now.
300 firefighters and close to 100 cops.
Just
it is unbelievable.
That cement came right down on them, and they haven't been heard from since, along with everyone else.
Do you realize, and I didn't know this, in the World Trade Center bombing of 93 or whatever it was, only 10 people were killed. This is a disaster of major proportions.
Yeah, this is the biggest. This is more people. But 1 second, Doug. There's more people dead, I heard on the news, from any single battle, even in the Civil War.
Absolute major proportions.
Yeah. I mean, they got us good. They got us real good.
Yeah.
And what is this? We have to find out who's responsible. I so didn't want to hear that. You know who was the best guy I heard on TV last night?
Who?
Doug, do you have to go?
No.
All right. Okay. I didn't know. The best. Here's Gary. The best guy I heard on TV last night, and I always liked this guy. I can't stand that they drummed him out of government. Was Newt Gingrich, who said basically precisely what we're all saying, that it's enough already, that there has to be an aggressive action taken. This is not about being conservative or liberal or a hawk or a dove. Mm-hmm. It's basic common sense. If we don't teach them a lesson, it doesn't matter who did this particular bombing. It's anybody who harbors terrorists.
Yep.
And it's really, we are the major force in this world, and we should unleash the unholy hell of that force.
That's right.
And I'm talking about nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
I was saying, people were saying, well, was it Hamas? I said, get them all.
Who cares?
Get Hamas, get Bin Laden, get Hezbollah, get whatever.
PLO,
people with no
every
names,
one of them.
Yeah.
Get them.
Get them all.
It's unbelievable.
Did you see Yasser Arafat yesterday?
Yeah, I mean,
he looked visibly shaken, but you know what he was shaking for?
He's shaking from the threat of what's going to happen.
Right.
And if nothing happens,
turn on me.
Exactly.
And if nothing happens, we are saps. We're ass wipes.
It's going to happen.
We're going to have it every single day. Muammar Gaddafi has learned to shut up.
And you know what? This is the first time ever in history that passenger planes have been used as weapons.
And they were all passenger planes that were scheduled to fly all the way across the country full of fuel.
Yep. They knew exactly what they were doing.
Oh, did they ever?
And did you hear that they had the people, there were people who used their cell phones to call loved ones before they crashed?
Yeah.
Well, the terrorists made them do it. They said, call your loved ones and tell them you're about to die.
Wow.
Kane had a kind of a strange story. He went to the Vikings game.
Yeah.
And I told him he needs to go to the police or the FBI. Well, when he flew back from Minnesota to New York, he said there was probably 15 to 20 Arab persons on the plane. They were being loud. They were being obnoxious. They were speaking in their language. No one knew what they were saying. They were taking up all the overhead space. I said, you know what? It could be nothing. Yeah. But it could also be that's where they flew into the country, because a lot of international flights come into Minnesota, and, those people had tickets, and, I told him he needs to go because that's information.
Maybe it's something.
They flew into Newark with him.
You know what? I got to tell you something. It hardly matters. First of all, they got to get all these foreigners here on student visas out of the country. They got to hustle them out of here. Gone. They got to stop with all this immigration. It's enough. They got to clamp down on any of these mosques and so-called guys who are supportive of the Hamas and the Palestinians.
And if there are people in mosques chanting, "We hate America," right
throw
on
them
our
right
own
out.
soil,
hustle them right out on the ferry.
Down.
Get them out.
Hey, I just got to reiterate what Robin said. I got off the subway at like 10 after 6, and I turned on my radio, and when I heard your voice, it's definitely a comfort.
Really?
It's just like. Well,
I called Tom last night, and I tried to get out of it. I go, Tom, what am I doing? I'm laying in bed. I started to freak out. Oh, there's Tom. I started to freak out. I said, I should get my daughter and drive north.
No.
You know, I don't know what's next. I really started getting paranoid sleeping in the city. I really got paranoid. I admit it.
I slept like 2 hours, and I was in the city on a tall building.
I mean, I was getting really whacked out. And I said, I don't know. I'm thinking I'm doing the wrong thing. Get my daughter, get out of here. That's what we're talking about. Everyone else is doing it because I called a bunch of people I knew, and they were all out of the city.
Yeah, I didn't stay in Manhattan.
Everyone was gone. And I'm thinking, what am I, insane? I'm in the city.
I'll tell you how desperate I was. I went with Scott the engineer.
Oh. I'd rather stay in the city.
Scott the engineer and Steve. Woodgie.
Wow. Well, Woodgie's fine. It's Scott I worry about.
You know how some of our people got home yesterday? Some of the people had to go to New Jersey? It was insane. The Tappan Zee Bridge is probably 10 miles above the George Washington Bridge. I mean, it's way out of the way.
By the way, am I supposed to be playing commercials, Tom? Seriously, yes. I am?
Yes, because...
No, seriously, I'm not making a joke. I'm just. Tom wants all normalcy.
Well, you know what? I think normalcy is good, though. I think
commercials are good.
Normalcy is currency.
I felt it was bizarre. I mean, but putting the stupid.
Tom, you let me on the air. You let me on the air without anyone on the button.
I know.
Things could have gone wrong. Things could have gone horribly wrong.
That's how much I trust you.
No, that's how much the FCC is not paying attention right now. Anyway, so...
What did you say that I missed?
No, I said to Tom, I said, what am I doing here? And he goes, well, you're doing your job, and we have to come in tomorrow and do the job they pay us for. I go, so dock me my pay. I mean, who cares? I'm giving you permission.
Did you speak to Vinny yesterday?
Vinny Favali?
Yeah.
No.
Vinny called me yesterday afternoon. You know, him and Mitch are in L.A.
Yeah.
And they're so freaked out that
they have to fly home.
They rented a car. They're driving across the country. In fact, they may be listening right now.
I don't blame them.
Well, they're talking about opening the airports at noon today. I'm like, who wants to fly?
I was reading an article on the internet yesterday that said that the airline industry was in such trouble to begin with, and that this is just so bad for them because who wants to get on a plane?
No one.
They said that it was the worst commercial in the world to see, and of course they chose two of the biggest airlines.
American and United.
Yeah.
So it shows you that, my God, anything's possible.
Did you see? You know what really freaked me out? They were the Arab dudes were slitting the throats of the stewardesses
to get the pilots out.
To get the pilots out.
Yep.
Like, why would a pilot give up control of a plane? Let them slit everyone's throat. Don't do it.
Just keep control of that.
I know they were trying to do the right thing, but keep the door locked because it's your only negotiating.
No, here's the problem.
What?
Those doors you could break through.
Yeah, they're like bathroom doors.
This is my first question. Shouldn't those plane doors be really...
Well, you're assuming they could be broken through. Who says they can be broken through?
All the news said...
Really?
They're not that hard to get through.
And another thing is, how did 3 to 5 guys with knives overpower 60 to 70 people?
That's a good question.
Well, I said that to my brother-in-law in my moment of bravado, but he said, think about it. It's a narrow little plane. People don't know what's going on.
Right, they don't know this is a whole plot.
Yeah, they don't know it's a plot. They think,
and they're trained killers.
And not only
I'm
that,
not so sure about that because, like I said, they were telling the people exactly what was going to happen because the people in the plane called and said, this plane is headed for the White House.
Really?
Yes.
So why don't they just jump up and...
That's what I'm saying. Why wouldn't you kill those people, even if you're going to die one way?
Because you're not in that situation, so we can't comment.
Don't you assume that the plane that crashed, that didn't make it to its destination, that somewhere on there people somehow got involved? That's
or the pilot...
Or the pilot refused to get involved.
Well, that pilot probably.
Yeah.
And right now we're hearing they had knives, but for all we know,
they could have had guns.
They could have had guns that were hidden on the plane long before.
By the way,
it's something out of a movie, but
I don't think they have. What were you saying?
They're dying. They're going to die either in the plane or they're going to be killed.
I understand that, but
Here's the other question, Howard. Don't you think that? I guess now it's hindsight, but I'm saying, don't you think that the pilot's door should be a door that nobody can get through?
It should be titanium or something.
Well, now it's going to have to be. Yeah. I mean, listen, you can't plan for everything. Now we're seeing it's a whole different world and it's a whole different ballgame.
You know what I heard? Remember, there used to be these skyjackings all the time, and then they stopped. Well, what happened was they instituted this thing called air marshals.
Right.
Sky marshals.
Yeah, but that's scary,
Wait a minute. And these were people who came in civilian clothes, but they were armed.
Right.
And they stopped a lot of these things. And then it all went away. They stopped the sky marshals.
Yeah.
Right.
That's right.
Money.
And you know what? The other thing is, too, that I just can't help but think that it really hardly matters who was specifically behind this.
Right, I don't care.
I mean, let's go to war. Let's teach them. The lesson we should have taught them when the Olympics... we let the Olympics continue.
Absolutely.
After the Israeli athletes were killed. We let it go on. And we accepted it like it was fine. Yeah, let the games continue.
Howard, I would tell you something, too. There was a great movie that came out last year about that whole Olympic thing.
Yeah.
And those people, inevitably,
were some of the people that were involved were let go, and they went back to their home country like
as heroes.
Yeah. Like heroes. They were carried around the streets.
Right.
And one of those guys is, eventually, what is it? Is it called the Hassad? Is that what it is? That got most of them, but there's one guy who's alive, and he did the interview for the movie. He just moves around,
Right.
The Mossad, the Israelis.
The Mossad.
Yeah. But this guy is a hero. I mean, this guy is.
He lives the life of a king.
Yes, they love him.
Well, one of the things that the '72 Olympics, what happened, and it kind of happened now, is our country after a war like the Gulf War and after Vietnam. Your country after World War II, it weakens. Your military kind of downsizes. Okay, it's all good.
This was the decision of our government to allow the Olympics to continue.
I know.
And they shouldn't have, and they should have stopped and said, okay, it's punishment time. We are the leaders of the world. We can't allow this to go on. If we're going to protect our freedom and the way of life,
do you realize
someone better get busy.
It was the German government.
I don't even
discouraged from doing anything about that.
It was in Munich.
Who was discouraged?
Israel. They didn't really want Israel to do anything.
No, they weren't allowed. They got their hands tied behind their back.
Actually, I mean, a lot of the blame goes to the guy who was at the time the president of the International Olympic Committee, who just said, "Hey, man, the games are bigger than anybody," but they're not.
Yeah, but they're not bigger. No. This is about life.
Right.
Look, Marianne from Brooklyn's on the phone. Then I'm going to take a break, and then I'm going to get to everybody's phone calls. Marianne from Brooklyn, you're on the air. Marianne? No, she's gone.
I had so many
Oh, my
nightmares about Bin Laden last night. Do you think they could ever catch
You know, I had a nightmare last night, but it had nothing to do with any of this. It was really weird. My girlfriend was sitting on Rudy Giuliani's lap, and he was, like, doing stuff to her, and I got really pissed off, and I was pissed off that she was letting it happen, and I walked out of the room.
But you love Rudy.
I do love Rudy. I do.
Howard,
Yeah, Marianne.
my sister-in-law Jody is missing from Cantor and Fitzgerald, number 1 World Trade Center. If there's anybody, I beg of you, who knows her, we don't hear anything. I beg. Marion from Brooklyn.
What's her name?
Jody Nicolo, Nichilo, in the 105th floor at the 1 World Trade Center, Cantor and Fitzgerald. I beg.
How do people find out if someone is hospitalized?
It's very, very hard. Every hospital you call puts you on hold and tries, but then they say there's no name, but they say keep calling back every hour to see if more people were brought in, and we're doing that, and her company is trying to go to each hospital, but there's still people maybe who haven't been found.
I don't want to sadden her, but a friend of mine feels he lost a few friends at Cantor Fitzgerald because they were on 105th floor.
Yeah, well, we don't know. And Marianne, seriously, there are some people who made it out of the building.
Yeah.
So I don't even know how you check.
They set up some central numbers, but I don't know if they are
We're trying, Howard, but it's very, very difficult, and nothing will ever be the same for any of us. I don't care what anybody says.
No. Everybody's touched by this, no matter how close or far away.
I wish if anybody here, I could give them a cell phone, or if they could call you, Howard, and to call Marion.
If anybody calls me, I'll call you.
Thank you, Howard.
I promise.
Thank you.
All right.
The city is like a ghost town right now.
Yeah, you walk right in the street. But the real sadness was, like, when I went to sleep last night at around 11, they were, even this morning, they're saying that the hospitals are ready to go.
And there's no one
there. Yeah. There's no injured. Everyone's dead. Yeah.
My friend was at, he's an emergency room doctor, and he had a convention for emergency room doctors. They had like hundreds of them. They don't even need them.
Yeah, there's nothing to do.
Right, they tell them that last night they were saying, stay away. What we'll need is, you to come tomorrow morning, call us then, when these doctors are tired because they're full.
Did you see that picture on the news of the guy's shoes laying in the street?
Yeah.
He was just blown out of his shoes.
Did you see the footage of the guy jumping out of the building?
I didn't see that.
Somebody sent me that on email.
Pictures where you could actually see that plane.
Yeah, that was like amateur video. Yeah.
They interviewed that guy on Larry King last night. He's actually been doing it for 20 years. He just accidentally got it.
Wow. Sally, you're on the air.
Hi, Howard.
Yeah.
I just want to tell you that I'm from Toronto, and the Toronto Film Festival is going on, and a lot of celebrities are stuck here because they couldn't get out to the States. And I saw Glenn Close, and she was just freaking out. She was bawling her eyes out.
Of course.
She's like, my family, my friends are, and I don't think people understand that celebrities, they have lives too. They have families. It's just terrible.
Everybody's freaking out.
I ran into Jon Stewart on the street, and he was pretty freaked out too. All of us are.
You know,
and Jon Stewart is more important than all of us.
He's a big celebrity.
Yeah, I mean, please. Jon Stewart.
I know, but it's just, it is like...
No, everybody's freaking out. Nobody knows what to do.
Did we talk about the cell phone call from the guy who's buried in the rubble, who called the sister in Philadelphia?
No.
Yeah. There's a guy buried in the rubble.
Yeah.
He gave exact location. They checked his cell phone. They were able to trace it to know that it's not a hoax.
Right.
There's a guy buried who's way under.
Isn't he with two police officers, too?
I think he's with two police officers.
Well, they did pull two Port Authority police officers out of the rubble alive.
They did?
Yeah.
Oh.
And not only was there a guy from Philadelphia calling a Philadelphia relative, there was another one who called all the way to Seattle.
Jeez.
So there's more than one, and they're with several others.
Dwayne, you're on the air.
Hey, yeah, Howard?
Yeah.
Don't sound like Howard, but anyways, yeah, I was just calling to say that we should kill all the June Coons and sand niggers out there. I mean, because they're no good to us.
Well, I'm going to tell you something.
Did you stand with them while we blow them up?
Yeah, by the way, let me say something. This guy is angry. He's saying, a bad word and all that. But let me tell you something. That's how people feel right now.
Oh, of course.
They really don't want to.
That's the wrong feeling.
They don't want. They want to just blow people up.
People who wouldn't normally say things like this are definitely saying things like this today.
I'm just wondering what our military response is going to be.
What'd you think about, Bush's speech?
Well, Bush said the one sentence I wanted to hear. I mean, the one sentence was, we will not, we will go after the countries that harbor terrorists. And the countries have to be wiped out.
He said, it will happen. We will not differentiate between the terrorists and the countries who harbor.
Well, they're all making military minds. Like even Yasser Arafat is releasing a statement saying, "Oh, we don't approve of this." Meanwhile, they're parading in the streets. We got to wipe out every man, woman, and child who thinks it's a good idea to blow themselves up.
That's right. Those people who are dancing, they should be blown up.
We should blow them up today.
Well,
don't wait.
I saw a picture of a kid. They're showing the Palestinians who's celebrating in the street. And look at this picture of this 8-year-old kid. I'm thinking he's got his fingers up like it's victory.
Victory.
You know what?
They think they're watching a movie.
I have a hard time saying this, but kill him now before he kills his love.
Yeah, exactly. That's what everyone wants.
They would say,
and you know what? We have every opportunity now to do it. No one can argue with us.
No. Well, even Tony Blair, the Prime Minister of England, said it's not the United States against terrorism. It's the world.
Right.
Well,
and he's right.
Sense. But do you know what some of the other Europeans were saying? Well, now, do you see you have to take a different tact with the Middle East situation? Nobody was saying specifically who they were talking to, but this is the basic sentiment, is that we should be nicer and more conciliatory to the Arabs. Now that they've done that.
Nice has gone out the window here.
Yeah,
it's time to take the gloves off.
They're crazy. We're not doing anything like that.
All right, we're going to take a break, and we'll come back right after this.
You're listening to The Howard Stern Show.
You know, we have such a great economy. Even just doing a Modell's commercial just now during the break, we have such a great economy. We're such a thriving country. We are such a beacon of light in the world. And you know it and I know it that just go... You know what I appreciate? Even doing the Modell's commercial, the stores and the level of living that we have in the United States, even the most impoverished people can get assistance one way or another. This is an incredible country, and I've always said it. I don't ever want to go to any other countries. I love this country. I don't even like going on vacation somewhere. No, I don't. I don't want to visit. I'm afraid I'll get locked out of here. With my reputation, they'll try it.
They'll keep you out.
Yeah, they'll keep me out. And I got to tell you something. What really, and I'm not going to badmouth the president's speech last night because I'm behind the president right now like every American is.
It was great to see Congress get together and say we're 100% together on this.
Right. It was very odd to see Democrats and Republicans uniting. But I got to tell you something. First step today, and if I'm the president, this is what I'm thinking. Everyone's ragging out this Osama bin Laden and making him the fall guy.
The bad guy, yeah.
There's a lot of bad guys over there. It ain't just Osama bin Laden. But you want Osama bin Laden, here's what you do. The president gets on TV this morning and says the following. Afghanistan, you have 24 hours to deliver to us. We shouldn't have to go over and find this guy. You have 24 hours to deliver Osama bin Laden. Put him on the border of Canada where we're going to execute him. No trial, no nothing.
Times Square.
Yeah, this is the first step. If he's not there in 24 hours... We're going to nuke you. We're going to nuclear war you and devastate you.
And the time for talk is gone.
Yeah, and Osama bin Laden, and then do it, and then do it.
But the point is, he's just one guy.
He's got a lot of buddies. That's the starters.
He's the big guy.
He's the big guy. He cut off the head first.
And all his buddies are right there next to him in Pakistan or wherever he is. They're all there, man.
Hey, Howard, who do you think was bombing Afghanistan last night?
What was happening, there was, I'm just going by the news, what I saw. There was some sort of internal struggle going on, like a civil war, because I think there are people who genuinely now are crapping their pants and afraid because they know what unholy hell we're going to release.
It was the anti-government forces.
They're probably saying, listen, you're going to get us bombed, you idiots.
And somebody I was talking to last night.
You know what I'm saying? What?
I'm sorry, they're actually saying that bomb in Kabul was also a bin Laden act.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Maybe he wanted to make it look like we were doing something.
That his friend and this guy that he supported there, who's on the opposition, was just assassinated. And this was his way of retaliating against
So why would the Afghani government protect a guy who's busy now lighting off bombs in Afghanistan? I mean, they're crazy over there. And really, if you want Osama bin Laden, because I was watching some military guy said, for a while, Osama bin Laden on a regular basis used to be interviewed by CNN, Time Magazine. It was a big joke, Everyone's going over and interviewing the guy. They were able to somehow find him. For a while, U.S. military intelligence even was listening to his phone calls to his mother. They knew exactly where he was. They didn't take him out then.
His emails.
Now they're saying that for the last year, over a year, they've completely lost sight of him, lost track of him. So there was plenty of time to take this idiot out. Now, I don't even think we should waste time. You've got 24 hours to put this guy on the border of Canada, and we will execute him.
Is if you have a suspicion of where he is, bomb it, and bomb it, and bomb it.
Until he comes out.
It's the wildest rumor you've ever heard.
Bomb every country.
Afghanistan, bomb it.
Bomb nuclear weapons.
Until the mountains collapse.
Yeah, remember Hiroshima, man? The Japanese now behave so beautifully. I mean, they are so in line. The Libyans behave. Muammar Gaddafi is so afraid of America.
He really had the look of fear in his eyes.
He immediately sent please. And you know what? I say bomb him again.
Anyway.
But still.
For the hell of it.
With bullies like this, you have to get as tough as they are. It's like, you know how the mob is? If you don't deal with the mob in a strong way, they get out of the border.
Notice still to this day, no Arab ever messes with the Russians. Never throughout all the hijacking terrorism did the Russians ever have one plane hijacked.
Well, you know
why. One was, and it was returned immediately.
You know why?
Because they would go in and slit the throats of the families that were responsible.
Another thing is, they supplied a lot of those weapons. You see those terrorists are always firing AK-47s. They're not firing M16s.
But you want to know something? Terrorists don't care. They'll hijack anybody that they think they can get something out of.
Howard, the story you're telling is urban rumor.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it is.
They did it.
Urban legend. They never did it.
I know a guy who said it did.
Out.
What are you giving out?
There's the Red Cross, which is doing a lot of volunteer. It's all volunteer work because everything is through donation.
Yeah, Doug is down there volunteering right now, and he says,
"What a good guy."
Doug's great. He called me last night. He was down there. He says, "I'm not going to come in." I said, "That's fine."
Yeah, actually, I think my son's going down as well.
Yeah, and I got to tell you something. The stories he's telling me, I'm trying to get him back on the phone.
But so let me give these numbers then.
Yeah, I'm going to. I'm just saying the stories he's telling me are like the body parts and everything, and he's going to call in because people should know. Joey Boots was down there, too, and he's here. He's going to come in and tell us about it. But go ahead, Tom.
For blood, it's 1-800-GIVE-LIFE.
Yeah.
And if you want to make a donation, so for blood, 1-800-GIVE-LIFE. If you want to make a donation to the Red Cross, it's 1-800-HELP-NOW. 1-800-HELP-NOW to give a donation because all the Red Cross's money comes from donations.
Toke, you're on the air.
Yeah, Howard, what do you think of Bush's speech yesterday?
Well, I didn't want to come on here and bash the guy, but when I saw Newt Gingrich speaking, he was so passionate about what had to be done methodically. It gave me such a feeling of confidence. I happen to like Newt Gingrich a lot. I know that he was drummed out of town because he...
I mean, this is the speech of his life, you know?
Yeah, and I got to tell you something.
And it wasn't even 5 minutes long.
I know a lot of people said to me they thought it was a very good speech. It was measured, and he said the key sentence that he is going to go after the terrorist country.
Definitely. We will not make a distinction.
We will not make a distinction. That's all I wanted to hear. But I got to tell you, I needed somebody to get up there. I needed the president to just tell me how he is violently upset He's so in control.
And try to make you feel
It's a written speech. I wish it would have been come from the heart.
To the end of the sentence,
But he's got to be in
he doesn't
control.
seem to know where the thought ends.
You know what it wasn't? It wasn't that clip we've seen since we were in grammar school. Yesterday, December 7th.
Yeah, it wasn't FDR.
It wasn't FDR.
Right.
You could just tell was pissed.
Right.
Yeah, 4 minutes long, he stutters 3 times.
I kind of felt like the guy wasn't pissed. And it's like, listen, a lot of people are bad public speakers. They have stuff written down for them. So I'm not, and this ain't the time to bash him. If he does the right thing with the military, God bless him.
Somebody's got to be in control, though. I mean, he's got to show a sense of control.
I saw some politicians blaming Clinton. And I got to say something about that. Because he wasn't strong with the military, blah, blah, blah. That's a lot of lame crap. Because I'll tell you one thing. As strong as our military is or as weak as it is, Star Wars defense we're talking about, there's a couple of box cutters. They don't need terrorists prey on situations they don't need. You could have all the Star Wars defense in the world. They're not going to send over missiles to the United States.
Well, that's why when they showed pictures of the aircraft carriers and the big ships going out, I was like, nobody's coming.
Yeah, no one's coming.
No one's coming here. I know that. But
right.
we have it narrowed down to 4 different groups that it possibly is. So.
Well, please, we know the countries that harbor terrorists. I mean, Syria has been up to this nonsense forever. Yemen, all of them.
United Arab Emirates.
Pakistan.
I mean, if the president needs a list of countries.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, if you need.
That's where Osama bin Laden's from.
Yeah, if you need a list of countries that hate our guts and are raising children to be, terrorists and kamikazes, this is it. Japanese used to raise kamikazes. They don't do it anymore because they saw Hiroshima. And we fried their eyeballs, hair, skin right off there. All that was left was some skeletons. And that's what we need to do. And you know that's what we need to do.
Did you see the remains of that plane that went down near Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was nothing left of it.
Yeah, that's right.
It was amazing.
The other weird thing was Peter Jennings was reporting last night that there were, celebrations in all those places, but specifically Cairo.
Yeah.
And that's why I thought I saw, Arafat was just so apologetic. I mean, but it's like the number of countries that hate us is limitless.
Yeah. And
these are the same countries that when they have problems, we open our arms up and say, "Here, we'll help you. Here's money. Here's
I don't
food."
mind that they hate us.
Get so rich. We buy that oil.
I don't mind that they hate us. What I mind is they don't respect us.
Thank you.
And the fact of the matter is people are going to be jealous of our lifestyle all over the world because they can't even get a democracy together.
But any money they have, they owe to us.
Right.
If they destroy us, what do they think they're going to do?
We're the world leaders. What we should do now is even create democracies over there. Wipe out all of the so-called people that live in these countries.
And plant new people.
New people. They're our own people. We'll take over the oil wells. Take their wealth. Strip them of their dignity. Take everything away. In Japan, we told them how to run their government. In Germany, we stripped them of their armies.
What kind of army they could have.
Yeah, we tell them everything they can do. And you know what? We're fools if we don't do it.
And
We're
those
idiots.
countries are some of the most powerful countries in the world
That's
economically
right.
now.
We save them.
Is anybody, any other countries backing us up so far? I mean, I saw
England, of course.
Canada.
Israel, of course.
France.
Canada. As France said, what do they say, those pussies?
I thought I saw something on the news. I don't know what his name is, the prime minister, but he had...
Pepe Le Pew?
They basically said,
they're so two-faced anyway.
What they do is they condemn the violence. Where the real action takes
what
place.
is this about? We're standing together with the United States against terrorism, and whatever action needs to be taken will be taken.
Yeah, we're at war, and whoever wants to join with us, and whoever doesn't, is our enemy. I watch mostly like Fox News to get the information, a little bit of CNN. Dan Rather, I mean, they can't keep him awake that long. It just doesn't look good. He babbles.
At one point I said, what is he talking about?
He works for our company, but I'm a company man. But I got to tell you something. It might be time to give him you got to give him some time to rest.
And the other deal is when
he's like Jerry Lewis doing the telethon for crying out loud.
Yeah, he can't do those marathons anymore.
Does he start to just talk real slow and measured?
He babbles, and he doesn't even make sense to himself.
No.
I didn't think Peter Jennings was all that great either.
When these guys work without a script, it's a whole different ballgame.
I thought Brokaw was the best.
Brokaw was.
And he was up on the GE building, I think it was. And
I didn't see Brokaw.
You could see the backdrop behind him. behind him, the Empire State Building, and in between him and the Empire State Building was the cloud of smoke rising from the ground. I mean, and NBC had some good coverage.
Peter Jennings was basically throwing papers around. He couldn't keep track
I know.
whatever
You know
he
what I was looking for?
supposed to be doing.
You know I couldn't find? Where was Tim Russert all day yesterday? I was looking for him because I always think that he's got an interesting point.
He was probably on his knees in Imus's apartment.
Did anybody hear Larry King?
I did. I watched Larry
King.
Why would you want to?
Vomit at the beginning of Larry King.
What did he do?
There was so much excitement in his voice.
Right.
He was describing Larry King. We've got, it's like,
you know what, dude? Don't be so damn excited. You know what?
About this.
Yeah, don't be so excited about who your guests are.
Well, that was another thing. On one of the radio stations, they developed a special stinger.
Right. Yeah.
Terror in America.
I really think they need to stop showing that thing over and over again. It's like
it's sickening to me.
I mean, I saw it. Literally saw it with my own eyes.
Yeah,
and
I don't want to see it on TV. I don't want to see it over and over again because it's embarrassing to me that the rest of the world is doing this to us, and we're sitting there and taking it.
You know what was really embarrassing to me? That our president was hopping around so he would be,
hiding. But he has to.
I mean, but we were on the run.
He has to do that. He has to be in Air Force One. It's the safest place for him.
Yeah. We were on the run.
He's the leader of the free world. I'm sorry.
On the run.
He had to do that.
You know what would have been worse if he got blown up? Then they'd really look bad.
No, I'm saying that they did that to us is a horrible thing.
Yes, but not because...
I'm not saying Bush did anything wrong. Just shut up,
that's
Tom.
what you said.
Don't understand.
Yes, you did.
That's what you said. You did say that.
It is what you said.
Anybody... All right, you two will argue later, but listen to me. Does anybody realize the date yesterday?
September 11th.
9/11.
9/11.
Oh, my God.
Somebody pointed
Is that
it out.
significant?
I don't know.
I heard.
Hey, John, you're on the air.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, Howard.
Hey.
I'm kind of pissed off, man. You said that you want to bomb the countries perhaps responsible?
Yes.
So what does that bring? More death.
Oh, I'll tell you what it brings. It brings respect. You know, they did it to Muammar Gaddafi. He keeps his mouth shut now.
And didn't he give up those terrorists?
No choice.
We did it to... He's got no choice. We did it to Japan. They shut up in World War II. They were, you know, at the end of World War II, when Germany had already surrendered, Japan would not surrender. They were still going to sit and nip away at us, to use a nice word.
All right.
Surrender after we dropped the first bomb.
That's right. And
so
Harry
you're advocating bombing innocent children?
Yes, of course. You got to be kidding me.
Liberal tree huggers. This is one of those liberal tree huggers.
Dude, what are you suggesting we do? What do you think we should do?
Did you see those children
I don't know, but bombing innocent children.
Of course it. No,
are those children innocent who were celebrating the streets yesterday? Are they innocent?
But you know what?
You're a sick man.
Have you seen babies?
Even if you think the babies are innocent, they're only going to grow up to do this to us again. And there's only one. And listen,
Hitler was 5 years old at one point, too.
Thank you. And we could have taken care of him.
The babies are raised.
No, absolutely. I think you're putting me on, right?
Woo! I don't know. I'm curious, dude.
You want to live in a world like this?
Give me a break, guys. Come on now.
What?
I mean, bombing is not the answer.
Oh, what is the answer?
Oh, all right, sure.
Sitting back.
What is the answer? Why do you listen? If a kid at school kicks your ass every day, a bully, what do you do?
I don't know. What if he's 2 years old?
No. You didn't answer the question. I'm going to put it in very simple terms for you.
Please do.
A guy, he's 18 years old, and you're 5. And every day he sees you, he takes a brick and whacks you in the head till your head is bloody.
Okay.
What would you do?
I'd run away.
You'd run away.
Good for you.
Well, we can't pick up the whole West Coast to take it with us.
Yeah, but what happens when you run out of room to run?
So in other words,
when he's got you cornered, what do you do?
Bomb?
No, it's a knife. You take it and you stick it in the side of his neck.
Listen, when you've got countries who are harboring terrorists,
sure,
you either got to make a decision. You're either going to teach them a lesson.
You bomb innocent women and children.
Yes,
because they're not innocent.
Absolutely,
they're not innocent.
They're not innocent.
You're a big fat pussy.
F you.
Oh, you want to fight now?
F you.
Come on down here. I'll show you how much of a pussy I am.
Yeah.
5 years in the 82nd Airborne.
That's right.
Whacking jerk-offs like you.
F-15s.
Vietnam. Tell you what. Here's the deal. Take some old bombs and go bomb who you want to bomb.
How do we bomb you?
We're going to bomb you.
Jackass.
Wish I knew where you lived.
Yeah, we'll put you on top.
You've been drinking, right?
Dick, I hung up on him. I can't listen to that guy. I'm not going to put up with that.
You said that so emphatically. Did you ever actually stick a knife in the side of anybody's neck?
Not that I'll talk about.
Oh, you didn't.
You didn't do anything.
I was in Panama, baby. Little hand-to-hand. You know what? You guys can question me. You always question me.
Why can't you admit if you stuck a knife in a guy's neck?
It's legal. You were in the Army.
But I might not have done it in the Army, okay?
We're proud of you.
Thank you.
Well, if you did it in
What
Panama,
was it, an ex-lover? What was
It was his crack dealer.
It was when I was dating John Wayne Gacy, okay?
He was doing a guy from behind him right before he was finished and stuck a knife in his neck.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's a David Is that a David Copperfield?
No, I don't think so.
He was playing pinball at the PX. All right.
You guys have always questioned me, and every time I come through for you, so whatever.
We usually question you when you talk about putting knives in people's necks.
I can't this version of a David Copperfield. You get the guy from behind, and then right when you're about to, you stab him.
His weapon in a guy's butt is what he did. But that was another story.
Here comes the napalm.
Yeah. We're going to film that.
Let's get to the people on the phones. They want to talk, and I want to listen. So let's go. Jeff.
Yeah, what's up, guys? I just want to say, first off, Cabby, you're a silly queer, but good job yesterday.
Thank you, sir.
And Robin, I was just wondering how your cat's doing throughout this.
They're fine.
The cat, you explained it to them?
They seem to be all right with it. I know a lot of people were having trouble explaining it to their kids, but the cats are fine.
Mike, go ahead.
Howard, what would they say if you heard one of these towel heads go, "They put the boot to my baby's head"? You think they'd send another plane full of bombs? No.
What are they putting?
What if we put the boots to their baby's head? What if we sent soldiers in there and just stomp babies' heads?
Why should
and
soldiers
we didn't say
do
we're
it?
sorry. We said, yeah.
Why do we need soldiers? What about our nuclear weapons?
Yeah, we don't need soldiers.
We don't need soldiers to do. Why should
I'll
we
go.
kill
I'll
them?
go. And listen to this, Howard. You know what? Hundreds of years ago, we sent the Crusades, right? This is about religion. Yeah. On 60 Minutes, they showed this guy said, well, I talked this 20-year-old kid into going on a bus full of explosives because I told him he'd have a good place in heaven and he'd get 70 women in a harem. They're promising these guys this. Same thing, religion, period.
You know what kills me, too? That these guys are bright enough to fly planes. These are guys who have something on the ball.
They're smart.
And they actually are willing to die. In fact,
they're actually willing to believe that they're going to get 70 women in heaven.
Gary was saying he was explaining to his 7-year-old. He was trying to explain to him, and the one concept his 7-year-old couldn't get. He understood they flew a plane into a building. He said, but wait a second. The guy who flew the plane died. Yeah. Even a little kid, it makes no sense. You mean they killed themselves?
He said, why would they do that?
Yeah.
And I couldn't, I said, you know what? I couldn't even begin to tell you. I couldn't explain it.
That was a big debate.
Crazy.
Should you tell your kids or not the whole story?
Well, my 7...
Yeah, I didn't. I just said
Gary has a 7-year-old. My 8-year-old, Allison, kept away from the TV.
Yeah, I didn't tell my...
Yeah, she didn't want those images in her head.
But here...
she knows what happened.
She knew what happened.
I mean, it's all over the place.
The problem is that they're going to... my feeling was I wanted to tell them as much as I could without telling them too much, because sometimes you can over-explain. But they're going to go to school today, and there's older kids there, and they're going to start telling them wild stuff. Yeah. And I said, listen, any questions you have, just ask me. Don't listen to any wacky stuff you hear.
I just told my kid that there was a fire, and it was a very sad day. But, my kid's school was where all the parents were bringing all their kids for like downtown, and parents were freaking out because their husbands were in the building. It was really a crazy scene, and it's so sad.
We go to Doug Goodstein, who's on the phone now. Doug works for us in the E-Crew. He's been down there since last night, right at the base of the World Trade Center, actually volunteering. And they badly need volunteers, I guess. The reason he was able to even get through is because he has a press credential, and then he started volunteering. What time did you call me last night? You were down there early, right?
Yeah, I was down here at 1 o'clock yesterday, and been here ever since. It's getting ugly here. What's happening now is that the smoke is starting to thin, which means the fire's out, and they're already, I've seen 3 body bags come out, so they're starting to cover a lot of bodies now. There's bodies just in the middle of the median here on the highway. They just found their soldiers they're marking them with right now, and I'm looking at 3 cones just within one 10-foot zone.
Any survivors, Doug, down there?
What's that?
They pulled out two. You said they pulled out 2 guys, right?
I said that. They pulled out 2 Port Authority cops,
Yeah. And,
yeah, there's also a fireman who his leg was amputated. He was strapped, and they had to amputate his leg.
To get him out.
I saw a guy last night.
I don't know what kind of images you're seeing on TV, but man, being right here, you cannot even. There's no words. Period. There's just no words. There's no words to describe it. There's personal props, shoes, bags, wallets, hats. It's insane. There's probably about 15 million pieces of paper that, in some places, 10 feet high. It's stacked. The ass, at some points, is about 8 to 10 inches thick, and it just spread. It's endless.
Are you wearing a mask down there while you're down there?
Yeah, I've had a mask on nonstop, but way too many people don't have the mask.
Yeah, because
unfortunately, it's a lot of the rescue workers. I know everyone knows about the asbestos,
You're right.
and they gave out masks to everyone. I've had it on nonstop, but I'm telling you, there's way too many rescue guys here who are not wearing them and haven't. And it's just insane. Right now I'm looking at a piece, the smoke is thinning even more. I'm looking at a piece of the tower number 2, and all that's left is about 100-foot high by 60-foot wide piece, one side, and it's just spiked into the ground. It's unfreaking believable.
Yeah, I heard one report that said even the ground collapsed.
Well, they interviewed the guy who actually...
You know what's amazing is that it's a 102-story building or whatever times 2. The rubble pile, you would expect it to be 30, 40 stories high. If it's 3 stories high, I'd be amazed. It's all in the ground. It's like hundreds of feet down.
That's because there's so many sub-basements.
Yeah, and the parking and the train stations.
They had a guy on TV who actually built the World Trade Center, not like the architect who designed it, but the guy who built it.
The engineer.
And he was explaining how these guys, driving the plane into it, even you saw, the building itself didn't move. It withstood the impact.
That is unbelievable.
What caused that implosion you saw where the building kind of came down on top of itself was that the intense heat from the fire caused the steel beams to melt.
Right.
And then once one floor collapsed, it collapsed onto the second and the third and the fourth. And it was just house of cards.
And that kept happening, because it happened in Building 7 down there, too.
Yeah.
Later in the day, that 47-story building.
Those
when
buildings...
Building 7 went, a lot of confusion at that point, and all you heard, it sounded like a bunch of fighter planes were flying by, and everyone was looking up in the air, and what it was the building collapsing. It was just this roaring sound that was for about 15, 20 seconds, and then they started screaming, everyone, just get down, prepare for the dust again, and that was it. It just was maybe 15 seconds, it was gone.
The building collapsing on top of itself is like a perfect implosion. That's what they do when they have to destroy buildings. They have to plan that, but these buildings are built so well. They're really built to withstand earthquakes.
You know what the guy said, Howard?
When I was watching it, can you imagine if those buildings toppled, what devastation there would be? They're built so well.
They're built so well
that they fall right
Howard,
down on top of themselves.
Yeah.
The guy said that the steel, the steel could take, fires.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. What is it, Doug?
Oh, sorry. It's just cutting out. It's hard to get a signal. The buildings surrounding the area that weren't on fire, the damage is just beyond belief. There's not one building that's facing the towers in any direction that has a window left. Wow. Structurally, there's gaping holes, maybe 50, 60 feet, where the tower just... there's a building right now that's just still on fire, number Street, which is blazing all night. That there's a huge crosswalk that connects... it's just a crosswalk, and that's just down. It looks like a stack of cards just went down like nothing.
So what are you doing at this point? Are you?
I'm actually on fires right now.
What?
Well, you know what? Your phone's cutting out, so I'm going to let you go because I know your battery's dying.
Yeah, there's small fires all around the perimeter that the firemen don't care about, but I'm just water and dirt on it just to put them out, because once those spread, it's on the ground, and they just want to... There's a bunch of us with shovels.
What kind of mask are you wearing, though? You're not wearing a gas mask. You're wearing one of those little pieces of paper?
I have one of these heavy-duty... It's a surgical mask. And,
does that really get rid of the asbestos?
He's crazy.
Not the way it's fallen down there.
No, this is what they were giving out. So
yeah.
Right.
They're good. They're pretty heavy duty. They're really thick.
All right, good. All right, Doug, I'm going to let you go because I know your battery's dying. Thanks.
Okay.
They said the steel can withstand paper fires, desk fires, but not airplane fuel.
We might have to do what we did yesterday and go to one of the news stations and listen, because High Pitch Eric is saying that there's some new information. What did they say?
I got two things for you. They just used a car from the Boston Logan Airport that there was a rental car that was just seized, and it had Arabic writing inside the car. It was a rental car.
That was the one that the guy had called in and said he had an argument in a parking ramp with this Arab gentleman, and he called in when he figured out what had happened when he got to his destination, and the police supposedly went to the car, and there was actually flight manuals in Arabic.
Yeah, how to fly a plane.
Yeah, in there.
Wow.
You know, I think one thing we're forgetting is there's also some serious devastation in D.C. with the Pentagon.
Oh, yeah.
And they say that there's possibly 800 people dead there.
Yeah.
And
they're also saying that they were pretty lucky in the sense that they were just working on the building.
Yeah,
so
they were
some
rebuilding
people
it.
weren't in their office on one side.
Right.
And some people had just left their offices on the other side, so it could have been a lot worse.
And they're pretty sure that plane was actually headed for the White House.
Yes.
Yeah, that they say for sure. Tommy, you're on the air.
Howard, I just want to make it abundantly clear to you, don't in any way ever underestimate your importance to the city in sharing in times of tragedy. You did a wonderful job. You're on the ball. I found out about this mess because of you yesterday. I was off. Luckily, I work in the city, but it was my day off. I didn't go in. I turned the radio on at 9 o'clock, and I'm listening to Cabby talk about fighter pilots and what an F-16 is, and I thought it was a bad bit. I have a view of the towers from my window. I open up the shutters. I'm seeing smoke, and I stayed with you the entire time, and I found out all the news I needed to know through you.
Yeah, people said our coverage, believe it or not, actually turned out to be pretty good because we were able to go from television station to television station. Everybody was on the phone. Cabby did a great job because he had his military background.
Thank you.
And he actually knew what was flying over New York City. I mean, it was pretty good. But
well, you know what? You have such a big mouth. You have so many things to say. You're on your feet. You're like Ali. You're doing rope-a-dope. These other guys are slow-footed white guys. They're not fast on their feet. They don't know what to say. You assemble your thoughts quickly. You're passionate. I'm fully behind the president, but I agree. I just wanted him to go in with that one. He has to maintain his composure, but I agree with you. Gingrich did it. Schwarzkopf called these guys bastards. We need to retaliate. You know, they want to talk about how obsessed we are with sex in our society. These guys, they think they're going to heaven at 70 women.
Right.
What's that about?
Right. They're obsessed with death. They're obsessed with death.
Yeah, it's just I can't help but think back to that cab ride I had once where the guy kept screaming at me, you Americans are going to burn in hell. I'm going to have a beautiful place in heaven because I love Allah and he's going to take care of me.
There's a
because
cab
I
driver.
read my Quran and I do the right thing. You people are decadent.
I got
You're
something for
full of
Allah.
hate.
Yeah, well, it's time to get rid of all these guys.
30 megaton bomb. That's what I got for Allah.
You're not kidding.
Let me ask you this, Howard. Am I just crazy? Because they were talking about how this Arab guy was going to be arraigned tomorrow at federal court for his involvement in the embassy. I'd love to see this guy dragged out by his hair, and I want to pull him.
Exactly. I mean, you know, everyone's talking about we have to be calm and we have to have justice. It's like, this is war.
The Pope has even put out a statement that America should just pray. At this time is the time to turn to faith.
Yeah, I mean, don't listen to the Pope. The Pope's wrong.
And you know what?
The Pope's a nice guy, I'm sure, and
he's old.
He's thinking he's going to go to heaven and have 7 chicks with him.
He's an old guy with
bad people.
Lots of bad people.
And the fact of the matter is that the only way to teach someone a lesson, and we were on the air after the Olympics, and the Israelis were killed at the Olympics, and our government said, let the Olympics continue.
We kept
but it was also in Germany. I mean, it happened in another country.
We should have withdrawn.
We should have withdrawn, obviously, yes.
We should have been at war then.
But we didn't have control to shut the whole Olympics down.
And now we've been attacked on our own soil. This can be avoided in the future one way. A nuclear devastation, an attack on the countries of this world who protect terrorists. And either we do it or we don't.
Enough is enough, man.
It's just ridiculous.
I don't know if you want to pull out the nukes.
What's the matter, Tom? What's the matter? It's hard to do the show.
My peas are popping.
Oh, his peas are popping?
Yes, peas are popping.
And he needs to sit up straight.
No.
Cabby's peas are popping?
Nobody even heard it. Cabby's sitting there going, oh, and you know what? F that. And he says the whole word.
Oh, you did?
I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it either.
Oh. There's no P in that. Are you sure you heard
Are you sure he said that?
Positive.
Did you say the F word?
I don't think I did, but if he's saying I did.
You know, there are more
I didn't hear it.
important
I would've
things
hit the
to
button.
concern yourself with right now.
No, but you're right. I should be professional.
Well, Tom's got to worry about that because as absurd as all of this is, the United States government thinks I'm a problem.
Our words.
Right.
Me, they got completely under surveillance.
We're
It's
still
the truth.
trying to figure out what to do about the people
It's
who...
my passion.
My every move is reported to our government. Not. Hey, John, you got breakfast?
Yeah. Hey, Howard.
Where's my breakfast?
Here, we're just going to bring it in. There's not one person out there who heard the F word. I think Tom's hallucinating.
No, there was no F word.
There was.
Play the tape.
I kind of want to hear the tape because I don't remember saying it, and
I never heard it.
If I heard, I would have hit the button. No, I wouldn't have. But I would have.
Can I tell my story about driving home yesterday? What happened with the wet?
Yeah, but let me just finish my one thought, okay? And let me sum it up this way. When I saw Newt Gingrich on TV being passionate, I'm a Newt Gingrich fan. I've always said it. He was passionate. He talked about how to combat terrorism. And he hit it right on the head. And I'll even take it one step further. The time for action is now. When you're in war, you don't sit there and worry about justice. It's very simple what has to be done, and you know it and I know it. Afghanistan, you're on notice. You have 24 hours. Produce Osama bin Laden. We want him delivered to us. He's a war criminal. We want him killed. We will do the killing. Put him on the borders of Canada. If you don't produce him in 24 hours, we're going to give you a nuclear attack. Boom. Like Hiroshima. We're going to burn your skin off and your eyes. After he's delivered, we're still at war. Because those countries harbor terrorists.
Well, then why'd you go through all that?
Oh, this is just the fun. Now we're having fun.
Oh.
This is sending a message.
Now we know
these are all big symbolic.
And now we know that they're going to do what we say we're going to do.
Now they're shaking in their boots.
Yep.
And remember, like when they're shaking in the boots in the movies, and they go, "We delivered them. Don't do it." Boom! Bomb them anyway.
Wait a second, Howard. Do these guys have the bomb? An atomic bomb?
They got nothing. They have nothing. Israel has the atomic bomb. They've been trying. Israel has the atomic bomb, and you know what they have? They have chemical. They have chemical warfare, and you know what you do? Flatten them out into a parking lot. There will be no chemicals. There'll be nothing.
The chemicals will only go on them.
And we will have all the oil in the world. This will be fantastic for the economy.
But that's why you don't nuke.
But see, you do.
No.
You do because you don't
radioactive oil is good.
Yeah, it runs cars.
It runs submarines.
You don't even have to put it in the car. It'll run the car.
And you know, what's the deal with the guys that are, you hear about these guys that are price gouging with the gasoline in Kansas? And I spoke to my brother in Texas last night.
Why?
$6 a gallon.
Why?
People were like, there was a big run. People got fearful. So they just jacked up the price.
Really? People in Texas are fearful?
Yes.
Our great mayor got on the air last night. He was up and around.
Giuliani was all over.
All night.
The greatest mayor. Thank God they called off the election yesterday. He's now going to be the mayor the rest of They should never have it again.
I think what you said yesterday was great. He should be president.
Right.
Well, he got on the air and he said if there's anybody today who thinks they're going to jack up prices on services in New York, they're going to be in trouble.
Good.
We're out and looking for you.
Yeah. Ken, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard, did you listen to Ed Koch yesterday, what he said?
What did he say?
He was on the news yesterday saying that they should give these people 5 days to produce all the terrorists that we give them names. And if they don't, you have 5 days to either produce these people or we're going to bomb you. And in them 5 days, get your women and children out of there. This guy should be president.
Nah, he ain't going far enough. I say get all the terrorists and then bomb them anyway.
Right.
Well, that's what
bomb
they
them
think.
back to the
Stone
Age.
Out of there because we're going to bomb
We should have done something.
In fact, who even wants the terrorists? You know what? Let's just blow them up.
We should have done something already.
Bomb Afghanistan, bomb
but you got to
Libya,
you got to do it.
And nuke them, give them devastation. I mean, so that there's no people left.
The nukes,
right.
the nukes.
Just
you
completely
can kill all these people without nuking anything.
No. Sal, the stockbroker, is advocating pay-per-view. Sal, what is this plan?
Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
First of all, wonderful coverage yesterday.
Thank you.
Best radio ever. I think we should take Osama bin Laden, tie him up in a chair, mount him in the middle of the street of New York City, put it on pay-per-view, stone him, gouge him with screwdrivers, douse him with alcohol.
Why pay-per-view?
And put it on pay-per-view and give the money to the victims of the World Trade Center, their families.
There you go. All right. There's Sal thinking overtime. That's a nice thought.
Didn't they do that in Italy in the 40s?
Yeah, but they didn't make any money off it.
I know.
They did that with Benito.
You know what the problem is, Howard? Yep. We are considered always the peacemakers.
I know. We're so rational.
Sending ambassadors in, sending Jesse Jackson in. Just go in and rip these guys apart. You know what the problem is? Do you recall when Hussein was making those weapons in secret places?
Yeah.
Yep.
And we how many times did Clinton warn him? And then we sent an ambassador in, and then we finally
we're
made
monitoring him.
Yeah.
Let's stop monitoring everybody.
We gotta send in teams.
Well,
Let's
a lot of
kill
it happens
everybody.
because of the UN. I mean,
Let's be irrational. You know what? If the Arabs had the power and we didn't, they wouldn't be nuking us right now. Let's be as irrational as them for a month.
Absolutely.
Let's be so friggin' irrational.
The parents' analogy is a good one. You know, like your parents go nuts, and afterwards they apologize. I got a little
Yeah, we'll
crazy.
apologize
But
afterwards.
you'll never...
Say, oh, we went a little nuts.
and you know what? No one in the world will hold us at fault.
we have done that before.
Any country that doesn't go along with us, they got to do trade with us. Yeah, they're
wipe them
enemies. Wipe them out.
You know, long before diplomacy, we took care of a group of people, and we don't have these problems.
That's right.
We are the only country that spends billions of dollars in military arms, and we do not utilize them
a bunch
properly.
of guys with box cutters can walk right into an airport and take us. We don't need Star Wars defense. People aren't going to attack us that way.
Did you hear that commentator on CNN who was on the plane who called her husband?
Yeah.
He was at the back of the plane telling them that...
The terrorists told her to call.
Unbelievable.
They said call. Sal, I got to go.
Take care.
All right.
Great.
Can you imagine getting that phone? There were families who got phone calls. I love you very much, and I've been told to call you and tell you I'm about to die.
A couple of things I got to say real quick. Doug Goodstein called back, said that don't go down, obviously, to the World Trade Center the way he did. If you want to volunteer, you call the Red Cross. Go ahead.
But, Howard, doesn't Pakistan have the bomb, Robin?
Yes, they do.
So then how can we do anything? All they got to do is,
They don't have any. They can't get a bomb.
They've been testing it, Howard.
Let's take them and get rid of them. Get rid of everybody. Get rid of all of our enemies.
There, it still irradiates everything.
So you want to hear what some French guy from the French State Department says?
What did he say?
What did he say? Serves us right?
It was saying, how could it be that with all the millions the CIA and FBI and the Pentagon spend on intelligence that no one had any idea that such a series of attacks were planned? What happened to airport security? What happened to America's invincibility? It's like,
he's rubbing it in.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Jerk. Can I give out these numbers, Howard?
That's what I'm saying about some
What do you
of our
got?
European friends.
It's Red Cross numbers. 1-800-GIVE-LIFE to contact your local blood service organization. And to financial contributions are 1-800-HELP-NOW.
All right, Rob, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard, how are you?
Hey, man.
Calling from Canada.
Yep.
And I just want to say you did an excellent job yesterday on the air, and staying on the air is the best thing you can do for your audience in Canada and the States. And
I got to tell you, last night I'm sitting here and I go, I'm in Manhattan right now. I don't know what's going to happen. It kind of hit me, and I went, I'm getting out of here.
Yeah.
But
my whole family called and said, leave the city. Go.
I know, I'm crazy.
I was out of the city, and then as I was coming back in, I felt so sad.
I couldn't imagine. I can't imagine what you guys been through down there, just watching it on the news.
It hit me last night. I said,
my city has been
I went 4 miles from this radio station.
That's nothing.
There's an attack going on.
That's nothing in a war. 4 miles is nothing.
I felt completely helpless at home in Brooklyn, and I was so sick of the TV. I said, you know what? I'm going into the city. I couldn't. I came here.
So I'm laying there last night. My brother-in-law was over. My girlfriend was over, and I said, why don't we...
How do you have a brother-in-law?
My brother-in-law, Pete.
Oh.
What do you mean, how do I have a brother-in-law? My sister's husband.
He just got married again.
My sister's husband. My sister didn't get divorced. I'm divorced.
That side of the family.
Meanwhile, my ex-in-laws, if you will, were calling like crazy, trying to get through to me. They were worried about me. Spoke to Allison. We were, in touch with our daughter who lives in the city and our other daughters, and we were... and she said to me, oh my God, I was so worried about you and some other people that she knows in the city, and we even rallied together as a family, and it was.
That's all you can do.
Yeah, and I just said, I'm laying there in bed and I go, well, everyone I know has left the city and gone, like, upstate and stuff. A lot of the people.
Yeah.
And I went, well, what am I? Maybe I'm in full-blown denial. I call my father. He starts, what do you think is going to happen? Everything is safe now. I go,
you don't know.
I go, Dad, everything isn't safe. Maybe our airspace is safe now. But there's
Who
other...
knows what's on the ground?
Yeah, I don't know if someone's bringing bombs in. Is there a second wave coming? What do I need to be here
I got a quick question. I hate to interrupt you, Howard.
Yeah.
Are you guys... fast forward into the future here, are you guys going to rebuild these towers in the future, you think?
I hope they rebuild them immediately. I think they need to put them up immediately.
Yeah, they'll put something.
I mean, my friend, actually was Kane. He said, you know what? These terrorists, in a sense, cut off our testicles. Right, those two buildings are a symbol.
Interesting analogy.
They're more like penises.
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
They are a symbol of American financial stability and the world's financial stability because of America.
Right.
And they came in and they took those two buildings for that very reason. And we need to put our testicles right back up.
There you go.
Rebuild our
Did Kane say that? No wonder you two work so well together. Maybe you better just move over to this show.
But I think they should go back up right away. We should not have memorials.
No.
We should have
the memorial should be those buildings back up in the air, taller and stronger than they ever were.
Yeah.
Well, they got to
with machine guns on
stuff
top
around the steel now that could handle airplane fuel. You know, that airplane fuel burns it.
Well, I'll tell you what. You want to stop all this terrorism? There's got to be an incredible war that goes on now. And if our president declared war last night, did he not?
No.
Well, he
did
doesn't
not
know who to declare it on.
Let me tell you something. I saw Ollie North, who was a moron, but I'll tell you one thing. He said the right thing. He said, you know what? This country in the past has declared war on individuals.
Right.
Is that right? Yeah, he said declare war on Osama bin Laden. And which is fine, you know, give whatever excuse.
Yeah, why wait to see
the third president of the United States, he said, I think he said the third president. I hope I got this right. I was listening with half an ear.
Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah, I don't know if it was Thomas Jefferson. Maybe it was a different president. I don't know, but I thought he said the third president. I said there were pirates, individual pirates who were evidently wreaking havoc on our country.
On the sea.
And they declared war on them. They declared war on these guys, and it was one guy, the leader, and they got rid of him. And it's the same thing with this. Osama bin Laden is only one of these guys, but declare war on him. Declare war on whoever you want.
I like it. I like that idea.
Whatever you need. Because like someone said, well, you know, the rules of war are different. We are not allowed as a country to go assassinate anyone.
Right.
Unless the rules of war. And I'm going, rules? Let's throw the rules out the window.
They're not playing by the rules. That's why you get caught.
Yeah, that's what the British
goes out
That's what the British did. They played by the rules and they lost the revolution.
That's right.
Yep.
This is the same. It kind of reminded me of how, you know, the Minimum were. This is these terrorists are.
The Minimum. He's a mushmouth.
The Minimum?
Anyway, so the
Minimum war.
You know, they're fighting guerrilla warfare and we're not. You know what I mean?
There's only a couple of funny comments I heard, and there's no humor in this whatsoever, but someone did say to me, did you call Lonnie and make sure Scores is all right? And are the girls okay? All right.
I mean, was Scores open last night, or did they close? That's a good question.
We should call Lonnie. You know, I
think everything was locked down
let's do one light thing this morning. We'll call Lonnie and ask him if the girls are all right and what boobs are all right.
What did they do yesterday? Do the girls know? Because a lot of times the girls aren't up on current events.
Then someone said to me, did you check to see if Nobu is open? And that was one thing. That was one thing that I thought was kind of funny. And then I was talking to my buddy, and, you know, everyone's all worked up, and I go, you know, we got to kill these friggin', you know, blah, 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 blah. And he goes, hey, they already got the bandages wrapped around their head. Let's put it to use. I go, wow, that's a good one.
But you know what is weird?
Yeah.
That now, you know, I walked into a store in my travels all around the boroughs of New York, and I saw some strange-looking people. And I all of a sudden said, are they?
Oh,
them.
I had a guy.
Can I tell you something?
Last night, and he was Arab, and he looked at me, and I know he was Arab, and he said, have they released a number of people dead yet? And I just...
No, you can't get mad at those guys.
No, and I didn't get mad at him. I was like, you know, this is the worst day in the history of the world.
But you know how when
That's all I
you
could
greet
say.
anybody else in the last day, you say, isn't this horrible?
Yeah.
With those people, I didn't have that conversation.
You know who I was worried about?
They didn't say it to me, and I didn't say it to them.
Right, you know who I was worried about? Artie Lang, because he looks kind of... He really does. He looks like a foreigner.
I look like an Arab?
No, I think you look like you're...
blonde Arab.
You look
Palestinian.
You look Palestinian.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah. I was thinking, I was worried about you.
Well, look, I assure you, I had nothing to do with it. Can I just say right now, I had nothing.
Artie Lang has nothing to do with the Hezbollah or any of that.
Did you hear Giuliani told everyone, don't go to work?
Osama bin Artie Lang. What'd you say?
Did you hear Giuliani told everyone, don't go to work today? you know.
Well, I wish you would have told Tom that so I could be home.
Tom didn't hear that.
Some guy in the subway goes, well, now finally people are going to listen to Giuliani.
Here's another funny.
Is that what they said?
But I didn't know if there was going to be a show today. I figured you're in Manhattan, you would,
I didn't
would
think
make
you
it
would have
in.
come
And then I'm doing everything I can to get here today. And I thought, if I've done all this and they're not there, I'm really going to be upset.
You're going to be pissed.
What time did you get off the air yesterday?
About noon.
You could hang out with Scott, the engineer, some more, Robin.
I ran to my kids' school.
Yeah. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I got to take another break. And, let me a couple of people got to get some thoughts out. Karen, go ahead.
Hi, Howard. Hi, Robin.
Hi.
I learned about this whole thing yesterday listening to you guys in the morning, and it's unbelievable. And I want to say that guy that called in talking about we shouldn't kill the children over there, well, we need to wipe them out, like Howard says.
Right.
Wipe them out because they train these children from when they're young.
Kill everyone over there.
Do you see these people celebrating on TV? We need to show them who is boss.
Kill the cockroaches
and that's
over
the
there.
end of it.
Kill the cockroaches over there in case they mutate into people.
Well, we should kill the children so as not to make them orphans.
Right. Well, what we have to do is kill everyone so that they understand that the United States of America is going to protect its way of life.
Those countries need to be
They're all jealous of us.
Put them back to
They
the
hate us. They're going to hate us forever. And this is an excellent opportunity to clean house.
And kill the sharks.
We need to show them. You're right, Howard. We need to show them who's boss. That they cannot come here and do this.
Man, I'm going to go to the TV set over here. I got Colin Powell speaking live. Let's see what he's got to say.
And it has to be fought on the political front. It has to be fought on the diplomatic front, the military front, and the intelligence front. And we are deeply encouraged by the responses we have received so far from international organizations, but especially from countries around the world who have expressed solidarity with us and who have come to the realization, I hope, that all of us have to respond to this because none of us is safe from this kind of attack.
Right.
You have said
our hearts go out to those who lost their lives. This is a tragedy for our nation.
See, we can't do a half-assed effort now. If we're going to do something, you got to bomb them into crippling them for the rest of their...
Don't half-step. And George W. better think about one thing. His daddy did not get reelected because he did not complete that job in Operation.
And you know what kills me? He's on his phone to his dad asking him what to do. That's who's running the country right now. And I got to tell you something. If we're going to do something, do it big and end the problem today. We won't have to live in fear anymore. We need to bring them, not even to their knees. We have to bring them so their knees don't exist. Kneeless. Like Hiroshima. Come on, Colin, do it!
He's now a diplomat. He's no longer a war man.
But he's still got that war blood rolling through his
I don't know that he does.
No, he does.
He knows what to do.
Wasn't he part of pulling back and not taking out Saddam Hussein?
Yeah,
Come on.
That was a politician's move.
Listen to him, diplomatic, blah, 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 blah. Who wants to hear measured tones? Get pissed!
We're the only ones pissed.
Senator Orrin.
Me? You were the only ones pissed.
You do want somebody yelling. You want somebody up there going like crazy.
Colin Powell's on TV. I thought he was in a bunker planning the attack.
No, he's a...
I'm sure they were doing that all night last night.
He's the Secretary of State.
Well, you know what? Let's pull out all the rules and get anybody who knows how to plan a nice nuclear attack on there. Put me in there.
I was saying, give me a gun. I'm the biggest pacifist you ever want to meet. Yesterday, I was saying, give me a gun.
How could they not find Bin Laden, though? I mean,
Senator Orrin Hatch has been...
I'll tell you how you find Bin Laden. You can find him in 5 minutes. Tell Afghanistan we're going to nuclear attack you until you put him out on the border of Canada.
They've got satellites that can locate oranges on the desert floor. They can find Bin Laden.
We don't have to do this.
Why can't they find this guy?
I know, I don't know.
The sophistication.
I can listen to you in your bedroom? No. Because I want that. I would die to hear that.
One has money, two has...
You should hear me.
I would love to hear that.
I make noise.
I
want a visual.
You know what I'd like to hear about when we get a chance? I love Robin's story about how she got home last night and all the places she went.
Right? Oh, yeah, with Scott the engineer. You know what? Let me take a break. We're going to tell you that story, and then I will open up more phone lines, and we'll talk, and we'll be back after this.
You're listening to the Howard Stern Show.
Well, again, here we go. GoldenPalace.com is on the internet. It's there for you if...
a reliever of stress.
Well, it might feel weird to go to a casino today and gamble. I think that the GoldenPalace.com people...
Right, I mean, you do want to gamble today, but...
You just don't want to.
Go
it
to
looks
a
bad.
casino,
Yeah.
it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
You want to gamble, but you don't want people seeing you gambling because they might think you're shallow.
Although, what's there to gamble on? There's no games.
Oh, there's games. You go on
Palace,
Golden Palace, there's games. They're in business today.
Oh, good, all right. They're in business.
They're in business. The internet business is there.
Yeah. Good game of blackjack always makes you feel better.
6 survivors were just found. 1 police officer and 5 firefighters.
Oh, thank God.
Cool. All right, good.
6 people rescued this morning from the rubble. That's amazing.
Hopefully there's lots more.
Yeah. Go to GoldenPalace.com. You won't, if you want to gamble, I understand. It's a stress release.
Yes.
It might look bad if you go to a casino. Definitely go to GoldenPalace.com. Thank you.
1 WBCN. Howard Stern.
That would be me. During the commercials, a bunch of thoughts came to me. Also, a couple of things happened. Tom accused Cabby about an hour ago of saying the F word.
And I could not think where I said the F word. I'm thinking to myself while he's going to look for the tape, when did I say the F word?
So we listened to the tape, and sure enough, what Tom thought was the F word was Cabby saying funny hat.
How about the Pope?
But
Fun of hat.
Tom, ever the eagle ear, thought it was F that.
I'm glad he's on the button.
I clearly heard it.
Thank God he's not on another
He
button.
did it.
Yeah, go put him on that.
A couple of thoughts I had during the commercial. By the way, it just came over the news that 6 survivors were found. 1 police officer, 5 firefighters.
Thank God.
Wow.
A couple of guys got out.
Those are the bravest people
They
on
are.
earth.
They are the bravest.
They ran into that burning building to save people.
They are so incredibly brave. Couple of thoughts, though. Casey yesterday, as soon as the attack happened, he said, "Look, Howard, I got to get out of here. I can't be in the building."
Well, what was funny...
And I said I understood. He left. And
Gary started to leave. And I said, well, I understand that. He's got a wife and family to go home to. Casey was following him. I said, Casey, where are you going? You have no wife and family.
He's only going down the block.
I'm going to the OTB.
I'm going to Connecticut. At least I feel I'm 35 miles away. Casey went about 800 yards away.
So our whole crew made it back in here this morning, except for Casey. And what is this?
Okay, so I get an email on my BlackBerry from Casey Armstrong. The subject is regarding Yo. I am out on the island, and I've been thinking about this all day. I came to the conclusion that I'm going to hang tight for a day to see how everything pans out. I hope you don't feel like I'm letting the team down, but today, put it in perspective.
He's out of his mind. He's really got a serious problem.
How did he spell perspective?
Hey, you know what? Yeah, he's scared.
And you know he has a mental problem.
I don't fault him.
I don't either.
The horses
I told him he could leave.
I fault him.
No, you don't.
I fault him. Why? And I will ridicule him when he gets back.
Why?
Because it's going to be funny, that's why. Kimberly, you're on the air.
Hi, Howard.
Hi.
I'm in Fresno, California. One of the markets that dropped you guys made the heinous mistake of dropping you guys.
It's happened before. It'll happen again.
Well, your replacement was Kevin and Bean, and they're just horrendously bad. It's awful. I miss you. And
well, there's so many guys who syndicate now. What they do is they...
they're horrible.
It's the newest thing.
It's the newest thing, which is weird because...
And they're all going to fail.
Kevin and Bean suck so bad, and then...
They lack so much where you guys kick so much ass.
I know, and then on top of that, they work for our own company, so our own company's syndicating them.
Right.
And it's just, it's like I'm in...
Replace them? Wait a minute, how did that happen? They replaced them with us with them?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, but they'll only be syndicated till it wears off that they're actually syndicated, and then it'll all go away.
It's really weird. And
That's strange.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say. Believe me, talk about being under attack.
I had no idea.
From the inside.
From the inside, believe me, I got no friends here.
What's up?
Yeah.
Hey, Howard.
I started the syndication business so that everyone else can cannibalize it and undersell me.
Right.
But what am I going to do? I mean, you know what? I've given up. I've thrown my hands up in the air. This day is not about us and our syndication.
No, it's not.
But
just to change the subject because it's so awful, all the stuff that's going on. Sorry. They dropped that station that carried you dropped from a 4.8, which they thought was horrible. What you were doing. They just recently reported what Kevin and Bean were doing. 2.1.
Yeah, well,
come on.
Like I said,
They suck.
It wears off, and the imitators of
whatever
sucky radio.
You know what?
Out.
I don't even want to talk about that. It's so unimportant.
Hey, can I give you?
Howard?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, Kevin and Bean are not my.
No,
they just matter so little to me. I don't even know what. I mean, even the name Kevin and Bean is just so goddamn gay.
I miss you so much.
The
you
idea
don't
that
know
you're
how
in an industry with
underprivileged.
Kevin and Bean.
Yeah, the fact that I've got to sit there and sell my show against Kevin and Bean.
What the hell's a Bean? I am glad we still have our own names. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm proud that we're Howard, Robin,
Yeah,
Gary.
we're like people, not Kevin and Bean.
Bean. I'm the Bean man.
The Shark Billy Bob and the Shark and
the Moby and whoever.
You don't believe the celebrities that get on that show.
And we don't lie about our age either. Thank you.
Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
Do me a favor. Will you put me back on hold so I can listen to your show? It would be a privilege.
Yeah, okay. Hold on.
I love you.
Wow.
She means it.
I found a really interesting stat in today's New York Post. They said that there were about 200 businesses in Tower 1 and about 100 businesses in Tower 2. There's 300 businesses destroyed. Morgan Stanley had the biggest presence. They probably took the biggest hit. I heard Donald Trump yesterday, and just the way he said it was, he goes, Morgan Stanley, most of the businesses there, they're a global business. They're gone.
That's right.
It's gone.
They're wiped out.
It's just gone.
Wiped out.
The Japanese stocks panicked. They started a huge sell-off.
So, okay, just to recap, a couple of things happened during the commercial. I told you about the KC thing. Also, here I'll remind you of a few other things. The Emmys, these are not important things.
Right.
The Emmys and the Latin Awards
The Latin Grammys.
have been postponed.
The Lammys.
And in an effort to be in solidarity with everyone, the FMEs on this show have been postponed.
Oh, well.
They were already postponed.
Thank God.
They're postponed. The FMEs.
Broadway shows were canceled. It's
You know what? I was talking to Sam Simon yesterday. He had tickets for the producers last night.
No. That's right. He told me he was going to see it.
You had tickets too?
Is today Tuesday or Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Oh, my God.
Wait a second. What is that?
They just showed, I don't know where it came from, but that was the first plane.
How'd they get tape of that?
I don't know. They've never showed that before.
The first plane.
The building.
That's the first plane. Because that's the building with the tower.
Here it is. It's on CNN if you want to watch.
This is United
There's the second
Airlines
plane.
Flight 175.
That's from a different angle.
Los Angeles. Its intended itinerary. It ripped into the South Tower. Both towers later collapsed into piles of rubble. The rubble we've been showing you all this morning. These are the dramatic
over and over.
I know, it's awful.
What was really amazing was when that debris and smoke is curling all around that area and people are running out of the area.
Running for their lives.
I got to tell you, when I was watching George Bush's speech last night, and I don't mean to be overly critical, and I know a lot of people like the speech or whatever, I don't know. I told you there were some people I saw on TV, like Newt Gingrich, who got on and spoke from the heart and said what had to be done and talked about how to combat terrorism. It was so inspiring, except he's not the president.
Right.
And Bush's speech, to me, felt very planned. There was nothing from the heart. He's not a good speech reader. He's not a good scripted guy.
It's as if he has nothing to say except what's on that paper.
And I didn't want to be preached to, like when he started quoting Psalms from the Bible. It's, I know that's his religion and he's deeply into it with his stem cell research and anti-abortion. I know that's his religion, but it's not everybody's religion. And it's not that everybody needs a preacher right now to be consoled, because a lot of us aren't buying into that. I don't think God's going to save us. I think,
all these people praying, those planes still hit those two buildings.
Yeah, right. And everyone's doing everything in the name of God. Now he's preaching, the Pope's preaching, everyone's preaching.
The people on the planes are preaching.
Newt Gingrich got on and said, look, we got a situation, here's what you do. That's what I want to hear.
Yesterday,
I don't want to be preached to.
Their God beat up your God.
Yeah, their God won, okay? Yeah. Now it's time for our God to win.
I think a lot of it has to do with, the president can't be allowed to show his hand. I mean, he's got to go in there and say, look, this is a horrible thing that happened, but we're going to take care of it.
Well, he's got to do. I don't want to see. I don't want to hear about looking for justice, and we're going to bring Osama bin Laden, who's
don't bring him to trial.
To trial.
No, screw a trial.
We want countries nuked.
We want them nuked.
All we
and then
want.
when they're nuked, and all those cockroaches that are humans over there are dead, we nuke them again.
Yeah,
just to make sure.
Just to make sure they're. Hair burns up like Hiroshima.
Yep.
That felt so good. And I've always said...
You weren't even there.
Oh, I've said over the years, Hiroshima was never a mistake. God bless Harry Truman. It was a message to the world.
That talk about a set of testicles to do that.
It was the only way that they were going to listen at that point.
Yeah.
It was just the only way.
I really felt that speech had no passion. Had none of the anger that I was feeling.
It made you miss Reagan. Remember Reagan?
Reagan would talk. Somebody ought to do some stem cell research, get him out of that Alzheimer's, pump him up, and bring him back and tell us what to do.
Still good. Clinton can give a good speech.
But you know what? Having said all
Reagan, Reagan got mad.
I didn't vote for George W.
Shake.
Yeah. I didn't vote for him. He's not my president.
I'm behind him.
He is your president.
But he is my president. I didn't vote for him. But
he's your president.
He's the guy.
Yeah.
Are you?
No, I said the wrong guy.
And you know,
He's
George Bush made some smart decisions, and I don't know
Maybe
if
he's not the president. Maybe Al Gore ought to run the show.
I don't know if it was
Maybe
Daddy
Jerry's
who brought him to these decisions, but putting Dick Cheney in there and putting Colin Powell in there.
Yeah, but you know what? He's on the phone to his dad now.
Well,
and
his dad was the leader of the CIA. His dad was no stupid man.
What we're saying is he is the country. He is the representative of the country.
I understand that.
And what did he do? He did Psalm 23.
Good
when
men
I walk in the valley of the... Who cares? Shut up with that. Shut up with the valley. Let's nuke! Nuke them!
Nuke them in the valley!
Nuke the valley, nuke everyone. Why do we have to live in fear? We can end the fear today.
I don't want to walk around worried all the time.
And I don't know, does he realize how serious this... I mean, this is complete... This is the biggest attack on this country.
Because he doesn't like New York. Did he really care?
More people are... Of course he does. More people are dead
Not that much.
than in any battle during the Civil War.
This is the worst attack in the history of the world.
That's right. This is the biggest number.
It doesn't, it doesn't even compare with Pearl Harbor, which was a major thing in the sense.
It doesn't.
Pearl Harbor was an attack on a military base. This was an attack
that was a war move. Yeah.
So how do you quote a Bible and say good night and God bless? At least he did say though.
Stand behind our man.
He will. I'm standing behind him. I'm behind him.
I'm there.
I'm there. But if you want my critique of the speech,
something.
All right. Let me see what he does.
He'll do something.
What's he going to do?
He will.
We're going to.
He's not doing anything.
Oh,
stop. You don't think he's going to do some major...
I'm really worried that, you know what? I thought after the Olympics, when the Israeli soldiers were killed, we would have ended the Olympics that day and gone in and bombed the crap out of them. When they said, let the Olympics continue, the Olympics are bigger than any assassination.
And 3
sat
days
there.
later, people were cheering with big smiles on their faces.
Yeah, I was a young guy at that time, and I said, are we insane as a country? We're going to let this... I know what happened in Germany. It was done to us. It was done to the Israelis because of the anti-Semitism in the Arab world. They hate us as much as they hate the Jews. Let's go in and teach them a friggin' goddamn lesson like they've never heard.
They call us the head of the
I'm not going to quote Psalm 23. I'm not going to do anything.
But, it is hard for people to believe they're hated as much as the Jews.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, well, they are. For now you know you're hated as much as the Jews. Perhaps more. Perhaps more.
Today I am Jewish.
Today you're a Jew.
Today we're all
It's
Jewish.
about time you woke up to it.
There you go.
Dominic Barber, you're on the air. Here's someone who's hated by all. Just kidding, Dominic. A lawyer. All lawyer.
Here's someone who's hated by the Jews. That's tough to find. An Italian lawyer is hated by the Jews.
Dominic, go ahead and say your piece.
Well, first of all, with all of the bombing and killing of all the people, which we want revenge, obviously, what's the next step after that?
I know you called me last night, and we spoke for a second. Dominic is very concerned about food shortages. If there's any relief in his area, where are you right now?
You're
in the Garden City Hotel. If you can send food over.
Have you been hoarding milk and bread? I heard that they're hard to find.
And ho-hos.
Let me ask a question.
I'm coming back to you. I want milk and bread. Any volunteers who want to make me an omelet?
Don't block
20 bags of Ruffles.
The truck must get into the city.
Ruffles have ridges. Make sure there's plenty of pep Ruffles.
Dominic.
Even now we joke.
Even in this tragedy.
I want ice cream.
By the way, the Merrill Lynch building by the World Trade Center is now on fire. The fires haven't stopped.
Now let me ask a question.
All of Manhattan's on fire.
No, don't say that. Keep everything calm.
You know they said they found...
All of Manhattan is not on fire.
You know, Doug was talking about the papers that they found?
Yeah.
I heard yesterday they found papers from buildings on Coney Island.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, that's like crazy.
That's more of a prayer for the people that are dying and sick also,
No, it's not time for him to do that. It's time for him... You had to see Newt Gingrich last night.
We can't even hear you.
He's toasting a marshmallow on one of the fires.
Why do whenever I see your name up on the computer, why do I pick up the phone immediately?
To this day, I ask you that.
I don't know. I always feel he's going to say something
Well,
profound.
didn't you have me on for an hour and a half yesterday?
You did good.
We forgot.
By the way, you did some of the coverage with us, and everyone forgot about it.
Yes, of course.
Nobody remembered you were part of it.
Cabby outshined you.
Your Cabby outshined you.
Just my luck, Cabby could see the building. I was very After you bombed the building.
Not my luck, though. That was
we're bombing people.
After you kill all these young children, is that not equal?
Hopefully,
bomb them again.
Hopefully, what we're going to
do more than equal.
And you know, in a perfect world, what we would do. In a perfect world, you sit out and you try to reason with people. You can't do that anymore. The time for action is here. When there's a bully, we have the power. Let's protect our way of life.
What would you do, Dominic?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. The life will never be the same.
No, but it can be. We can go back to a better life.
Why should we give up our way of life?
You know World War II. What happened to the Japanese?
Okay, but
they behaved after that.
Yesterday was done by probably 15 to 20 people.
So what?
So when you go
and why do these countries...
Wait, Dominic, who are the people... If it was done by 15 to 20 isolated people, then who are all those people celebrating?
No, you got to get rid of the people celebrating.
Who are
The celebrators will be the next 15 and 20 people.
Well, Dominic doesn't understand the concept of they're not there anymore.
Listen, if you got a weed in your backyard, you kill the weed, but you got to kill the seeds that make the weed.
Okay, except that all over the world there are people now. It only took 20 people to do this. I will tell you what this is going to do towards our society, which is even more interesting than blowing them up. We're going to have a change in our rights. We're going to go back to where the government can listen in whenever they want, which they should be able to. They're going to stop all those rules where they couldn't have search warrants and they couldn't have eavesdropping.
When are they going to change the rule that the CIA can't go overseas and assassinate our enemies?
It's going to change. Everything will change. And also, you're going to see a change in all... You're going to see buildings guarded differently.
Oh, yeah. You're going to see armed...
It'll be even harder to get around.
When Robin and I were in England, it was the first time we saw in the airports that there are armed guards. Let me tell you something.
With dogs.
Yeah.
And the cops in England don't even carry guns.
Yeah. This was the
military.
This is the military.
The airport. Everybody's got a gun.
And the planes will be built differently. You'll never be able to get to a pilot again. You'll be able to blow a plane up, but you won't be able to get to that pilot. They'll never do
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If you really want to be safe, because I was laying in bed last night, I go, I can't believe I'm in Manhattan. 4 miles from my apartment, we were under a nuclear attack, it looked like. That's what it looked like to me. And 20,000, I think it's higher than 20,000 people are dead.
I think so, too.
I mean, they're keeping it low-key now. I'm telling you, and the Pentagon, whoever thought, I always had learned in school that the Pentagon's airspace, that if anybody flew anywhere...
Over D.C. at all.
Over D.C.
But that's not true.
That planes are ready to go up to protect the White House and the Pentagon. I am telling you, it's all a farce. And
that's
the only way...
use passenger planes, and there are passenger planes that fly that route.
The only way to protect our way of life, I'm talking about being able to lie down at night and know we're safe, is to eradicate, actually wipe off the map about 6 countries.
But you can't.
Yes, you
when
can.
You have cockroaches, do you just kill the adults?
Why can't you? Who do we care?
They don't know how to behave.
Whose opinion do we care about?
Because
why can't you?
Because of opinion. But if you wipe out 6... Listen, I want revenge. I want all these firemen and cops, and I know people in the...
All right, and what's the downside of doing what I'm advocating?
It's the beginning of the end.
No, it's not.
So obvious.
No, it is not.
How come? We're doing fine. We've done this before.
The beginning of the end. The beginning of the end for the 20,000 who are buried in that rubble. I don't want to be buried in the next rubble. I don't want to go. I don't want to jump out of the World Trade Center.
He acts like we've never done this before.
No, we have.
Oh,
we have.
Have you ever heard of a people called the Indians?
I'm not against it.
We wiped out the Indians, and you know why?
We don't have a problem.
How to settle the
I'm
West.
not against it.
We had to live there.
That in terms of life and history of all our lives, this is the most important day of our life.
Oh, please, Dominic. You don't even have much life left.
Believe me, you're going to be gone anyway from your obesity.
I thought the most important day was when they made Haagen-Dazs.
That used to be the most important day.
Yeah, this is the new most important
day. The world has changed.
Oh, please.
My world
one
is...
of those
I couldn't call dominoes last night.
You're not hearing me.
It's terrible. I tried to buy diamond earrings for my girlfriend last night. I couldn't. My cell phone wouldn't work. I couldn't.
Dominic knows if he had to jump out of the World Trade Center, he would have bounced, so he doesn't care. The rest of us would die.
Il Molino. It was a terrible day.
I checked.
I tried to get into Noble. I couldn't.
I checked. Il Molino was all right. I checked. I called. No, but
is Il Molino fine?
In terms, listen, you are a major player in all this. They commented on the post about you.
What'd they say?
They said that you handled it really well and that you didn't make jokes.
Of course not. How could you make a joke?
No one said this yet, but I want to tell you how well you handled it and Robin handled it yesterday. Fred, did you?
I handled it better than Robin.
Handle it well?
Fred didn't handle it well.
I didn't say anything, Dominic.
Fred,
waiting for you to call the phone. Yes, I do, Dominic.
Has anyone told Fred what happened?
Yeah, Dominic, as a matter of fact, my wife's store is down there, and had she been there maybe an hour earlier, she might have been part of the whole thing.
Yeah,
I would have liked to hear that.
Make
Funny
a joke.
I would have liked to have heard that.
Hey, Dominic, make a joke about that.
No one would know that, Fred, unless you say it.
Go ahead,
I would have liked to know that. That's an interesting fact.
Make a joke, Dominic.
I'm not making a joke. I just want to hear from you.
Well, make a joke.
Fred's at war with Dominic.
I know.
No, because this guy just calls in and likes to rag on me when something much more serious.
No, I don't rag on you.
No, you don't.
He hates you, Fred, because you do such a good impersonation.
That's all.
Exactly right.
Yeah, she has friends down there, too, Dominic, that might not be able
Fred,
to.
I didn't
Dominic.
do the
They evacuated people into Jersey.
I don't think, Fred, I don't think Dominic is goofing on you.
I think everybody who lives or works in the city is going to be one person affected. You know, either know somebody or just one person. Right. It's such a tragedy of fast reports.
There's somebody on staff.
I'll tell you who we should send over there. Gary Condit. He'll make everyone disappear. Where is Gary Condit's the only guy off the hook.
He's got to be happy. Everybody's forgotten where Chandra Levy is.
Send over, believe me, send over Gary Condit and OJ.
He's going to say Chandra Levy's in the rubble.
And exactly. And let Robert Blake drive the plane.
Right, Robert Blake will drive him over.
Let's send OJ and Blake.
OJ, I will take care of everything.
OJ will be a stewardess.
What is it, Tom?
You
want
call
to say
that
the story, people jumping from the building and all that, and I think, Cab, you said you actually saw some people doing that.
Yeah, we through binoculars.
Unbelievable.
That there was a fireman who was killed by a jumper. He was down on the main floor.
Oh, my God.
He
hit
was
by a body.
Hit by a body that jumped, the body was on fire, landed on top of the fireman, and they both died.
Yeah, I heard
And there
that
was also
morning.
the story of he was like the most loved chaplain of the fire department. He was giving last rites to one of the firefighters outsid, and the other
During
building
the
collapsed on him.
By the way, Tom, in all of this, you should apologize to Cabby. He did not use the F word.
You know what? I went back and listened again. Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. He did not. You never can be wrong. You can never be wrong.
No, yes, I can.
I said
funny hat.
I said funny hat.
It hasn't happened yet.
He did, and I remember him saying it.
I know.
I heard funny hat.
I just played it again for two other people. A guy who cued it.
Whatever, Tom.
If he did, he
didn't say it.
Okay.
You
Keep
apologize.
your hand off the butt.
I swear,
I wasn't even.
Listen,
I'm telling you, I didn't even come in for that reason.
I've slipped before on the air, so I understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, funny hat you, Tom.
While you're fighting over the F word.
What?
They just pulled out another body while you're fighting over the F word. I can see
Right, thank you, Dominic.
Thanks.
I know that's going to be going on.
You want to pick on? You want to pick on Fred again, Dominic?
I think Fred kicked Dominic's ass.
So I was supposed to go see the producers today.
Yeah.
You want to hear a funny story?
Sam Simon had tickets to the producers.
Last night?
Yeah.
You know the comedian Bobby Slayton? He's coming on our show later this week. He calls me up on Monday, and he says, listen, I'm about to do the gayest thing I've ever done. And I said, what's that? He goes, would you like to go see the producers on Wednesday afternoon? I have an extra ticket. He goes, and the thought of sitting there with him, but I'm like, okay, I'll go.
Yeah.
Is Broadway open? Going to be open today?
Hey, Dominic, here's a friend of yours, Jessica Hahn. Jessica, go ahead.
Hey, Dominic, I talked to Irma.
Oh, did you good?
That's great.
I talked to Irma, too. You know what's interesting?
What?
Everybody was united yesterday, talking to everybody.
Hey, listen to me. Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
They just ran this runner over the television. I know you're watching the same channel, but they said in one location in South Florida, based on information, they had search warrants regarding this.
Yeah, they seem to think that a lot of these terrorists who were involved directly with this attack were working from Florida.
From Cuba, maybe?
Yeah. It's Jessica Zahn.
What'd you say?
Maybe from Cuba? Have we thought about that?
Castro has
say no. Yeah, I don't think
we should nuke out that place, too.
Yeah. And also,
Florida?
Florida. I agree with you
so
nuke
much. Florida.
I think
Just cut it off, let it float away.
No, wait a minute. President Bush needs to be, he might be doing things as we speak. So
he better be.
But
maybe it's time for a vacation.
Because this is like the most violent this is war taste. It's war.
Right. That's right.
And
well, that's what. Well, I don't think anyone's declared war yet, have they?
Well, what's
they should.
All that last sentence, like you said, from President Bush, but it's like he's withholding. It's like, you know how everything's...
Jessica Hahn has declared war.
Yes. And also in Germany, they are suiting up all of their army. You know, I mean, they're on
putting their clothes on.
They're dressing the army.
I know
suiting
all
up.
this stuff.
Well, you happen to be right. They're suiting up.
Are they eating?
No, No, but really, this is ridiculous. They should be outraged. This is a war.
Yeah, well, that's what we're saying. Hey, Jessica, thanks for the call.
Hey,
Can I answer one
All right.
question?
Yeah.
Yes.
Jessica, you want to be in Playboy again?
Hey, Dominic, I was reviewing my true Hollywood story. You were amazing. You were the only one not on my side.
Oh, all right. Who cares?
Come on, you two. Isn't it time to unite?
No, I love Dominic.
Dominic's down to 3 gallons of milk.
I love Dominic.
All right, thank you.
I love him. Hey, Howard.
Jessica, yes.
I was worried about you guys yesterday.
Well, you should be. I'm a national treasure.
I saw Dan Rather on the news. I'm like, what is going on?
He's caving in. I think he's imploding.
Yeah, that's the big question. What is wrong with Dan Rather?
That's even more disturbing than all
the Gary Condit story.
Yeah. Now he's on top of that. All right, Jessica, I got to move along because so many people calling. Okay, bye-bye.
Dan Rather needs a nappy.
Be safe. Yes.
Dan Rather needs a nappy. If he doesn't get a nap, it's very bad.
Yeah, he's old. How old is he?
He's just fumfering all over the place.
No, he's older than that.
They have a list
Yeah, 70
of the people who died.
Yeah.
What?
The creator of Frasier.
Yes.
Not the creator.
It was
Producer.
Producer.
There's a guy who worked at the show.
Right. 9 survivors found. 3 police officers, 6 firefighters.
Oh, great.
Was it the guy's... Well, I want to make sure I get the guy's name right.
Hey, there's Paula Zahn on CNN.
Yeah, she's already there. I saw her.
Yeah, she's
taking up
under
her
fire,
post
too.
Yesterday.
You're not kidding.
I'd do her.
She is hot.
She certainly is.
Sexy, like, man.
Tom's
She's married.
light up.
Look at Tom. Tom, you're the horniest guy I know.
He really is. You should see him look at a Maxim magazine.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I love that
See?
He does.
I don't know this about you, Tom.
Maxim magazine, Tom's eyes just glow. He's like, look at
Maxim. Look at Tom wants a funny hat her.
Nice shiksa.
Oh,
yeah.
funny hat.
Those shiksas are hot.
Nice shiksa.
You're not kidding. Those shiksa broads. Not Jewish.
Are any of our new crop of interns dressing inappropriately? Or is
I haven't noticed.
Yeah, you better go in there and look them over.
You guys got some good ones this
cute
time.
ones this year.
Oh, man.
There's cute ones every semester.
Always good.
Yeah, they do hand-pick them like
With
special.
tight sweaters.
Let's go to a couple other phone calls.
Low cut.
I hate to interrupt the discussion of interns and who's hot and who isn't.
Big boobies.
We'll do that tomorrow.
Nice passes.
Let's go to... You still there, Dominic?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
You staying?
Somehow it's comforting hearing Dominic.
Going into work today?
Dominic, could you look at
I'll be suing more people today than ever.
Are the courts open?
I want to make an announcement. No one is going to get away with anything while I am on the case.
Dominic,
I will
who do
take
you
advantage.
sue?
I'll tell you, he's going to sue the producers of Jet Fuel, the guy who built the building.
Yeah.
Osama bin Laden.
And gravity. I'm filing, and anybody...
Gravity.
By the way, this is true, and I know it's a trivial thing, but yet Scores was closed yesterday.
Wow. See, this is big news.
That's impressive. Wow.
That's a first.
That's good.
I don't think Scores...
What time today will the first lawsuit be announced?
First lawsuit against who?
Well, all the airlines for not running the airlines properly to let these people get on with weapons.
I don't think now's the time for lawsuits.
I hope you sharks, lawyers...
I was going to say, Dominic, are you really considering that suit?
No, not me.
Absolutely.
And I will have them Dominic got confused between lawsuit and course.
I've been handing out business cards all morning.
Do you know how many lives could have been saved if Dominic just laid under the World Trade Center yesterday?
I know.
Let people fall on him.
It's like a giant pontoon.
Right, exactly. Like, just fall on me.
I will catch you in my fat. I'm a human airbag.
Dominic's busy breaking up marriages. He doesn't have time for that.
Or people getting arrested.
Who's getting arrested?
No, criminal cases.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, criminals.
All right, let's go to a couple of people on the phone. Or do I need to break here?
It's been a while.
Do we?
Right?
It's been a while.
We can probably break.
All right, I'll break.
When
What?
we come back, I still want to hear about Robin's night getting home.
Oh, it's
very
Scott the
funny.
engineer.
Yeah. By the way, the Merrill Lynch fire is out.
Oh, good.
Thank God.
So we know that. That's good news.
1-800-GIVE-LIFE.
Before I take the break, let me just do one more topic. Fran is on the phone. She says, what is it, John?
Hi.
Hold on one second, Fran. Go ahead, John.
The news reporting that bin Laden is now congratulating the terrorists on the...
Oh, wonderful. He didn't have anything to do with that.
Where is he then?
I don't know. It's just on CNN.
And Bush is not coming out and saying, give us 24 hours, you have to deliver him.
They got to kill that guy.
If
if not, we're going to a nuclear attack on Afghanistan.
That's it.
Tom, you got to talk.
Tom, get on the microphone. Tom's so upset.
Him, and
his
anybody,
wives, his
right, you got
his whores, everyone.
Everything.
Slit their throats.
I hope that people now understand the death penalty.
And it should be on TV so they can see it.
This is what we're
just
talking
like we saw yesterday.
People who can't be dealt with.
We should send
He's
somebody,
so brazen.
We should send somebody to heaven to kill the 70 women that are going to marry.
Right.
We're going to send nuclear warheads to heaven and find those 70 whores, and you can't have any of them, Laden.
That's right. We're going to kill you so hard, your dead whores are going to die.
You know, the Muslim tax here. You do look like a Muslim.
Oh, my God. Can we get off of that? I'm going to get my ass kicked.
Where's your prayer rug?
Now, aren't you sorry you gave it?
All right, listen. Fran, go ahead. Say what you were going to say.
I'm a journalist.
Hi, Howard. Hi, Robin.
Hi.
God, it's such a tragedy. But yesterday, I called for fuel because they said they were closing the bridges. So I figured I'd go food shopping and I would get fuel just in case our power went out. They had an ad in the paper, fuel was 70 cents a gallon. Yesterday I called, it's up to $1.11. And the lady said that probably by tonight it'll be up another quarter a gallon.
Price gouging on Long Island is what you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, and really anybody who's doing that is just really despicable.
In some places, gas is $5 a gallon.
Yeah, it's wrong. You can't do that.
Every single one of these gas stations that are run by these guys need to be, shut down.
Nuke them.
This is exactly what the terrorists wanted.
No violence here in America. Not yet, anyway.
No.
I mean, let's find out what's going on. But the fact of the matter is...
I was really impressed with the city because there wasn't any looting.
No, it was great.
Really, everybody was just cool.
Everybody was way cool.
New Yorkers are the best.
I was walking around the street. Everyone was dazed. There was one woman I saw just sitting on a curb trying to figure out what to do next. And everyone, the streets were packed. It looked like downtown
Everybody
India.
had the same look of what they call the 1,000-yard stare.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like everybody had been raped.
Everyone was just shocked.
It was just
but walking along in an orderly fashion.
Right.
The cops were great.
The cops were very busy, and people were taking care of themselves.
Cars were going through one at a time.
People were very nice yesterday. I did do one thing I felt sort of bad about. A guy stopped my car at a red light, and he was a weird-looking guy. I'm sorry. And he said he was a priest and he wanted to ride. And then the light changed, and I was like, and I just left. He didn't look like a priest.
He was no priest.
He was no priest. He looked like he practiced
Santeria. He was up
to
something.
Gary said it was like a very strange-looking black gentleman.
What do you think he had, a machine gun?
Where do you want to go?
I was on 80th and 3rd. He wanted to go to 116th. And you know what? I felt so bad. You want to help. And I just
well, you're not sure what he's up to.
No.
But the fact of the matter is, not today. A lot of people, though, had trucks and were picking up people and driving them to places.
Driving them
people
across
were
the bridges.
great. People were really cool.
Yeah. And I was in the outer boroughs. There was no traffic. People stayed home. They were just...
The city's,
great.
The streets
Howard,
are so quiet.
do you know if they're going to open the bridges?
A wonderful job.
I don't know if they're going to open the bridges.
The last I saw, the tunnels and the bridges into the city are still shut, and they will not open today.
And I got to tell you something. I think that's
You can still go out, but you cannot come in.
I think that's a good idea. I'll tell you something. Who knows?
I'm not sure they are sure that these bridges are safe yet.
Well, and they also need to keep the streets clear of all traffic to keep the emergency vehicles moving.
It's not a safety issue because they're letting people out on these bridges.
Right. They're letting them out, and it's more...
They're letting them out
to keep the streets
clear.
To keep the streets clear. They don't want road traffic.
No, not at all.
Right. Can I tell you, this is an amazing fact. They said that you can... This is from the AP Wire. You can see the puff of smoke hanging over Manhattan from the International Space Station.
Wow. Double A, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Howard.
Yeah.
Well, listen, what you're saying this morning makes absolutely all the sense in the world. I wish to God, for whatever reason, you were president today and Robin was vice president, because
there would be no indecisiveness if I was president. I know exactly what needs to be done. I've been screaming about it since the Israeli Olympiads were killed. I've been screaming about it for 20 years on the radio. This is not a hawkish position. I love people. I love life. I love living. But we've got to, at some point, say, you know what? Screw it all. We want to live. They need to die.
And not at some point, but now.
People who don't like it and would object, they'll get over it.
They'll get over it. You know what? Don't even show it on TV.
But Howard, let me ask you a question.
Remember the whole Libyan thing. A lot of people thought that was wrong for us to bomb it.
But it worked.
If we bomb over it, you'll get over it. After we drop 6 nuclear bombs on 6 different countries, you'll get over it. We got over Japan, and we'll get over it.
If we bomb a place like a...
You know what? We'll go into mourning for all those poor people who died.
We'll say sorry. We'll go crazy.
We'll hold prayers.
We'll have a beer.
Prayer and say we're sorry for the victims.
Yeah, we'll do the 23rd Psalm.
Exactly. This is the greatest country in the world. How dare they do this? What they did to us? This is despicable. We should retaliate already. As we're on the phone right now, we should be bombing, destroying those
I'm certainly with you, Double A.
I think they're just plotting and they're looking for the right spots.
I hope you're right.
I truly believe that.
I think we're so worried. We're so scared. I've heard people say, "There's no way we could do a nuclear attack."
The military is on its highest alert that it's ever been.
Howard, here's the question.
Alert from what?
What I'm saying is
the point is they got us with box cutters. Those guys didn't have to use any missiles. They took box cutters and went right with. Right in hijack planes.
Aircrafts are not military targets. I mean, the military does not protect obviously the jetliners.
You can't protect us.
But what I'm saying is I guarantee you that your Delta Force, your Rangers, your Special Forces, your Navy SEALs, your Marine Recon, they were probably, as soon as this started happening, were in helicopters or in jets flying over to get closer to areas that they are going to take.
That's nice.
I guarantee it. Yeah, but Howard, when I was in the 82nd Airborne, when we were on DRF-1, when anything small happened in the world, we were put in lockdown and given live missiles. Now, what's this? Is this Bin Laden right now?
Scumbag. Look at him.
Let me see what's going on.
Can you put it up on that big screen?
Their position after the attacks in America. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has always expressed its condemnation of terrorism. Afghanistan has also been targeted with terrorism, and we have been victims of terrorism. We condemn it here and internationally.
Who is that?
Terrorism is frightening and creates hatred.
He's the leader of the government that is running Afghanistan.
Falling on Osama bin Laden, Mutawakil's government, well aware the implications.
I don't care. Let's nuke them.
Yep. But Howard, let me ask you a question. If we nuke Afghanistan or something like that, then
nothing wrong with that.
Then our country's going to get behind Afghanistan because now we're going to wear the bad guy.
No one's going to get. No, everyone shakes in their boots from our nuclear weapons, and everyone shakes in our boots from our economy. We control the world.
We're not the bad guy.
We're not the bad guy.
I know that, but
you know what you got to do? Not only Afghanistan.
That's what I'm saying. Somebody else rattles the cage, boom!
Yep. Boom. And no American needs to die.
Palestine, Lebanon.
We control everything.
We are pissed.
United Arab Emirates, Yemen.
But I think everyone's going to say, it's like, time heals everything. Everyone's going to have a cool head in 3 days.
No.
And they're going to,
no way.
They're
going to forget those.
They're going to find Osama bin Laden and they're going to put him on trial. Big friggin' deal. That ain't going to stop anybody. That's going to piss them off more.
I disagree. I think that there's going to be, in the next few days, there's going to be action like you could never have imagined.
Pray to God you're right.
That's what I truly believe.
Right.
But Howard, action. What'd you say?
There's going to be an attack.
It'll be a lame attack.
No, it's going to be big time.
Doesn't a Muslim believe that it's good to die for their for their cause?
Let's kill them all.
Not all of them.
Well,
yes, they all
will kill them for their cause.
They don't.
Right.
Let them die.
The guys who send people to die don't believe in dying.
Yeah, notice Osama bin Laden's still alive.
They don't believe in dying.
Well, he's got family, right?
All of this is so silly. Let's wait and see what happens. I'm going to take a break.
But you know what? The Afghanistan government must be getting very nervous because a lot of Westerners are getting out of Dodge.
Oh, yeah.
They're saying, you know what? It's not a good time to be here.
Good
idea. United Nations people are getting out.
They better go hunt down Osama bin Laden if they're smart.
And his family, because
they know where he is.
Yep. Deliver his wife, deliver his kids, and deliver them all and put them on the border of Canada within 24 hours of the nuclear weapons are being brought out.
Yep.
That's what you say. And I guarantee you the guy will be there. He'll be there, and we will kill him. And kill him on goddamn television.
In Times Square.
So everyone can see.
Kill him and all his followers.
Bring him on my show. We'll kill him. I'll show you 20 different ways to kill the guy. I'll kill him.
Let him play Winfred's money.
You realize how many people died in the Pentagon?
What'd you say?
How many people died in the Pentagon?
Yeah, we're overlooking that because the World Trade Center is so devastating. Right. The Pentagon was a couple hundred people. 800.
They say it might be 800.
And
probably more.
The Pentagon's actually houses more people than the World Trade Center. It's the biggest office building in the world.
Yeah, but they only got one side of that.
The only thing that saved them was that wall they built around it.
Do they know if they shot down that plane in Somerset?
That's what they're saying now, that the plane that landed in Pennsylvania, was that where it landed?
The Air Force knocked it down.
They're saying the Air Force knocked it down.
And I think the Air Force is being real hush-hush about it because they don't want to show their hand. They don't want to show that.
Well, no, because there was innocent people on the plane.
Well, but you know what? It had to be done.
I know, but that's why they're not saying anything.
Right.
They had to do it. All right. We're under attack.
People anyway.
Let's see what happens. Dominic, you've got to get food.
McDonald's is open.
All right?
Goodbye,
Dominic. Goodbye. Everybody loves Dominic Barber, the greatest attorney that ever
bloated.
But he's a great attorney.
Bye, Fred.
Say that. Bye. Listen to this, and we'll be back.
Yeah, Howard? Radio talk show personality, Howard.
You're on the air.
Stern.
The Howard Stern Show. Stay tuned. The Howard Stern Show continues.
I know a guy, I'm not going to say his name, who apparently died in the World Trade Center, who was on the 102nd floor.
Go ahead.
And after the building was struck, his exit strategy, he couldn't get down. His exit strategy was to go up. So can you only imagine? If this guy goes up, he's at the, who knows? Yeah. He could be at the top of the building, and
who knows what he did? He probably jumped.
But, the building collapsed one way or the other.
Right, that's
and
my
you knew
point.
somebody
I
who...
want to say, it would be obvious because...
Right.
You know someone who was on the phone or something?
Yeah.
What was that story?
It's the same guy.
Oh, same guy. He was on the phone to his wife. He says, the plane hit. He was in the World Trade Center, and he said, honey, I got to get out. And that was the last I heard of him.
I had family in there, too, and believe me, I'm as mad as anybody.
Right.
And it's just a matter of now, trusting that we're getting the right information, trusting that it's going to be decisive enough.
I got the right information. There are terrorists.
Yeah, you're looking for too much information.
Yeah, we know the information. We've known it since the Olympics.
Well, it's time then for, like I said...
Here's what I say, bomb them. Trust me, it'll work. You know what? When there were bullies in my life, the only way to do it was to take them out.
You look at Saddam Hussein. He stays in his own little yard now, doesn't he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And look at Gaddafi.
Yeah, but how do we know he didn't have something to do with it?
Hold
on. Then he needs another spanking.
Gaddafi duck shut his mouth quick. He learned when Ronald Reagan taught him the spanking.
But how do we know that he hasn't been harboring
That's why he should have been. That's why he should have been flattened.
Because they keep their mouth shut does not mean they're still not doing things.
You don't think Libya should be flattened?
I love that they send all these people who are scared are sending their condolences.
Bomb Libya.
Oh yeah. Even accept.
Of course. Don't accept it. Bomb Libya. I'm talking about eliminate all the people and everything. Iraq.
Iran.
How about this? Bomb Japan again.
Why
not? Let's do it. Let's go. Let's go now. All right, I'm just making a joke. I'm trying to
levity.
I'm trying to.
Howard, is that gas $5 a gallon in St. Louis?
$5 a gallon for gas in St. Louis.
That guy should go to jail.
Yeah.
That guy should go to jail
right now.
Hopefully he will.
I'm going to keep listening to you guys, all right? Keep up the
Where are you going to go?
Loved him Rudy.
Huh?
What did you love?
I loved him in Rudy.
Rudy, yeah.
I loved
when he was great, and as that boxer. Who was that boxer?
Marciano?
Yeah, you were great.
Good job on that.
In a better mood, I'll start plugging things. I'll talk to you later.
I can't believe you're not plugging.
I can't.
All right, John. Later.
All right, take care, guys.
John Favreau is a good guy.
Yeah, but I'll tell you something. You want to see people give up terrorists, start bombing them.
Right, but the whole genocide thing, I mean, you can't.
But it's not genocide. It's just
bombing them.
But it is genocide when you say wipe out an entire race of people.
Cab drivers are taking the seats out of the cabs and making them makeshift...
ambulance.
No, wait, put the cadavers...
body bags.
Wow.
They said, I heard last night on the radio, I just heard hammering. And they just brought down a bunch of wood there. People were just making makeshift stretchers.
Let's let a couple of listeners just talk. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, Howard, how are you doing this morning?
All right.
Get straight to the point. I agree with all your views on what we should do to these people. You're right on. Your smack is true.
Right.
I'm willing to give myself to this country, put me in a plane, and I'll do the same thing to these people as they did to us.
They don't own buildings.
They don't even have buildings over there for you to kamikaze into.
Yeah, but they got those people cheering in the streets.
You're going to kill yourself for one tent?
Yeah, exactly. By the way, your life must be... hey.
Even in the worst of times, we can't say that.
They let that word out on CBS TV quite a bit last night.
Yeah, Tom.
What kind of funny hat are you wearing?
Yeah, what kind of funny hat is that?
Don't use the S words.
Okay, what we're worried about is I live here in Louisville, and we're lucky Fort Knox was spared.
Whoa. Listen, who knows what's next?
That's right.
That's right.
I don't know.
You're absolutely
right.
Next.
Right now that it only looks like New York.
Let me tell you something, son.
Yeah, I think Louisville's fine.
I didn't know. No one's going after Louisville.
You guys keep making them bats.
What about all the dough?
No, I hear the bat factory was a target.
That's cold.
Winters all over the place.
We must kill the bats.
Thank God nobody touched Graceland.
Barry Bonds won't get his record.
In all seriousness, though, I think we are all united. And we are all ready to do whatever is necessary.
I'm ready. Are you ready?
We're ready. Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah,
I'm ready. Eddie.
You're doing the job right now.
You're damn right I am.
That's right.
I would go to war in a second for this kind of.
I would go to war.
Understand that the first group to send people here to help us out were the Israelis who
sent their rescue teams.
Experts who go through buildings like this
with their
all
dogs
the time.
and stuff. Yeah.
This is like World War II. There isn't a man in this country that wouldn't volunteer for the Army.
Oh, you're right.
This is once again, you've united us.
If I didn't have
we
a
are
weight
ready to put you down.
Artie has a leg problem, and I have children, and I'm much.
I'd re-up.
I'm needed here.
Artie's going to be in a camp.
Robin sounds like he's ready to hurt
Tom
somebody.
just got over cancer.
Right.
I'd re-up in a second.
No, I'd
go kill all
I'll
those
re-up,
guys.
and I was never up.
How are you going to re-up?
I'll re-up. I did it before. I'll do it again.
A lot of guys in the military.
How are you going to get into shape?
I'll still kill a man.
Is there any chance that they would still take care of you?
Wow.
Even with all this medical?
Actually, in a
Right
draft,
after all the crack
even if a draft came, they wouldn't take me because I'm a disabled vet.
Cabby would get under the don't ask, don't tell.
That's right. They know you're gay now and you're on crack.
Right. But you know what we could do with him? If we
But you know what? I've served, so get off me.
Yeah, for a lot of men.
If we threw Cabby out
No,
of a
I've
plane.
served this country, John. Tell him. As a paratrooper in the 82nd Airborne, what did you do for your country? All right, Stutter, ask a few questions. Don't even go there.
Don't turn at me.
Are you going to turn on your brother now?
He's turning on me. He's turning on the United States Armed Forces. I'll kick your ass.
He's like going to transfer it to me.
Right.
I'm angry, man. Everybody should be angry today.
We're all angry.
Everybody should just go beat something.
That's right.
Yeah.
You see a towel head running off the road.
No,
don't you? You ain't going to see any of those in Louisville anyway.
That could be a good towel head.
That's right.
Kill me an A-Rab!
Just go on that date with your sister tonight and be calm.
Hey.
That wasn't me.
Cabby will angry at everybody.
Easy, Cabby. Everyone, I want a moment of silence. Not for anybody in particular, just to get this thing under control. It's all out of control.
You know what?
Tom, you said a moment of silence.
No, but a moment of silence. Maybe.
I said a moment of silence.
Robin's really been out of shape this morning, it sounds like.
Everyone is.
Everybody is, and hurt my city.
Hey, bro, I got to hang up.
I was
Tom,
almost in tears.
Tom wants to say something.
Take care.
All right, bye.
Well, no, maybe a good opportunity to give out those numbers for Red Cross again.
I got them right here.
They're right in front of you, Howard.
You got it?
I'd like to hear the Robin
When did I start working with Tom?
I know.
You didn't know it was the Howard and Tom show?
I don't mind coming in here in the middle of an attack.
But just stay out, Tom.
I don't know how you work your way. Tom is using this tragedy to work your way into the show.
Is it true you told Howard that it's not his obligation
Come
to
in
be
here and do what you're paid for?
Yeah. He lectured me last time.
Yeah, I did.
I said I wasn't coming in.
I told him he better get his butt in. Or
No, you didn't say it like that. He said, listen. He said to me, I think that we should do what they pay us to do, come in here and do the show. And I said, okay.
I'm still trying to figure out what they pay him to do.
Well, and I said that the show has I think has a very valuable function right now. I think it did yesterday. I think the show was
sell commercials.
No, I think the show was brilliant yesterday.
Yeah, and this guy
I think you touched the chord. I think you gave people an opportunity.
Tom said that to me, and I said, okay, I'll come.
Did he get to you?
Now read a commercial.
No, I was just thinking that maybe I should have grabbed my daughter and gotten the hell out of Manhattan.
How inappropriate would have sounded today if we were playing some best of.
Right. I know. My dad said to me, too, he said, what are you going to do, not live in Manhattan anymore? I mean,
where are you going to go?
Yeah. By default, you've created yourself as a public servant. You realize that.
I have?
Yeah.
I mean, I have.
Yeah,
That's
you
right,
are.
yes.
I mean, you're a valuable source of
information. You are. And you're nationwide, so, I mean...
I'm like...
you are a national treasure.
I'm like a coherent Dan Rather.
Right. Now read the Red Cross
Something
numbers.
much better.
All right, what are the Red Cross? Give me those out.
Right in front of you.
Okay, to donate blood, call 1-800-GIVE-LIFE. My brother-in-law went down. It was a 6-hour wait.
Yeah, they shut down some of the hospitals.
They ran out of blood bags. They said it was overwhelming.
Type O is really needed.
Type O.
Positive and negative.
Right.
To make I'm not Type O, are you?
No.
No. To make a donation to the Red Cross, call 1-800-HELP-NOW.
I don't know what I am.
I don't know either.
I know I'm not Type O.
Be positive.
I don't know. I think I'm B.
I'm sorry, but the reason to make the donation to the Red Cross is they do all this great work, and they are totally dependent upon donations. So that's a good reason to give.
Is it totally safe to give blood? I mean, it could be...
Yes, of course.
But you know
you're
what?
shaking your head, but I mean,
you should...
Why is it not safe?
He's
worried about AIDS.
We should mention
How are you going to get AIDS from giving blood?
I know, I'm just curious.
You use a clean needle.
Right, don't let them use the needle they're using the guy before you, and you're okay.
We should mention this. If you don't have a donor card, you shouldn't go because they can't. There's so many people. They can't do the screening process on you.
That's what I'm saying.
You must have given blood before to give blood because a couple people. Well, a couple people went down last night and they got turned away because they've never given before.
You're on the air. Go ahead.
I mean, would you want Cabby's?
Oh, he's
turning
on the armed forces again.
Hey. My blood's got a lot of honor in it, brother.
And a lot of other things.
My blood fought for this country.
I don't need him fighting my immune system.
You get Cabbie's blood, you don't need painkillers.
Imagine you start like tattooing yourself.
Let's take some dates.
Come on, let's get
on the air. I'll show you what I got. Get off my neck.
All right, let's go. Go ahead.
Jealous.
Let me talk to some people out there because we're running out of time. Go ahead. Hello? You there, dude? I don't know. Don't move the computer so much. I can't even read who I got on here.
Who? What? You know, Howard, I want to hear the Robin story.
Oh, here's it. Wait, I'll start the story. So all of us had to get out of here and stuff, and I was describing early this morning about when I was going home.
And I got abandoned by my driver.
Robin's driver abandoned you.
That was hightailed it.
He hightailed it right out.
I can't believe he abandoned her, though.
Well, listen, he said, you want to go? Let's go now. I told her she could go.
No, I feel this is what I do. He's supposed to be assisting me in what I do. I'm not supposed to assist him.
Did you fire him?
You pay him enough to... You pay him enough
Did you fire him, Robin?
Well, I don't know. I'm taking it under advice.
Is he an Arab?
Anyway, Jen's a good guy. He just got nervous. All right, so listen.
Fire him, X.
All right, so listen to this.
Well, he was like, Robin, X did say, calm down, Robin.
Anyway, so Robin is here with us and decides she has to get out of here, of course.
Well, I stayed around for a while.
Till what time?
I think I decided it was about 1:30, 2 o'clock.
Okay, so at 2 o'clock she leaves here.
Because I did actually first start looking for a hotel, but you couldn't get anybody on the phone.
You could have called me. You could have stayed at my place.
Or my place.
You really couldn't get a line out. You know how hard it was.
Yeah, it was.
To get out.
It really was.
I'm sitting here, in the studio. You can't even get a hold of anybody.
All right, so listen to this. So Robin then... She's desperate.
Scott.
She sees Scott the engineer. Now, in a time of tragedy, you're almost willing to do anything.
Funny already.
But hanging with Scott the engineer, he's such a sad sack. He's such a downer. I mean, nobody. Would you rather be here under nuclear attack?
I'd rather be in the Trade Center.
Right.
You got to keep something in mind. We have parties. We constantly have parties. We do things. We never remember to invite Scott. We don't even think of him.
Scott's just a downer, okay? He's a good guy, but he's a downer.
It happened that I was in the hall and Scott had his head down. He was in his usual position. His head down, with that slumped shoulders.
So he somehow tells Robin, I'm going home.
No, he doesn't tell me anything. I am so desperate at this point because I can't really get a hold of anybody. I said, Scott, what are you doing?
What did he say?
He said, I'm going to go home. I'm going to make it to New Jersey.
Right.
I have to go to the top and see.
Yeah.
And have a
cigarette.
cigarette.
So I said,
so you got in the car with him?
Can you take me? Because maybe I can get home from New Jersey. Sure, I can take you.
So he takes you.
Let
me shorten up. Yeah, go ahead.
That he's also taking Steve, the engineer.
Oh, no. All right. So it was you, Steve, and Scott. Well, I feel bad for Steve that he had to be in the car with Scott. So anyway,
Well, I helped him out. I went along.
All right. So to make a long story short, after hours of driving and all kinds of things, Robin ends up at Scott the engineer's house.
Well, you're not even saying. I was really trying to avoid it, so I said to Scott, drop me off at the mall.
Listen to this. Drop me off at a mall in where? Queens?
In Paramus.
In Paramus.
Paramus, New Jersey. I've never been there in my life, but I said, drop me off.
Scott lives in Jersey
at the mall.
Okay, all right, I didn't realize that. Yeah.
And so I get out. The mall is a ghost town. I walk in, there's like 2 people in the entire mall shopping. And then they start making announcements that they're going to close the mall at 3 o'clock. That is now like 45 minutes away.
Wow.
I can't get anybody on the phone. I'm trying to get car services. I'm trying to do anything. Get a rental car. I can't get anywhere. I can't get anybody on the phone. Scott gets home. He had told his wife I was coming home with him. He gets out of the car, and his wife says, where's Robin? He says, she told me to drop her at the mall. And his wife says, the mall is closed. So she comes back to the mall and somehow finds me.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, she saved my life.
Right, she got you.
And she brings, now I have no choice.
Listen, she was happy to get away from Scott and pick you up.
I have to go to Scott's house.
Mrs. the engineer.
By the way, does his car stink from cigarettes?
Oh, of course.
Oh, my God.
Of course. So,
is there like a ashtray full of butts? Did he smoke?
You have to keep the windows down.
Because the car smells so bad?
How was the conversation with Scott on the way?
Oh, he just kept the radio.
Well, you know what's really funny?
Thank God.
What's funny is that Scott gave Woody.
Did he have the levels right?
And Woody has sort of like, he has trouble breathing sometimes, so Scott's smoking away while Woody's trying to breathe.
Was Scott smoking?
No, he wouldn't smoke because I was in the car probably. So he kept the windows down so the air kept rushing through. But anytime it stopped, you just started to get this intense smoke smell. And Woody is sitting there going, ugh.
I can't take it. I can't take it.
You gotta animate that.
The whole
Right.
My head hurts.
because he can't breathe.
So anyway, so when his wife, Scott's wife, picks you up at the mall.
She picks me up at the mall, brings me back to the house.
In the same stinky car.
No, it's a different car.
Okay.
They don't smoke in that car, apparently.
Right.
Because Scott has the smoke-mobile. And so they bring me back to the house, and now I'm like, oh, my God.
You're now in Scott's house.
What are the odds of that?
Scott, and at that point, it looks like I'm going to have to sleep there.
Howard, here's your question.
And what happened? What'd you do for dinner?
Talk about a real tragedy.
What'd you do for dinner? Did Scott make dinner?
We went out. No, Scott, it was bowling night.
Oh.
Oh, my God.
So what happened? He went?
Scott, now who would think that there's going to be a bowling night?
Right.
Scott. And who would be forgotten if the bowling night was canceled?
What is he, Fred?
Scott.
What is he, Fred?
So Scott gets in the car to go bowling, and he and his wife, his wife and I,
him and Barney,
go to a restaurant.
Yeah.
Because bowling night was canceled.
And no one called him.
Nobody called.
That's great.
Why would you even go?
Nobody called me.
You know, Scott really is the invisible man.
He shows up with his ball and his head down.
Nobody called me about bowling night.
I've got my shirt and my shoes.
In the middle of a nuclear attack.
I'm going bowling.
Well, time to bowl.
Bowling glove.
That'll relax me.
The World Trade Center just collapsed. I think I'll go bowling.
He put his league shirt on.
So you go to dinner. Scott shows up at the dinner.
Scott shows up at the dinner because there's no bowling.
Right. Now, what time is it that you're eating dinner?
Oh, I think about 6 o'clock.
So now you're faced with the thought that you're going to sleep over Scott's house. What do you do?
They're talking about the fact that they have a bed prepared for me.
Yeah.
That's where I keep my ball.
And I'm like, this is really sweet and I really appreciate it, but I really want to go home. So I get back to their house. I'm calling every rental car. I'm calling limo services.
You could sleep between me and my wife.
Yeah.
We'll put the ashtray on your head.
You can be my leg pillow.
You could sleep on the bowling trophy.
And I mean, I would not give up. I'm looking in every phone book. And finally, his wife says, I have a solution.
Oh, thank God for her.
I said, what is that? She says, why don't you take the gray car?
The smoky car.
Smoke-mobile.
Oh. Was Scott upset?
Don't take my
That's my
smoke-mobile.
smoking car.
Escape from Scott.
And he seemed to be a little sad to part with it.
I smoke there.
That's my rolling ashtray.
All right, don't touch the lighter.
Robin.
Yeah.
Be careful with my lighter, will you, please?
Don't touch the... all right, everything's in its place there, so don't touch...
It was really funny because Scott came out to the car with me, and he showed me where everything was.
What, like what?
You know, here's the lights, and this is the map light. He's really proud of the smoking car.
Map light.
Isn't the ashtray all full with cigarette butts?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it's so gross.
And the ashes have spilled on
Yeah,
it.
He never empties the ashtray.
They're overflowing. It's... Oh.
What did he look like when he came back with the bowl? All sad because he had his bowling shirt on with Scott embroidered on it. And it says Kingpins on the back.
Does he have a bowling outfit?
He just put on another T-shirt. A different T-shirt than the one he had on.
Bowling.
And
He can't pick a sport where he might lose a pound.
America is under attack, and I'm bowling.
You could actually gain weight while you're bowling.
Yeah, exactly.
We had pizza over at the bowling alley. No need for my dinner.
They had olives on
So
it.
I took the smoke-mobile.
Yeah.
And I made it out of town.
But Robin had to go about 100 miles.
I had to go through
20.
almost every borough to get home, but I made it.
Now, Robin, here's the big question.
I bowled a strike for America.
Where is the smokemobile now?
The smokemobile is now at my house.
And what are you going to do? How's Scott going to get around?
He has another car. They had that was an extra car. If he had
You're going to spend the weekend over there, right?
Well, I have to now drive the smokemobile back.
Well, you won't be doing that personally, will you?
Send your driver.
Tony
Send the driver you're going to
Mr.
fire.
X and I
How was dinner with
will
Scott?
probably make an excursion, because I think I want to take them out to dinner. They were really sweet. And
Why
his
don't-
wife did save my life.
Why don't you drive the smoke mobile to the Middle East and give them all cancer? Once they sit in it, they'll all die.
Oh, wait, here's Scott the engineer. Hey, Scott.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm lawn bowling.
How come you didn't come in today?
Hey, you know what I should have done? Left her at the mall.
Yeah. You did leave her there. Your wife's the decent person who got her.
I didn't care.
It was bowling night.
It was bowling night. She's staying at the mall.
Nobody called you to cancel bowling night?
No, not at all. I showed up. The place was dark. I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
Even his friends forget him.
Scott's ripping his friends a new one. Like, we really got to get on this, guys. When bowling night's canceled, let's make some phone calls.
Yes. Let's not forget a person, except Scott. And he's the captain of the team.
Paul Lazan's like, also bowling night is canceled.
Yeah, that wasn't on CNN.
That was on CNN. You didn't see it? Yeah, Paul is. If Scott the engineer doesn't think bowling night is canceled.
Some other closures, bowling night and
The
Paramus.
Pentagon and bowling night are closed.
What about billiard night?
Dude, can't you empty the ashtray in your car once in a while?
I do, every day.
Yeah.
Day? What, do you empty it on the floor?
Yeah.
In the trunk. The trunk's just a huge ashtray.
And what is rolling around in the trunk? I was afraid there was a body.
It's a bowling ball, darling.
Actually, it is a bowling ball.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That's the silver pin that was awarded to me.
That's my bowling ball.
I'm driving home. I keep hearing this boom, 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 boom.
It's
And
monogrammed.
I'm like, what is in this trunk?
That's my wife.
It's like Goodfellas. They got a guy in the trunk.
You were afraid to open the trunk?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If the cops don't stop me, I think there's a body in the back.
It's 17 cartons of cigarettes.
That's Marlboro Reds on my bowling ball.
He has a dog that doesn't like him.
Yeah. Scott has a dog that doesn't like him? Did the dog attack him?
He goes near the dog, and the dog goes...
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Can't touch that dog.
Ooh, I'm not liked by my own animals.
And you let it live in your house?
The dog's favorite night is bowling night.
Hey, what's the dog's name?
Sam.
Come here, Sam. I'm your friend.
Sam.
Come here. I'm your smoky friend.
His dog's name is Dino.
Why does the dog...
Feeds the dog. The dog was sitting on my lap. He won't go near.
Scott, why does the dog, growl at you?
The dog doesn't like any male.
Oh, that's
the
good.
version.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Salem's. Meet the Salem.
Here's a cigarette, boy. Come on.
Come here, Marlboro.
Come here, Marlboro Pants.
My dog,
Named after a
Menthol.
cigarette.
Menthol Camel.
My dog, unfiltered.
Scott.
No, really, thank you, Scott.
Oh, you're quite welcome. You're welcome anytime.
Yeah, by the way, nice job leaving Robin at the mall. Bye.
I didn't want to push it. I could tell she had no interest in coming into my house.
Oh, that's not
How
true.
does house look, bro?
How does house look?
It's a nice house.
Come on.
Yes, he has a wonderful house. It's a very sweet house.
It's nicotine.
Did he have like a
green.
cockroach problem in the house? Something?
You know what's funny? In all this tragedy, picking on Scott makes me happy for a moment. I forgot the tragedy.
Yeah, no, it's true.
It really does.
It makes you forget.
I mean, the death of those people is very much on my mind, but picking on Scott makes me feel better.
This is how I distracted myself last night, making notes.
Scott, your head is a beacon of light.
And it's literally lit with cigarettes.
Why aren't you in here today, Scott?
Everything was closed.
Oh, come on.
I couldn't get there. My smoke mobile was
Actually,
gone.
I got up.
I'm not going to drive all the way to Manhattan without a car that I can smoke in.
I had to walk my dog.
I made it in from Brooklyn, and Robin made it from Staten Island.
Jersey's another planet.
I came from
Oh,
Jersey.
let's give you a minute.
Yeah, Artie's here.
Artie's here from Jersey.
Yeah.
Artie got right on the ferry, came over.
Now I'm in big trouble.
All right, Scott, thanks.
All right, man.
Bye, Scott.
Bye.
Thank you, really.
Where's my car?
Where's my dog?
I appreciate it.
Recognize it. And it's a terrible thing to have to say this. But if, what's
there's
the matter?
a crawl coming across that says 250 firemen and police personnel are missing.
Yeah, right.
6 were rescued this morning.
Yeah, 6 rescued
and
this
I got
morning.
phone calls this morning. I lost friends in the building, too.
Yeah, and so...
I don't think there's anybody around here that has it.
It's almost impossible that you don't know someone. Right. And the thing is that if we don't understand what government-sponsored terrorism is, and that, unfortunately, many innocent people in these countries... And by the way, these people parading around in Palestine cheering today,
Their way of life is not going to improve as a result of this.
And the point is, they make sure they go around residential areas. They put themselves in those populated areas to protect themselves.
But the thing you have to keep in mind is the people who attacked us, maybe it was 20, 30, was Dominic said 20 people. Who knows what it is? They're raised by these governments to hate America to the point that they're willing to die, to kamikaze into an office building. All of those kids cheering in the street will grow up. If we don't wipe all of them out now, they will grow up to do this again and again and again and
maybe
again.
on a grander scale with either nuclear or chemicals.
And chemical weapons.
Yes, Arafat has had many a chance. He's been told, arrest this guy, arrest that guy, and he refuses to.
Arafat is responsible.
Did you
I'll
see
tell
how
you,
scared he was
he's responsible now because he won't arrest him.
The government won't say this, but I'll say it. Arafat is responsible. Directly responsible. I'll tell you another guy who's responsible, whoever the leaders of Afghanistan are. And the people, the Taliban. The people of Afghanistan are responsible. Every one of them. Every Palestinian is responsible.
The United Arab Emirates, Yemen, Sudan, Algeria,
they're
Libya,
responsible.
Pakistan. It was Yemen. It was the port of Yemen where
France,
the U.S.
They're
all
Bin
responsible.
Laden did that and bragged about doing it, and he bragged about last year doing airports and doing planes.
And I know there are people in this country who don't like to hear this because they sympathize with these people. And you know what? You really should go back there and live. If you're not an American, get out.
Go live in Afghanistan.
Yeah, if you love this way of life, there must be a reason you moved here. If you love this way of life,
half of them want to come here to take advantage of our programs that we have.
Right. Choose your side now.
Yeah, love it or leave it, man.
Choose your side now and forever hold your peace. Because I'll tell you something. I love this way of life. I love living here.
And we should do anything to preserve it.
And that
I appreciate it from the day when I was a little kid. I went to school. I used to pledge allegiance to the flag. I appreciated this country. And unfortunately, there's plenty of people here who don't.
And they really ought to go somewhere else.
And there's even a lot of Americans who don't. And I heard some of those sentiments yesterday when people were on my building saying, that's what America gets. We do this to countries all the time. I wanted to throw this woman off my building.
We do that to a country.
Hey,
I know.
We don't.
When I was down there last night, a lot of black kids from uptown with the do-rags on the bicycles and stuff. You know, bunch of wise asses. And they're all down there giving the cops hard times, cursing at the cops and stuff. And these cops are trying to do their job.
What do you mean?
And they're like,
why?
What do you mean? They're like, what do you mean I can't go down there? My sister's down there. Like, what's your sister's address? Well, I don't know. You know, come on. They want to go down there and they want to loot. And then they're like, oh, you mean...
Nobody looted.
And then they're like, oh, you mean the whole city's down here? So the rest of the city, there's no cops around? You know, and they're all running off home. No, I'll tell you right now, a cop told me they arrested 2 people for stealing wallets and jewelry off of dead people.
Really?
Okay.
Wow.
So, you know, this is sick. I mean, these...
Mark, you're on the air. Go ahead.
There's always people like that.
Go ahead, Mark.
Hey, Howard, how you doing?
Not good.
Angry?
I know. I want to tell you, yesterday you guys did a great job. I mean, I was listening to you broken us have some breaking news, and a plane hit the building, and I'm thinking, I will go over, turn the TV on, I'm thinking, there's going to be a little Cessna that hit the building or something
Right,
like
that's
that.
what I thought it was at first, because you know what, that plane looks so tiny next to the building.
Right. Exactly. But then the second one came in.
This is current, Howard.
Oh, the mayor's on the air. Hold on. We just want to hear what he's saying, and I'll get right back.
So that we can work on the things that we have to do today to, first of all, focus our efforts on recovering as many people as we can and save lives. Second, try to begin the removal of debris to that area of the city, which is going to be a task that goes on for at least 2 or 3 weeks. And then focus on the other issues that are of importance to the city. Make sure that food comes into the city. Make sure that people are able to go about their lives and are taken care of in the hospitals. And to try to bring the city back to normal as soon as possible. And we're going to aim to try to do that.
What a guy.
For
he's been up all
the
night.
rest of Manhattan.
Yeah, he's great.
Starting tomorrow.
He's great.
And we'll be focusing on that and
our great governor's
trying to
right next
accomplish
to
that.
There's our Governor Pataki.
He speaks better than Bush. We have had...
Giuliani should have been president.
It's great that he's still here.
And you can even hear the anguish in his voice.
Yeah, you know he really feels
right. I agree.
Hey, no one scripted this for him.
No.
We're in the process of doing everything we can to try to locate other people. And that'll be the major focus of our attention. We also appeal to...
Cut him off.
You know, Howard, I have to tell you about that mayor. You know, I'm from Detroit. It doesn't matter who's the mayor of wherever, but yesterday and today, when you see him talking, there's true empathy and a real person.
Yeah. I had a problem with Bush's speech, and I'm not criticizing him. I'm not going to overly criticize him, but my God, get off that scripted page, man.
Well, first off, he wants to congratulate the school that he's at. I'm like, forget about that. That's a little faux pas if you miss congratulating them and thanking them.
And stop with the religious stuff and the walking through the... no, somebody scripted him.
I mean, in all honesty, he isn't as affected as Giuliani is by this.
Can I say something?
Well, they didn't bomb that Texas.
Here's my point. He's too worried about saying the right thing. You don't need a script, man. Get on there and say, listen.
I agree.
But he did say one right thing, which was, and I back him, the countries are responsible, not just terrorists.
The terrorists and the countries that harbor them.
And I hope the hell he doesn't back down.
I don't believe he will.
He's got to be judged on what he does now.
Exactly. That's what I'm going to judge him on.
Exactly.
Right. Well, anyways, great job, Howard.
Speech scares me. It sounded like a lot of diplomacy already going into effect. And everybody calm down and let's turn to religion.
Maybe that's the point. They want you to think that. They want them to think that.
Even his dad could get angry.
Oh, he's going to get... They're angry, believe me.
His old man knows what he's doing when it comes to this stuff.
Well, no, his old man's the one who didn't...
His old man got voted out of office.
But he knows how to do it. He knows how to do it, though.
He was the leader of the CIA. He knows how to do it. Like you said,
but how come they didn't go in there and finish off Saddam Hussein?
Because you need to keep some enemies so you can keep building your military.
I don't know.
I found myself hoping Clinton would be talking.
Hey, I was there.
I know you were there, but I'm just telling you.
You don't think we wanted to go? I was sitting 30 miles from Baghdad.
So why did Bush keep you from going?
Because you had to keep the coalition. You had to keep the coalition. He did what he was told to do by the
coalition.
UN. No, you had to keep it. The UN told him.
Let me tell you something. If we wait for world opinion, we're going to screw up again.
These are the people that kind of like help us get in there without anybody going after.
The world told us to keep going with the Olympics after the Arab terrorists blew up the goddamn Olympics and killed Israeli people. We sat there and let the Olympics continue, and we never paid them back.
Well, it was easy to get in there and do what we did because we had the coalition.
And we're going to, because we listened to the world. Don't listen.
Another thing we have to ask ourselves.
Do what you have to do.
What is going on with our CIA and our National Security Agency?
They're not relying on human intel.
Let a couple of people talk. Mike, go ahead. You're on the air.
It's crazy that this can happen with nobody knowing about it.
I'm a firefighter in New Jersey, and I just heard you say about the Palestinians celebrating over there from this bombing.
Awful.
They're doing it right in Patterson.
What are you talking about? What's going on?
They're, after yesterday's bombing, they were out in the streets. The police are out there having problems with riots because they're out there celebrating the bombing of the Trade Center. So it's right here in our own country.
Did they get arrested?
They should be.
I don't have any information. I don't have information on that. I just know that we're on a high alert here because of the federal building in Patterson, and they said they're out there celebrating. So we got to kick the crap out of them in our country.
I can't even fathom why someone in this country who enjoys the freedoms of this country would celebrate.
Isn't it true they call that place a little Iraq?
That I don't know.
I don't even want to. I just so don't want to believe that. But thank you for calling, Ralph. What do you want to say? Ralph Sorella, go ahead.
You know, I'm no fan of Giuliani, but he was incredible to this whole thing. I mean,
how could you not be a fan of his?
Please. We won't get that whole thing.
Please. Oh, you're worried about the strip clubs closing.
No, well, anyway,
ahead,
I mean, he was like in there. The people had to like drag him out of there. He just wanted to be right there on the scene.
He was there, yeah.
He was right down to ground level.
And he was talking like a real person.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just...
He was actually there and saw people leaping out of that building.
Right. Yeah. He saw the body parts. He saw the explosions.
Yeah. And despite what that firefighter just said, and I don't know how much of that's true, there are many Arabs in this country who are going to be targeted, and it's not fair.
Right. Nobody should be targeted. This is a job for people who know.
If I saw somebody celebrating in Patterson...
Wild mobs.
Well, that's different. That's a different thing.
Howard?
But you don't just grab a person who's driving a cab or something.
Of the guys like falling off the building?
Yeah, very little of that.
That is really...
You know, Howard... When we were on the phone yesterday and I ran upstairs to take a look, you know, I got my binoculars and I'm looking at this stuff and I think it's debris through my binoculars and I realized it's people.
Yep.
People, yeah.
Same with us.
And you know, this whole area, it's like a movie because it's like, it looks, there's fleets of ambulances just come in because they're taking them through Jersey City here. Yeah.
Hey, I was in Central Park watching F-15s fly over.
Yeah. Right. I was on my building when they first came in.
Just flew over 10 minutes ago.
We saw trucks of Army dudes being
I saw fire trucks from Shelter Island. I mean, in Boston and upstate New York, in Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah, they're coming in.
They're all coming in from all over.
Everywhere.
Samir, you're on the air.
Yes, hi. I'm calling as an Arab who was born in Syria. And I did witness something like this back in Lebanon in 75, where there was a lot of killing by the Muslims and the Christians. And I just want to set that guy straight. There is no such thing as a moderate Muslim. All Muslims are fanaticals. They are taught this from the beginning, from the first day they are born till the last day.
I don't believe that. There's no God that teaches to kill.
No, but he's right. Muslims
Well,
are
there are religions that do.
They might be fanatical in their religion, but they're not fanatical in that they're going to go out and kill people.
And Samir, you've seen it up close. You probably love this way of life in this country, and you feel safe and protected, and you're glad to be here, I would assume.
Howard, let me tell you something. There's nothing I love more than this country. God bless America.
Right.
And being a Syrian, escaping Lebanon, coming here as a Christian, I am shaking. I was crying with my wife and sitting in bed yesterday.
I feel bad for you because
people will look at you.
There's a lot of anti-Arab sentiment going on right now, and let's just be clear on this.
It is not Arabs.
Right.
It's not being an Arab. It's being a Muslim. Muslims do not like the West. They do not. They consider
I'm
the
going to
West
tell you
as
what.
the
I'm not going to blame. I'm going to tell you something. I'm not going to blame Muslims. I'm going to blame Arabs. I'm telling you, there are countries I'm holding responsible for this who are terrorist countries.
But Howard, you're ducking the thing all the time.
Ignorant.
I'm not ducking
whenever
anything.
it comes to Islam, always duck the question.
I'm not ducking anything. I'm telling you how I feel.
Why don't you? I'm going to challenge somebody right now. I'm going to ask one of the Muslim clergy to call up and say, "Hey, we denounce this. We abhor this."
Of course they are. They're all saying it already.
No, they won't.
You will not find one cleric that's
I don't believe that.
Samir, we're going to, I gotta,
Let me just say, there's a difference between Muslim fundamentalists and the Muslim religion.
Why do we even have to keep track of all this? This is ridiculous. Hey, can I make one more comment, Howard?
Let me sum this up, Samir.
Howard, just let me say one thing before you do it. Yesterday, you could have been Ted Koppel. You could have been that guy, the head of ABC. You could have been Dan Rather. You did such a great job. I love you, Howard. And not only you make me laugh every day, but yesterday you showed how deep you were, how you handled this. And I'm getting goosebumps. And I really love you, Howard.
Thank you.
And you're awesome. And
Thank you very much, Samir.
Okay.
Let me tell you
one
something.
Of the things is
you know what?
I'm sorry.
Howard.
Everyone, first of all, erase from your memory anytime I sound serious, because it could kill me.
See, the thing with the Muslims there's Sunni Muslims and there's Shiite Muslims.
Yeah, you got to get your checklist out.
No, but yeah, exactly. There's two types of Muslims, and one is Sunni and one is Shiite. And the Shiite are the extreme.
Why do we have to follow this?
I don't want to follow it.
Well, but
I don't care. I want to bomb terrorist countries. That's all.
Let's just start bombing and then figure it out.
Anybody coming with me?
Ralph, you going over?
I'm going.
No, he's not a
Go, Ralph.
I'm a disabled vet.
He's on the don't ask, don't tell policy.
Anybody with me?
I don't look good in khaki.
Don't ask, don't tell. I'm going.
I think there's one thing we didn't do. Did we ever call Scores? Are they open today?
Scores, it will be
They might
open.
or might not.
Oh.
Did you speak to Lonnie?
Yes, I spoke to him.
What did Lonnie say?
He said he doesn't know yet.
I'm waiting till Thursday. I figure it'll be clear by then.
What will be the determining factor?
I think some people said to me it's important that I show up on the air today to bring normalcy and keep continuity. I think Scores should be open.
I think it's important you show up at Scores.
I think all the strippers should get free Hummers.
No girls? What is the problem?
I hope the girls are all right.
You should take me to Scores.
Yeah, most of the girls live uptown.
All right. Enough joking around now. I'm telling you that this is... What is it, Ronnie? Oh, Ronnie's got to report on Scores. His Captain
Scores was closed last night, and they're not sure about tonight. A lot of girls live out of the city, so...
All right.
They might not be able to get in.
All right.
Lonnie's doing
You know, Howard.
There's your answer.
Howard, can I just talk about the building for a second? You know, I saw this, this architect talking, and
yeah, we already went over that. We talked about the implosion and why it fell
metal
the way
melted.
it did.
Yeah, but they didn't even realize it.
I know we did it. We did it already.
Sorry.
Hey, Howard, I was right there when that happened too. It was about, let's say, a quarter mile up the block, in the triage area there, and you could all of a sudden hear the metal start twisting, and it just like it was this eerie sound, and it went on for a while.
All right, let me just get to a couple of people on the phone because we're going to end the show right now, and
it says Americans are fleeing Afghanistan right now.
They should.
Oh,
they should.
Get out.
They better get out of all those third world countries. You know how we're saying they better, and they should. If we do nothing, we're going to look like such saps.
We're not. we're going to do
nothing,
something.
It'll really hurt us.
Listen to me. Until
see.
he doesn't do anything, I think we need to stand behind him.
We are behind
George
him.
W.
Who isn't behind him?
No, but you question his motives when he spoke.
I said his speech.
Listen,
his speech didn't inspire me.
Who cares if it was a horrible speech?
That's all
What is he supposed to say?
He's supposed to get on and be a real person, not a robot.
Wait a second. He's got to be in control. He's got to show some composure.
Well, here's
No,
what it is.
that wasn't composure. That was robotic.
You know,
I'm not voting for you,
Until he doesn't do
Kevin.
anything, stand behind him.
Now wait a second.
Damn you!
No, don't accuse us of not standing behind the president.
Well, you're real edgy.
I could have been the president. I could have been the president of the United States.
Let's just say
Just
this.
to give a passionate
We're
speech.
making sure he knows we're
understand
behind
that.
him for the most critical of actions.
I understand that you're
Kevin,
you didn't hear
stand
the
close
passion
behind
in his
him.
voice. I'm close behind him. I'll bet you're too close behind him. I'll give him the love that he deserves.
He was walking
Let's
so
give-
funny across that lawn.
Let's give
I'll give him a
the
George
last
W.
word. Let's give the last word to our audience.
Ah.
The last word to our audience. Not you, Ralph. All right, goodbye. Let's go to Monica, and I'll just pop through the rest of these lines. Monica, go ahead.
Hey, Howard.
Hi.
I just wanted to tell you that usually at work you make me laugh, and yesterday's job on letting your audience know what was going on. And, I mean, for the first time listening to your show, I actually had tears in my eyes instead of a smile on my face. And
Thank you. You know what? Evidently, we did a good job. People are telling us, and I'm happy about that. Thank you.
you did a great job.
Thank
And I was there 2 months ago, and unfortunately, I did not know where y'all were located at, and I'm so disappointed I did not get to meet you.
All right. Well, thanks for the nice words.
Thank you.
Let's go to Jason, who wants to say a few words. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, Howard, how you doing? Calling from Phoenix, man.
What?
Calling from Phoenix.
Just wanted to let you know that our elite firefighters are on their way. In fact, they trained under New York firefighters for high-rise rescue.
Good.
And
thanks for the help. And everyone is banding together, and that's great, and thank you.
Yes.
Walker, go ahead. You're a firefighter.
No, this is Walker. I just was calling to tell you, I just heard on Fox Network that one of the Port Authority workers that was on the 86th floor actually rode the building down, and they found him alive, and he only broke his leg.
He rode the building down.
He actually rode the wreckage of the building to the bottom of the debris.
Oh, my
God.
Wow. And they found him.
And they found him, and I think they just were saying something like they were going to amputate his leg or whatever, but he survived the actual fall.
Oh, my God.
I never heard anything like it in my life.
That's a miracle.
Yeah, a buddy of mine works over there. He worked, his workers were the people who died in the first blast. This guy Eddie McCabe, and same thing. He had a coffee break at 9 o'clock. Went out for his coffee break, but I think a lot of his coworkers, were in the building. But
That's an amazing story. Thank you, and I'm sure more stories like that will be coming out of this thing. Tom, go ahead. You're on the air.
Yeah, a couple of things, Howard. First of all, I think we care too much about innocent people in these other countries.
Agreed.
No innocence.
That's right.
We're taught to care as
we need
children.
to protect our innocence.
Sorry?
That's right.
We need to protect our innocent people
Yes.
first after something like this, and never mind anybody over there.
By the way, another chilling thing I heard, Howard, PATH trains are running from New Jersey, but they'll only be stopping at Penn Station, I think, because the World Trade Center obviously doesn't exist.
Wow.
There is no more train
That's
station.
where they used to stop in those two places. Yeah.
Angry Black, go ahead.
Yo, the Arabs are over here in Patterson on Crooks Ave celebrating after what happened yesterday. Clifton police and Patterson police are on high alert because they were out there last night celebrating. I'm over in Hackensack, and they're doing that.
Shame on them.
Isn't there a jail big enough to throw those people in?
What are they doing here
No,
if they're so happy that we get
I never get that. I never get that. I don't understand it. How do you...
Also, my friend works over at Morgan Stanley Dean Witter. Thank God he did not get on the PATH train to go into the city. They told him he couldn't get on. Everybody in his office was safe, and he saw what happened.
Wow. All right.
And Robin, Paramus isn't too bad.
Thank you, Angry Black.
You got it, bro.
No, who isn't too bad? I didn't catch.
Paramus.
Oh,
That's
Paramus.
where
Okay.
I was,
Brett, go ahead.
stranded yesterday.
Brett, you're on.
How you doing, Howard?
Hey.
Listen, I'm a manager over at Charlie Brown Steakhouse in Union.
Yeah.
I had a couple of guests. They came in from England 3 days ago, spending a day in New York, and they were flying out yesterday morning to go to Las Vegas. They stopped in my restaurant. They dropped them off at a sleazy hotel down the road from here. It's usually $45, $55 a night. They upped it to $150 for everybody.
Wow.
That's wrong.
Freaking ridiculous.
Aaron, you're on the air.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, this is Aaron from St. Louis. What's going on?
Go ahead.
I got a quote from Nostradamus, a prediction on WW3.
Go ahead.
He said, in the year of the new century in 9 months, from the sky will come a great king of terror. The sky will burn at 45 degrees. Fire approaches the great new city. This is quick. There's only a little bit more.
In the city of York, there will be a great collapse. 2 twin brothers torn apart by chaos. While the fortress falls, the great leader will succumb. Third big war will begin when the big city is burning.
Wow.
Nostradamus.
Come on,
I gotta go read that again.
The twin
in the city of York.
In the city of York.
In the city of York, there will be a great collapse. 2 twin brothers torn apart.
Really?
He said this will be the bigger than the 2 previous wars.
That's true.
Yes, that's true. Because I've actually heard that before. You know,
And
I just got
the great
goosebumps.
leader, the great leader is George W.
Yeah,
and
but maybe whoever did it.
This may be WW3 right here when
Did it
its
along those
reaction
lines.
hits.
Yeah.
You might get what you asked for, and you might get a little bit more.
Good.
Well, let me say this. Since everything he predicts comes true anyway, what are we waiting for? Let's get it on.
Well, how do we know it's not in the deep process?
Man, read that quote again. Do it slow.
Okay. I'm going to read the quote again.
Seriously, come on, isn't that not amazing?
He said this will be bigger than the previous 2 wars. 2001 is the first year of the new century, and this is the 9th month.
Read it.
In the year of the new century and 9 months, from the sky will come a great king of terror. The sky will burn at 45 degrees. Fire approaches the great new city. In the city of York, there will be a great collapse. 2 twin brothers torn apart by chaos. While the fortress falls, the great leader will succumb. Third big war will begin when the big city is burning.
What is the great leader will succumb?
Will succumb is that going to be...
He'll start it. He'll go in. He'll succumb to the fact that he's got to do something.
Or does he succumb? Does he get killed or something?
I read. I don't believe that George Bush will get killed. I think that what I read into it is that he is going to be the one to throw the missiles.
I mean, wait a second. I mean, I'm not into this prediction stuff, but that's pretty eerie.
That is really eerie.
He says, what is it? Just read the first sentence.
The first sentence. In the year of the new century in 9 months, which 2001 is the first year of the new century, and this is the 9th month.
Wow. That's right. It's 911.
What's your name? What's that?
Dude,
I'm Aaron. I'm from St. Louis.
No, some intern picked up. Go ahead, yeah.
Good.
Oh, well, I also wanted to say, at least
So he said the 9th month. Is that really in there?
Yeah, that is true.
Howard, he called Hitler.
I know, but wait a second. And then read the next sentence.
The next sentence? The sky will burn at 45 degrees.
Didn't those planes come in at...
Fire approaches the great new city. In the city of York, there will be a great collapse. 2 twin brothers torn apart by chaos.
Twin towers?
2 twin brothers.
Well, that's...
I mean, that's pretty vague. It could be anything.
That's enough. That's enough for me.
Right.
Twin brothers?
Let me send you
twin
over to
towers.
another psychic.
Wait a second. You don't put any credence in what you're hearing? You don't put any credence in this.
I believe it, man.
Maybe the terrorists are
you don't put any credence in this?
I said, I'll wait to see if there's World War III.
Then what will you say?
This is World War III.
Not yet, but it could be. Yeah, and that might be, we're sitting here and we're preaching, throw the bombs, show the bombs, nuke them, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
What if it happens? That might be the start of it, because who knows who has what over there. Pakistan has tested nuclear weapons.
Let's go in now and end it.
The country you really have to worry about is Russia. Not any of these.
Well, but how many of the nuclear weapons, when the fall of Russia hit, were sold to third world countries?
Right. Yeah,
how many of these?
Who doesn't remember that Afghanistan was invaded by the Russians and we helped the Afghanistans?
I know.
Are we idiots or what?
Afghanis.
The Afghanis. Dan Rather was wrapped up in a towel. Let me tell you something. We made a big mistake back then. We should have backed the Russians.
Well, we're always making mistakes and saving the wrong people.
Yeah. Well, we open our arms to everybody in the world.
Look at the thanks we get.
We've become that way.
Look at the thanks we got from the Afghan government.
Yeah, that was very nice of them.
Well, yeah, the same people that we helped keep the Russians out are now the people that are in power that are supporting
terrorism.
That's right.
We do that all the time. We did the same thing with Iraq and Iran.
Iran-Contra affair. I mean, you can just go down the list.
Didn't Nostradamus predict that Greaseman would be #1? So he's not always right.
But see, Howard, the thing about Nostradamus is he predicted, World War II, and then this came after. He's doing it in the right chronological order.
Yeah, but isn't it possible the terrorists are doing these attacks based on maybe they read Nostradamus?
Hey, there you go.
Nostradamus too.
Hey, yeah, maybe the terrorists read Nostradamus.
They read Nostradamus and they go, all right.
Boy, am I stupid? I didn't even think of that.
We're going to do that.
I am the biggest dupe. What?
Where in Nostradamus does this occur? Because we're searching it to try and find it.
Sir, where is this in Nostradamus?
It occurs in yesterday's edition.
I don't know the exact edition. I just had it sent to me.
Do you think this is something circulating on the internet?
No, I've heard this before.
Did he mention the giant?
You know what? I got a feeling.
No, this isn't circulating on the internet. It's actually a prediction from.
I'm looking for it on the internet as we speak, but I can tell you that I've gone to a couple of sites. And, Nostradamus wrote in a different language.
Right.
And it doesn't say translation. It says interpretation. In other words, somebody took the writings
but that's how all of his things were
you
taken.
really have to put it into perspective. I'm looking a little bit farther into it.
Yeah, good.
But it's clearly says interpretation.
Did he
not
speak
translation.
Pig Latin?
Right.
Did he write it in Pig Latin?
Interpretation written in English before this happened.
Yeah, when was the interpretation written? Is what I want to know.
Well, you know why, Howard? Because he was, he was a heretic. I mean, he was like, they were after him for heresy. So he had to write in cryptic ways. He stuttered.
Whatever.
It's true.
Supposedly it was written in the year 654. This is Nostradamus 654.
Hey, well, thanks for that, man.
I got one more comment for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
At least the Japanese were honorable enough to attack a military target. This time our enemies went after civilians, among them children. And, it's our turn to do the final word right now.
Nuke 'em, baby.
Nuke 'em, baby. Nuke their cockroaches.
Right. That's right. Let's go to Bill.
Again.
Bill, go ahead. Nuke 'em and then nuke 'em again. Bill? No, Bill? Okay. Bill, you there? Okay, he was gone. Al, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Howard.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Al, bud. Listen, I live in Somerset, Pennsylvania, just outside of Shanksville. Now, there's some question. By the way, great coverage yesterday. I did not know about this until you came on here. I listened to your radio station before I go to sleep.
Clear it up for me. If you live so close to, did our planes shoot that plane down?
Okay, Howard. This is the way it is. We were coming down the road from a friend's house.
Like Ma and Pa Kent when Jor-El came out of space?
That's what I was picturing.
What we did was we took slingshots and aimed cow pies at them.
Yeah, but go ahead.
In all seriousness, we heard a plane, a low-level plane, and we stopped the car to look because that's unusual for this area. And when we heard an explosion, saw smoke coming from the plane in the air, and then there was two other planes that passed right over top
shot
of
it down.
Yeah, our plane shot it down.
God bless them for doing that.
They're not going to talk about it right now because it's kind of bad PR.
Another thing, Howard.
It's not bad PR.
Well, they're not going to talk about killing American civilians.
Joe, it's not the PRs, it's the Arabs.
Howard,
you know what I'm saying? They don't want to put it out there about killing Americans, even though it was necessary.
It had to be done.
Howard.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know you're pressed for time and you have much to do today. So I would just like to say two things.
You got to go run in the park.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, number one, it's a sad sight to see that our enemies couldn't pick on basically anybody their size.
Right.
And you hit the nail on the head. I was listening to WABC last night, or actually this morning, and somebody had come on there during the commentary. They were taking phone calls all night, and they had bashed you for your comments yesterday about retaliation on these people.
Whatever.
No, seriously, they did.
The radio station is based on me.
I am thinking the same thing that you were thinking, Howard. We do need to take, I was a sergeant in the Marine Corps.
Yeah, and I like that people are bashing me for my opinion, like nobody else has that opinion.
Exactly.
Right.
Now, I was a sergeant in the Marine Corps, and I have
they're
a
going
friend.
to attack me.
But you're a bigger target. That's why they come after you.
I was a sergeant in the Marine Corps, and I have a friend who works in the Air Force. Right now, their lines are tied.
Nobody, let me just say something. This is my final word. Nobody can put me down for my opinion.
Absolutely not. You have that freedom.
If they listen to my opinions during the Olympics, you wouldn't be having this today.
That's right.
It would have all been over with.
That's right.
And now my opinion stands the same. Retaliate.
Can I say one more thing, Howard?
Devastating.
It's just basically something I was thinking about all night and into this morning. And this is for everybody. You can destroy all the pillars and the buildings you want, but the fabric of freedom will never be torn, and the blanket of liberty will never be unthreaded.
That's ridiculous. In fact, the fabric of liberty could easily be torn.
Not with us. We're too powerful.
No. It can be done if we don't finally stand up and stop immediately. You know how they always say never again? Right. During the Olympics, when the Arabs came in and killed those Jews, everybody sat back and said, let the games continue.
You know what somebody said to me?
Let's see now.
Wait a minute. Somebody said to me yesterday, what do you say? I said, you say never again.
Yeah, and take care of it.
That's what bugged me about Bush's speech was he said they failed. They didn't for the fabric of liberty. People are jumping out of the world. People died.
They won.
They succeeded.
They beat us yesterday.
Right. We got to go there and beat them.
The fabric of liberty is gone.
Yeah, fabric of liberty.
We got to rebuild it.
Our freedoms are gone.
We want our freedom back.
Well, Cabby should know as well as anybody that retaliation and giving punishment back to those, if the president does right, That is the fabric of
After we unleashed the nuclear bomb, after we unleashed the nuclear bomb in Japan, we didn't have any problems. It's time to do it again. Let's face it.
You're right.
Come on, stop it already. Then teach the world a lesson. You don't F with us.
Ever.
Megan, go ahead.
Hey, I was just wanting to talk about those kids, those Palestinian kids. If we don't wipe those kids off the planet now,
they'll get us later.
15 years or 20 years or even sooner, they're going to kill us later.
Of course.
That's right. They're being raised to suicide bomb.
They hate us. Mia, go ahead.
Howard?
Hi, Mia.
Hi, Howard.
Yeah.
This is Mia. I'm an Afghan-American, and I'm a Muslim, and I'm on both sides of this. I was recently in Afghanistan, and I've heard your opinion, and if you give me the floor, I'd like to express mine.
Good, go ahead.
First of all, I think I represent the Afghan community and the Muslim community in denouncing the attacks. I have friends that have been killed in it. I know some of them are hurt, and it's horrible what happened. I think we all agree to that. However, your opinion of just going ahead and blatantly just bombing everything, I think is outright, it's wrong. It's exactly what was done to us.
Then it's going to be done to us again?
Eye for an eye.
Let me ask you this, Howard. What do you think about proposing to the U.S. government to lobby to get the Taliban, get them out of there and take control of the country?
Not good enough.
No way. We don't want your problems.
Your problems
we don't want those
your
problems.
If we have the Taliban, they're going to hit us again because they're going to go defend them.
We have to change your government.
Listen to me.
We're not going to do that.
No, we're not going to listen to this
Howard,
rhetoric.
Howard, I have an update on the Nostradamus thing.
Yeah.
I just looked in LexisNexis, which is a database of every major publication in the country, and I looked date before September 10th. There was no mention of a twin brothers prediction.
Okay.
I have a lot.
I recall that.
I'm hoping that's.
Well, you're not an expert on
Nostradamus. There was a movie called The Late Great Planet Earth, Benji, that they did. It was based on
I don't think that is a real Nostradamus prediction.
I'm hoping.
Wait, Gary's coming in.
Hold on, man. We'll get back to you.
Benji knows about Blacktail.
Let me ask you something first.
Yeah, go ahead.
Howard, do you think that bombing them, don't you think that's going to create more hatred? If they're going to hate the United States?
Not if nobody's there.
Let me ask you something. Did Japan ever reattack us after we bombed them?
If they had the resources, they would.
No, of course they didn't have the resources. They were devastated.
We made sure they did.
And by the way, if there are no more of these countries left, and we literally nuked them into non-existence, we own those countries then.
The U.S. is supporting Japan. This is why they're not attacking. The economy depends on the U.S.
Fine, let's go to that system. We'll run things over there like we did Japan.
You've got to understand, they've got a government that doesn't want to have anything to do with us.
That's exactly what I'm saying. The U.S. takes control of the...
Honey, I hear what you're saying, but I think it's too late for that. Yeah. I think it's really too late for that.
It's not too late.
Yeah, it is.
Your country's screwed up, sweetheart.
Honey,
your country's government is your business,
honey,
not ours.
you have one thing to remember. You're lucky in a way. Let me tell you why you're lucky if you want to hear. You don't have much to worry about. This country ain't bombing anybody. We always go the diplomatic route, and I hate to say it, time heals everything, and all of a sudden everyone forgets.
But you know what?
You're probably in luck.
It may have been too late this time, but you know what? When something happens again, you're going to regret the fact that you said it's too late, because you know what? You can always prevent.
She can't even understand.
She don't even know what I'm saying.
This is the problem right here.
Yeah, you don't even hear what I'm saying. I'm saying you're going to get off. Because there's not going to be any bombings. Colin Powell will say we have to have diplomacy. And George Bush will say, you know what, maybe I just...
But she is so indicative of the problem, because not only is she not understanding what you're saying right now, she is also saying, you bomb my country, I will hate you.
Yeah, who cares?
Howard, there's a strong public outcry to do it exactly what you're saying.
I know.
I mean, I heard it all over the place.
Fight terrorism. How else do you win against terrorists except to do what you have to do? And it's too bad a lot of innocent people are going to have to go.
Because that's what they do.
Our innocent people went. We got to fight fire.
This woman is on the air saying, please go in and change the government of our country.
Yeah.
And then when we do that,
they're going to do it. And they're going to do it peacefully, too.
Just like that's half the reason we left Saddam Hussein alive was because we would have killed him. We would have had to put our own government in. And those people, all they know is the evil that Saddam
Well, it's time to add about 6 new states to the United States.
There you go.
Nuke it and then make it part of the United States. And we'll start the oil companies over there.
We'll start the oil wells, and we'll put our prisons over there, and they can work the oil wells for us.
Right, that's good. I like your plan, President Cabby.
knows where he'll be going.
President Cabby.
I'm telling you, vote for me.
Can I talk to you about Nostradamus a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they say, I'm looking at this website that I have, and it seems to be pretty on the money. It says that probably about 10% of what he predicted came true, and they said that it's very vague and that you can take these applications and make them fit where you want. As far as the Histler thing, I just want to point that out. that Hitler was the name for the Danube River, and several times in that same passage he talked about the Rhine River, and they said it's almost definitely a reference to a river, not to Hitler.
Right.
Okay? In this instance, they talk about the prediction about New York. They said the city, in fact, is never named, and the actual quote, not what that guy said on the phone, but here's the actual quote. At 45 degrees, the sky will burn, fire to approach the great new city. That's it. I mean, there's a lot before and after.
When? Does it say when that's supposed to happen?
It says, in an instant, a great scattered flame will leap up when one will want to demand proof of the Normans. But
the Normans?
This guy gives an explanation.
Norman who?
That's real vague.
He says
that ain't nothing.
We got to look for a guy named Norman.
Right. It says the city, talking about this specific New York prediction, this is before yesterday, it said the city is in fact never named. The widespread tradition it says that, it's so hard to read, where Grand City on latitude 45 degrees is attacked with fire from the sky. Since New York City lies well to the south of this, New Yorkers can sleep soundly at night. That's what this
says. Yeah, we should have listened to that.
In the city of Paramus, a smoky vehicle will go to bowling.
Tammy, go ahead. I'm almost...
Howard, yes, I just wanted to let you know that my husband does work in Patterson, and down in South Patterson they were rioting. He's a Verizon employee. And they actually had to send home Verizon employees because the riots were getting bad.
What kind of rioting?
We got a lot of calls.
They were out in the streets and just doing basically the same thing as they were doing over in Afghanistan. And my only problem with the whole thing is that it's one thing that they're rioting in their country, which that's not even right. But they come to our country and we give them everything, and they're rioting.
I know. It's sickening. It's sickening. Jennifer, go ahead. You're on the air. Jennifer, go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Howard.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good.
I'm from Pompano, Florida, and I can't imagine what you guys are going through up there. But I just want to ask a question. Why are you guys going off the air so soon? I mean, I'm sitting here, and it's horrible news on the TV, on the radio, and when I listen to you, it's we know, you just take it away, you know what I mean? And if
let me tell you something, ma'am. You're right. I am the greatest. I should be on the air 24 hours a day. You're absolutely right. But I'm only one man.
Yeah, I know. And
I'll tell you the truth. I ran into Regis Philbin yesterday as he was fleeing the city. And he said to me, we were in an elevator full of people.
How did he feel?
I don't know. Anyway, he said, no, he was pretty shook up, too. Everyone was.
Yeah.
And he said to me, and he said to this elevator full of people that I was with, he said, there's only one man they should send over there who could take care of everything. And I said, who is that, Regis? He goes, Howard Stern.
Yeah.
And another guy in the elevator turned to him and said, you know what, Regis? I don't even think Howard Stern can help us.
Yeah, they didn't realize you were Howard Stern.
Oh, no, they did. He was incognito. And I just said, all right, you guys, and I was out of there.
I mean, because down here, it's only, horrible news and horrible everything. I mean, I listen to you and we know that it hit. The reality's there, but... you take it off everybody's mind. You don't let everybody, dwell on just all the negative.
Thank you. And what we're gonna do is stay on for a few more minutes, let a couple of more people like you get on the air and say a few things, and then we got to leave. Okay?
I do want to know though.
Very important.
In Patterson, there were some arrests. I think rioting is against the law.
By the way, it's very important time so we have to get back to the rock music.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Dave, go ahead.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey.
It's James.
All right, James, go ahead.
Okay, I think the answer is not nuclear, but to use fuel-air bombs.
Whatever they got. I don't care.
And also, I wanted to support Bush. I want to be behind him.
Let's see what he does.
But he is the eunuch Bush with his speech.
Let's not say... We agree that the speech wasn't great, but the fact is he said the right thing.
He's got a very good point here. There's a bomb that the U.S. government has. It's called a propane bomb. And what it does is it drops from like a C-130 aircraft.
Yeah.
And it explodes approximately 100 to 200 feet above the ground. And what propane needs to burn is oxygen. So what it does is they used them in Iraq to get the people out of the bunkers. It sucks all the oxygen out of the air for a matter of 5 to 10 minutes, so no one can breathe, and it creates mass devastation on a scale like.
General Schwarzkopf said the following. This is his quote.
Okay.
All right.
God bless you.
Your general.
You know it.
In the Gulf War, we took painstaking measures to avoid civilian casualties, even to the point where we put our own troops in harm's way. Yes. And these bastards intentionally hit a major civilian target.
That's what I want to hear.
That's what we want to hear.
That's the kind of talk we need to hear.
Yeah, let's get it going.
I would have voted for him for president.
But by the way,
and he says that this was another Pearl Harbor. It wasn't.
And he said P.S. Cabby is gay.
He's right about a lot of things.
He's like Nostradamus.
I was his driver over there.
That's right.
Were you?
Yeah.
You were everything.
I was everything.
Zelig, you were everywhere.
Dave, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, Howard. I'm listening in Kalamazoo, Michigan, and I just wanted to add to the kudos that everyone's giving you for your reporting this, because I was listening to you and listening to that crap you're talking about with Pamela Anderson, and then all of a sudden you say, hey, you know, we just got this breaking story and this is serious, and you mentioned that, you know, a plane just wrecked into the World Trade Center, and I turned on the TV on ABC, and sure enough, I mean, there it was, and I spent the entire time listening to you, and I'm adding to the pool for having you not go off the air today. I listened until you went off the air at 12:30, and I also want to congratulate the radio station I listen to out here. They're out of Grand Rapids for keeping you on. And
that's a good point. All our affiliates stayed with us and let us stay on the air, so that was good. That was a good thing to do.
Absolutely, and so thank.
I understand that about around 9 o'clock yesterday, our Chicago affiliate just went to CBS News.
Oh, they did. Okay. Hey, listen, that's their choice, but
suck.
Yeah, why go to CBS News? I mean,
listen, we're gathering all the news,
right?
Everyone.
From every possible source.
Yeah,
nobody takes us seriously.
We are the news leaders.
Cabby was our featured reporter.
You know, Cabby actually was good. And you know who else was very good today was Doug Goodstein.
Yes, and yesterday he was good. He had the blood info right away. Doug's out there on the front lines. Alan, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you for the coverage. I was in my car the other day, and I wouldn't have known much if you weren't on the air.
By the way, I also thank Cabby Rather.
Cabby Chung.
Cabby Chung. Cabby Chunky Chung. But thank you. No, we were happy to stay on the air, and if it made anybody feel any better, then we did a good job. Thanks.
All right. Hey.
Yeah.
I think part of the problem is, you know, if you want to get rid of cocaine, you got to go to Colombia and bust some heads and monitor the situation.
Yeah, let's not make this like the drug war.
Wait, my point is this, Howard.
No one wants to get rid of cocaine, sir.
Howard, my point is this.
Yeah.
You have to eliminate problems at the source.
Right.
Bush made a statement that anyone harboring these terrorists is just as guilty.
If you want to get rid of roaches, rid of roaches in a New York City apartment, you got to take out the whole building.
You got to
and then you got to take it out again, and then you got to go back again and get out the roots.
Yeah, you're right.
What about the countries that are giving these psychos money and handing out weapons to them like candy?
To include many of our allies.
Iran, Libya, Afghanistan,
Saudi Arabia,
these
Kuwait.
Countries are supporting and cultivating these terrorists.
Well, you know how I feel about them. I say just clean up the whole mess right now, today.
Bulldoze them right into the ocean.
I agree with you, Howard.
The Godfather.
Listen, you know what?
I'm like the Godfather.
That's right. I'm going to blame some of the people in this room.
You know there's a little graphic up on the thing now that says Morgan Stanley had 3,500 employees.
Yeah, in that building. That was their world headquarters.
Wow.
Yeah, Morgan Stanley's like wiped out.
That's so scary.
My friend who's a broker, and he lives in Minnesota, he called me last night, and he said that one of the hopes is that the people don't sell off, with this huge panic like they've started to do in Japan, and they say, you know what, F you, we're not going to panic, we're not going to ruin our markets, we're not going to just fall apart.
We're not going to let these guys win.
Exactly, we're not going to give them exactly what they want, and I hope to God when the markets open up that doesn't happen.
Well, we already fell apart before the...
Go ahead, Alan, you're on the air. Alan, you there?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Joe.
All right, let's go to Sean.
He's figuring out who he is.
Sean, go ahead.
And now he's gone.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
I am right down by Patterson right now with a huge American flag on my car, and I'm ready to ride through that Arab neighborhood. I spent 4 years in the Army, and I am disgusted.
God bless you.
Well, let's not start warring among ourselves.
Yeah, let's not have war in our street.
I'm not going to war. I'm just going to ride through there and beat my horn and let them know what's
what. Howard, if they can protest to the street, he can ride to the street with a flag.
Absolutely, that's fine. I just don't want to
say we should have 1,000 cars with flags down there today.
Right.
Show them who we are.
Well, I'll tell you how you show them who you are.
With you. I think people are afraid to put a flag on their car around.
I got one on mine.
You know what? They weren't in my neighborhood, and I live in a heavily Hasidic Jew and a heavily Puerto Rican neighborhood, and everybody had American flags on, and I was really proud of that over the night.
I haven't seen one American flag around here. These people need to get it together.
I'm surprised the Jews and the Puerto Ricans will live with you, Kevin.
Wow.
I'm neutral. I'll have sex with any of them.
Listen. The Hasidics must love Cabby.
Yeah, they do. I tug on their little things that hang from their ears, whatever they are.
Listen, we're going to go off the air because this is, everyone's watching TV at this point and wants to hear what's going on. And
well, there's really nothing new.
There's nothing new going on.
There's nothing to say.
There's nothing
When
to
the bombs hit, we'll come back.
Artie, where's my eggs?
I got them outside. I got them in my bag.
Yeah, they're in his pants.
Oh, you leaving town
He's keeping them warm.
No, he was supposed to bring me some food. Promised me. I got down here at 6 in the morning with nothing to eat.
I didn't realize KC wasn't here.
Oh, please. He's not coming back until all the smoke clears.
You're not kidding.
What a girl.
Well, anyway.
Yeah.
They just showed another
That angle
view.
is just horrendous.
That's amazing.
Joey Boots, thanks for coming in.
Yeah, unfortunately, all this happened, it kind of, no pun intended, it kind of dwarfs everything that happened with Hank this past week.
Oh, I'll say.
You think?
Yeah.
You know what? I was only happy that
was an
Hank
excellent pun, by the way, if you were going to intend it.
Yeah.
It dwarfs.
I was happy that Hank didn't live to see this.
Yeah.
Grant, go ahead. You got the last word.
Yes. Hey, Howard. Hey, I'm not calling you to blow sunshine up your rear end about being the greatest reporter yesterday or anything like that. You beat the scumbag Dan Rather, but you're absolutely right. We need systematic extermination of all of them.
There was a report in the Weekly World News publication that I am going to be taking over for Dan Rather when he retires. Nice. Yes. I am just saying that if called upon, I will do it. Because I'm sick of this is an exclusive. I don't mean to talk about my career, but many people are calling out of all this tragedy for the ouster of Dan Rather and the.
It can't be worse than Dan Rather.
Can I be like Wolf
can't be any worse.
Can I be like a Wolf Blitzer?
No, I'm not going to have you be part of the CBS news.
Damn it.
He's not going to be Connie Chunk.
Howard, I don't have a
Let's go to Connie Chunk.
Howard, like I said, I heard about it from you.
Thank you.
I think you're the ambassador to humor. You're not the greatest investigative reporter, but like I said, you're better than the scumbag Dan Rather. You're absolutely right. Anybody wearing a towel, they had to kill the man wearing it.
Oh, jeez.
What if it's around his waist?
Get rid of it.
Whatever we said, though, you agree.
Go bomb them back to the Stone Age.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, there it is. That's the final word.
Well,
not sure what he said.
That was kind of a bad fight.
Artie Lang, I want to thank you for making it in. I just kind of called up and said I'm coming in. And
I did whatever I could.
That was a good thing, Artie.
I want to thank. Let me call you Lee.
How about just Cabby? I'm trying to drop the whole crazy thing.
No, crazy Cabby.
Cabby, just Cabby.
No, you're crazy.
Maybe I'll get beat up on the street if I'm just
Drop the Cabby thing and just be crazy.
Yeah.
But,
don't, I believe yesterday we did 10-10 wins here on K-Rock, all day for the news and information. I think we're going back to the regular,
rock and roll.
the music, and I think that we need to.
We have to play It's Been a While by Stain the game.
Hey.
Those are his boyfriends.
It's a good song. That's a good song.
I'm sorry. No, I know you served this country. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we know you served the country.
No, but I
served this country.
All right, Stain is a 1978
Stain. Hey, I served my country.
Hey, don't hate the player, hate the game.
Yeah. I don't know.
I think it was a horrible tragedy. And
all right, Cabby, thank you.
We get through this, and don't forget to listen to the Kane Show Tuesday.
Thank you, Cabby, for coming in here today. That was great of you to be here. Stuttering John. Of course, Robin, who had a trauma herself with Scott the engineer, staying at his house.
That was great.
And Fred, even you.
Yes, thank you.
Even though people are criticizing you for not sharing your feelings.
I've shared.
Don't forget Tom
Thank you, KC, for running home.
Wow.
KC, wherever you are, thanks, buddy.
KC, tell us what it looks like. He's evaluating the whole
Doug Goodstein, thank you.
Bunker.
Doug is still out there volunteering. He's been out there for 24 hours now.
You want to give the blood numbers again?
One more time to donate blood, 1-800-GIVE-LIFE. To make a donation to the Red Cross, 1-800-HELP-NOW. And we'll see you tomorrow.
This concludes the Howard Stern broadcast day.